Hey guys, welcome back to Dreamless Timelines. Before we dive in, if you're new here, hit that subscribe button and give this video a like. It really helps the channel out. Tonight, we're doing something a little different. We're not talking about inbred royals or dysfunctional monarchs. Instead, we're going to take a nice slow walk through the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair, also known as the Louisiana Purchase Exposition. And I mean literally everything about how this massive thing operated day to day. So go ahead and dim those lights, get comfortable, maybe grab a blanket. We're going to be here for a while. And honestly, that's the whole point. This is the kind of stuff that's just interesting enough to keep your brain from spiraling into anxiety, but boring enough that you'll be out like a light in no time. Perfect bedtime content, basically. The 1904 World's Fair was absolutely massive. We're talking 1,200 acres of pavilions, exhibits, food stands, and basically a temporary city built in Forest Park in St. Louis, Missouri. It ran from April 30th to December 1st, 1904, and over those 7 months, about 20 million people showed up to see what was basically the biggest flex of the early 20th century. Countries from all over the world built elaborate pavilions to show off their culture, technology, and resources. The United States government spent millions. Private companies threw cash at exhibits, and the whole thing was supposed to celebrate the centennial of the Louisiana Purchase, which, fun fact, actually happened in 1803, so they were a year late. Classic. But let's talk about what it actually took to run this thing every single day. Because it wasn't just a matter of opening the gates and letting people wander around. There were thousands of employees, complex scheduling systems, sanitation concerns that would make a modern health inspector weep, and enough bureaucracy to choke a horse. So let's float into the logistics, shall we? First off, staffing. The fair employed somewhere between 15 and 20,000 people at any given time, depending on who you ask and what records you're looking at. These weren't just ticket takers and janitors, though there were plenty of those. You had engineers keeping the electrical systems running, carpenters constantly repairing buildings because apparently wood structures and humidity don't mix well, plumbers dealing with the nightmare of temporary water systems, and security guards making sure nobody stole a whole pavilion or whatever. Every morning, before the gates even opened, there was a small army of people making sure the fair was presentable. Street sweepers started at like 4 a.m., which honestly sounds terrible, pushing their carts through the empty pathways and collecting all the trash from the day before. And there was a lot of trash, guys. We're talking tons of it. Literally tons. People in 1904 were apparently just as messy as people today, maybe worse because they didn't have the same cultural guilt about littering yet. The gates opened at 8 a.m. most days, though this varied depending on special events or if it was a weekend. Admission cost 50 cents for adults, which doesn't sound like much until you remember that the average worker was making like $1 a day, so this was actually a pretty big expense for regular folks. Kids got in for 25 cents. There were season passes available too, for people who wanted to come back multiple times, which honestly makes sense because you definitely couldn't see everything in one day. You probably couldn't see everything in a week. Once the gates opened, the real chaos began. Thousands of people flooding in, all heading in different directions, all wanting to see different things. The fair had a pretty clever transportation system set up to help people get around because, again, 1,200 acres is enormous. There was an intramural railway, basically a little train that looped around the fairgrounds with multiple stops. It cost 5 cents to ride, and it was packed pretty much all day long. There were also rolling chairs, which were basically wheelchairs that you paid someone to push you around in. This was apparently a popular option for wealthy folks or people who just didn't feel like walking. The chair pushers were usually young guys trying to make some extra cash, and they'd hustle for tips like their lives depended on it, because honestly, their income kind of did. The fair was divided into different sections, each with its own vibe and purpose. You had the main exhibition palaces, these massive neoclassical buildings that housed exhibits from different states and countries. There was the Palace of Agriculture, the Palace of Machinery, the Palace of Liberal Arts, the Palace of Education, basically a palace for everything. These buildings were temporary, constructed mostly out of staff, which is a mixture of plaster, fiber, and cement that looks like marble, but definitely isn't. It was cheaper and faster to work with, but it also meant these buildings were never meant to last. Most of them were demolished after the fair ended, which seems kind of wasteful, but that's early 1900s thinking for you. Each palace had its own operations team. There were exhibit coordinators who made sure all the exhibits were set up correctly and not falling apart. There were translators, because exhibits came from all over the world and not everyone spoke English. There were demonstrators who would actually show how things worked, like new farming equipment or industrial machinery. And there were guards, so many guards, because apparently people in 1904 loved to touch things they weren't supposed to touch. Let's talk about the Pike for a second, because this is where things get weird. The Pike was basically the midway of the fair, a mile-long stretch of entertainment, food, and attractions that ranged from legitimately interesting to deeply problematic by modern standards. You had reenactments of historical events, animatronic displays, international villages where people from various countries lived and worked in constructed environments, and yeah, some of it was straight up exploitative. There were human exhibits, which is exactly as uncomfortable as it sounds. We're not going to dive deep into that tonight because this is supposed to be relaxing content, but just know that the 1904 World's Fair had some serious issues when it came to how it portrayed non-Western cultures. The Pike operated a bit differently from the main exhibition areas. It was louder, more commercial, more chaotic. Vendors were constantly hawking their goods, barkers were trying to get people into shows, and there was this constant background noise of music, shouting, and mechanical sounds. Managing this area was apparently a nightmare. There were daily complaints about noise levels, about vendors trying to scam people, about performers getting into fights with each other. The fair had a whole department just dedicated to handling disputes on the Pike. Food was everywhere at the fair, and this is where things get kind of interesting from an operations standpoint. There were official fair restaurants, like the one in the Palace of Agriculture, that served fancy multi-course meals. But there were also hundreds of smaller food stands and vendors, especially along the Pike. This created a logistical challenge because you had to make sure all these vendors had access to fresh food supplies, clean water, and proper waste disposal. The fair set up a central commissary that would deliver supplies to vendors every morning, which must have been an organizational nightmare. Sanitation was a huge concern, and honestly, thinking about it too much will keep you awake, so let's just skim the surface here. The fair had its own water treatment system, its own sewage system, and its own garbage collection service. There were public restrooms scattered throughout the grounds, which were supposedly cleaned multiple times a day, though who knows how well that actually worked when you're dealing with thousands of people. There were also drinking fountains everywhere because it was summer in Missouri and people were definitely getting overheated. Speaking of which, medical services. The fair had multiple first aid stations and an actual hospital building. Heat exhaustion was apparently super common, along with blisters from all the walking, twisted ankles, and the occasional case of food poisoning. There were ambulances, which were basically just horse-drawn carriages with a cot in the back, ready to transport people to the hospital if needed. The medical staff kept detailed logs of every patient they treated, and reading through those records is kind of fascinating in a morbid way. Lots of fainting, lots of digestive issues, and a surprising number of people who managed to injure themselves in bizarre ways. Security at the fair was handled by a combination of the fair's own guards and the St. Louis Police Department. They had a whole system worked out where certain areas were patrolled at specific times, and there were checkpoints at all the entrances and exits. Pickpocketing was apparently a major problem, which makes sense given the crowds. The fair published warnings in its daily programs telling people to watch their valuables, and there were plainclothes detectives wandering around trying to catch thieves in the act. Now let's talk about the actual exhibits for a bit, because that's what people came to see. Every country and state that participated had to submit detailed plans for their exhibits months in advance. These plans had to be approved by the fair's board of directors, and there were rules about what could and couldn't be displayed. Nothing too controversial, nothing that might offend other exhibitors, nothing dangerous, though, honestly, dangerous was kind of a relative term in 1904. The exhibits themselves required constant maintenance. Things broke, displays needed to be refreshed, and there were always little problems cropping up. Each pavilion had a staff of attendants who were responsible for keeping everything running smoothly. They'd arrive early in the morning to check that everything was in order, and they'd stay late to lock everything up. Some exhibits had live demonstrations that ran multiple times a day, which meant coordinating schedules and making sure that demonstrators actually showed up. One of the biggest exhibits was the Palaces of Electricity and Machinery, which showcased the latest in industrial technology. This place was loud, hot, and kind of overwhelming. There were massive engines running, electrical generators humming, and all sorts of equipment clanking and whirring. The noise alone must have been incredible. Managing the space meant you needed engineers on site at all times, because if something broke down, you couldn't just call someone and wait for them to show up. You needed immediate fixes. The Palace of Agriculture had its own set of challenges. They had live animals on display, which meant daily feeding, cleaning, and veterinary care. They had crop exhibits that needed to be kept fresh and presentable. They had food samples that people could actually taste, which created all sorts of food safety concerns. The staff here worked around the clock to make sure everything looked perfect, because national and state pride was on the line. Nobody wanted their exhibit to look shabby compared to everyone else's. International pavilions were a whole different beast. Countries like Japan, Germany, France, and England built elaborate structures that were essentially small versions of their national architecture. These buildings needed daily cleaning and maintenance, but they also needed staff who could explain the exhibits to visitors, often in multiple languages. The fair hired hundreds of translators and cultural ambassadors for this purpose. These folks would stand around all day answering questions, giving tours, and generally trying to make their country look good. Let's drift over to the communication systems for a minute, because the fair had its own telephone network with hundreds of phones scattered throughout the grounds. This was actually pretty cutting edge for 1904. The switchboard operators, who were almost all women because of course they were, worked in shifts to handle all the internal communications. If there was an emergency in one part of the fair, you could call for help immediately instead of having to send a runner. The fair also had a telegraph office for sending messages outside the fairgrounds, which was how they coordinated with suppliers and handled official business. There was also a daily newspaper specifically for the fair called the World's Fair Bulletin. This thing was published every single day and distributed throughout the grounds. It had schedules of events, announcements, advertisements, and news about what was happening at the fair. Someone had to write, edit, print, and distribute this paper every day, which seems exhausting, but it was actually pretty useful for visitors who wanted to plan their day and not miss anything important. Evening is when the fair really transformed into something magical, according to contemporary accounts. The fair was famous for its illumination, which was a fancy way of saying they had a ridiculous amount of electric lights everywhere. We're talking hundreds of thousands of light bulbs outlining the buildings, creating this incredible nighttime spectacle. People would specifically come back in the evening just to see the lights turn on. Managing this lighting system was a full-time job for a team of electricians who had to make sure everything worked every single night. If a section went dark, they had to find and fix the problem immediately because the illumination was one of the fair's main attractions. There were also fireworks displays on special occasions, which required a whole separate team of pyrotechnics experts. They'd spend hours setting up the fireworks, making sure everything was positioned correctly and safely, and then they'd put on these elaborate shows that people could see from all over the fairgrounds. The cleanup after a fireworks show must have been intense, and hopefully nobody set anything on fire, though honestly, that was probably a constant worry. Sleeping story. All right, let's keep floating through this. We're going to talk about some of the more specific departments that kept the fair running, because this place was basically a small city that had to function perfectly for 7 months straight. The Department of Works was responsible for all the physical maintenance of the fairgrounds. We're talking about a staff of several hundred people whose entire job was to fix things, and there was always something to fix. Wood warped in the humidity, plaster cracked, paint peeled, railings came loose. The construction materials used for most of the buildings were never meant to last more than a year or two, so they were constantly deteriorating even while the fair was still running. Pretty ironic when you think about it. Every morning, work crews would do a walkthrough of their assigned areas looking for damage or safety hazards. They'd make a list, prioritize the repairs, and then spend the day fixing everything they could. Some repairs could be done while visitors were around, like touching up paint or replacing light bulbs. Other repairs required them to work early in the morning or late at night when the crowds were gone. Imagine trying to fix a staircase railing in the Palace of Machinery while thousands of people are walking past you. Sounds stressful. The landscaping department deserves its own mention because, holy cow, they had their work cut out for them. The fairgrounds had elaborate gardens, fountains, ponds, and thousands of trees and plants. All of this needed daily maintenance. Grass had to be mowed, flowers had to be watered and replaced when they died,
Fountains had to be cleaned and kept running. There were gardeners everywhere, constantly working to keep everything looking pristine. And this was Missouri in the summer, so plants were definitely struggling with the heat. The main fountain area, called the Grand Basin, was this huge reflecting pool with fountains and statuary. It looked absolutely beautiful in photos, but maintaining it was apparently a nightmare. The water had to be kept clean and clear, which meant filtering and treating it constantly. The fountains had to be in working order, which meant dealing with pumps and water pressure and all sorts of mechanical issues. And people definitely threw trash in there because people are people. So someone had to fish that out every day. Now let's talk about the weather, because that was a huge factor in daily operations. Missouri weather in the summer is no joke. Hot, humid, with sudden thunderstorms that could roll in out of nowhere. The fair had a weather monitoring system, which was pretty advanced for 1904. They had instruments measuring temperature, humidity, and barometric pressure, and they'd try to predict when storms were coming. When bad weather was on the horizon, they'd have to make decisions about whether to close certain outdoor exhibits or cancel events. Rain was a constant concern because most of the pathways weren't paved, they were just packed dirt or gravel. When it rained, these pathways turned into muddy messes. The fair had crews standing by with sand and gravel to dump on muddy spots, trying to keep things walkable. But honestly, when it really rained, the fair just kind of became a muddy disaster zone. Visitors would track mud everywhere, into the buildings, onto the trains, just everywhere. The cleaning crews must have hated rainy days. Heat was even more of an issue than rain. We're talking about temperatures in the 90s with high humidity, and most of the buildings didn't have air conditioning because, 1904. Some of the larger exhibition palaces had electric fans, which was considered pretty fancy, but most spaces were just hot and stuffy. The fair sold a lot of lemonade and ice cream, which makes sense. The ice cream vendors probably made a fortune. Speaking of ice, the fair had its own ice production facility because refrigeration was a massive undertaking back then. Ice was needed for food storage, for cooling drinks, for medical purposes, and for exhibits that required cold temperatures. The ice plant ran 24/7, producing huge blocks of ice that were then distributed throughout the fairgrounds. Ice delivery was a whole job in itself. You had guys driving ice wagons around all day, dropping off ice at various locations, and probably getting very tired because blocks of ice are heavy. Let's drift into the finance side of things for a bit. The fair had a whole department dedicated to handling money. And this was complicated because you had admission fees, concession sales, exhibit fees, and a million other revenue streams. Every single transaction had to be recorded and accounted for. The fair used a ticketing system where visitors bought tickets at the gate, and then those tickets could be used at various attractions and concessions. This meant there were ticket booths everywhere, and each booth needed a cashier who could handle money and make change accurately. At the end of each day, all the cashiers had to count their money, balance their registers, and turn everything over to the accounting department. The accounting folks would then spend their evening counting and recounting everything, making sure all the numbers matched up. If there were discrepancies, they had to figure out what went wrong. This happened every single day for 7 months. The tedium of it is actually kind of soothing to think about in a weird way. The fair also had to deal with payroll for all those thousands of employees. People got paid weekly, which meant every week the accounting department had to calculate wages, prepare payment envelopes, and distribute them to all the various departments. In 1904, this was all done by hand. No computers, no automated systems, just people with ledgers and adding machines doing endless calculations. There was definitely someone whose entire job was just adding up numbers all day long.
Security in Lost and Found is another interesting operational aspect. People lost stuff constantly at the fair. Hats, bags, umbrellas. Children, people lost their kids in the crowds, which must have been terrifying for everyone involved. The fair had a lost and found department where people could report missing items or, in the case of children, missing family members. They also had a system where lost children would be taken to a central location and cared for until their parents showed up. Imagine being the person in charge of watching a bunch of scared, crying kids while you wait for their parents to realize they're gone. The daily lost and found logs are actually kind of fascinating. People lost the most random stuff. Jewelry, walking sticks, entire picnic baskets, false teeth. He has false teeth. Someone lost their dentures at the World's Fair, and honestly, how does that even happen? The lost and found department kept everything for a certain period of time, and if it wasn't claimed, they'd either auction it off or dispose of it. There was probably a whole room somewhere just filled with unclaimed umbrellas. Let's talk about the press for a minute. The fair had a dedicated press building where journalists from all over the world could work. This place had telegraph services, telephone lines, and writing desks. Newspapers wanted daily coverage of the fair, so there were reporters there constantly, writing stories and sending them back to their publications. The fair's press department would organize tours for journalists, arrange interviews with important people, and generally try to make sure the fair got positive coverage. There were also official photographers who documented everything happening at the fair. These guys used large format cameras with glass plate negatives, which was a whole complicated process. They had to carry all this heavy equipment around, set up shots carefully, and then develop the plates in a dark room. The fair wanted a complete photographic record of everything, so these photographers were busy, from morning to night, capturing images of exhibits, buildings, crowds, and events. The fair hosted special events constantly. Different days were designated for different states, countries, or organizations. These special days usually involved ceremonies, speeches, parades, and receptions. Organizing these events required massive coordination. You had to arrange for speakers, set up stages and seating, manage crowds, coordinate with performers, and make sure everything ran on schedule. The Department of Special Events was probably the most stressed-out department at the entire fair. For example, when it was Germany Day or Japan Day or whatever, there would be a formal ceremony in the morning, usually at the Grand Basin. This involved speeches by important officials, musical performances, and flag presentations. Then there'd be a parade through the fairgrounds with people in traditional costumes and marching bands. Then in the evening, there'd be a formal reception with dinner and more speeches. All of this had to be planned weeks in advance, and it had to go perfectly because international relations and national pride were at stake. The music at the fair deserves its own section because there was so much of it. Multiple bandstands were scattered throughout the fairgrounds, and bands would perform throughout the day. The fair hired famous conductors and musicians to perform, and concerts were a major draw. John Philip Sousa brought his band to the fair and performed for weeks. Managing the music schedule meant coordinating with multiple performers, making sure they had proper facilities, and handling all the logistics of live performances. The bandstands needed to be maintained, the sound equipment, which was pretty basic in 1904, had to work properly, and someone had to manage the music library. The fair had its own music director who oversaw all of this, and apparently this person was constantly dealing with drama because musicians are, well, musicians. There were disputes about payment, arguments about performance schedules, complaints about accommodations, the whole 9 yards. Let's drift over to the transportation infrastructure outside the fairgrounds for a second. Getting people to the fair was a massive undertaking. St. Louis had streetcar lines that were extended and expanded specifically to serve the fair. The streetcar company added extra cars and ran them on shortened schedules to handle the crowds. On busy days, streetcars were arriving at the fair entrance every few minutes, just unloading wave after wave of people. The fair also had train connections. Special excursion trains ran from cities all over the country, bringing in tourists who wanted to visit. The railroad companies saw this as a huge business opportunity, so they offered special rates and packages. This meant the fair had to coordinate with multiple railroad companies, manage arrival schedules, and make sure there was adequate transportation from the train stations to the fairgrounds. There was a whole department just dedicated to transportation logistics. Parking was also a thing, though obviously not like modern parking. People came in horse-drawn carriages, and those horses needed somewhere to go. The fair had stables and carriage parking areas where you could leave your horse and buggy for the day. Someone had to manage these areas, make sure the horses were cared for, and keep track of which carriage belonged to which person. Can you imagine the chaos of hundreds of nearly identical black carriages all parked together? Hotels in St. Louis were absolutely packed during the fair. The city's hotel capacity was completely overwhelmed, so temporary housing sprang up everywhere. People rented out rooms in their homes, boarding houses doubled and tripled their occupancy, and temporary tent cities were set up for budget travelers. The fair had an accommodation bureau that helped visitors find places to stay, which must have been an overwhelming job during peak season. Food supply logistics were incredibly complex. The fair went through tons of food every single day, literally tons. All of this had to be sourced, transported, stored, and prepared. The central commissary had relationships with farms and suppliers all over the region. Deliveries arrived early every morning, usually by train or horse-drawn wagon. There were refrigerated storage areas for perishables, dry goods warehouses, and separate facilities for different types of food. The sheer variety of food available at the fair was actually pretty impressive for 1904. You could get American food, obviously, but also French cuisine, German food, Chinese food, Mexican food, and dishes from dozens of other countries. Each national pavilion usually had its own restaurant or food service, and these places were serious about authenticity. They imported ingredients, hired chefs from their home countries, and served dishes that most Americans probably never tried before.
Now let's talk about the actual people who worked at the fair, because these folks had some pretty specific and sometimes bizarre jobs. We've mentioned various departments, but let's get into the day-to-day reality of what these people actually did. The ticket takers at the gates had probably one of the most repetitive jobs imaginable. Stand at your post, take tickets, let people through, repeat several thousand times a day. These workers started early, usually around 7 a.m., to prepare for the 8 a.m. opening. They'd count their ticket stock, make sure their booth was clean, and get ready for the rush. On busy days, especially weekends and holidays, the gates would be absolutely mobbed. People pushing, shoving, complaining about the wait. The ticket takers had to keep things moving while also watching for counterfeit tickets, which was apparently a problem. Counterfeit tickets were a real issue because 50 cents was a decent chunk of money, and people tried to scam their way in. The fair had specific security features on their tickets, and the gate workers had to check each one quickly but carefully. If they caught someone with a fake ticket, they had to call security and deal with the whole confrontation. Most people working the gates probably just wanted a quiet day where everyone had legitimate tickets and nobody yelled at them. Inside the fairgrounds, you had the information booth attendants. These poor souls had to answer the same questions over and over all day long. Where's the bathroom? Where's the German pavilion? What time does the parade start? Is there somewhere to eat? Where can I find my lost child? They had to be polite, knowledgeable, and patient, even when someone asked them for the 5th time that hour where the bathrooms were. The fair printed maps and guidebooks, but apparently a lot of people either didn't buy them or couldn't read them or just preferred to ask someone. The guidebook sellers were another ubiquitous presence. They'd walk around with stacks of official fair guidebooks, selling them for like 10 or 25 cents, depending on the version. These guys worked on commission, so they were motivated to be pushy. They'd approach every group of confused-looking visitors and try to convince them they absolutely needed a guidebook. Some of them were probably pretty annoying about it, honestly. Let's talk about the geisha girls. No, wait, that's not right. Let me clarify. There were women working at various international pavilions, and their jobs varied wildly depending on which country's exhibit they worked for. Some were demonstrators, showing traditional crafts or cultural practices. Others were servers in restaurants. Some were just there to look decorative and exotic, which, yeah, was problematic, but also very 1904. These women often worked long hours in elaborate costumes that were probably uncomfortable in the Missouri heat. The Japanese pavilion, for instance, had actual workers from Japan who demonstrated tea ceremonies, flower arranging, and other cultural practices. They did multiple demonstrations a day, always having to be gracious and educational while crowds of Americans stared at them and asked ignorant questions. The patience required for this job must have been incredible. The exhibit demonstrators in the technology and industrial sections had a different kind of challenge. They had to understand complex machinery well enough to explain it to regular people who maybe had an 8th grade education and had never seen anything like this before. Imagine trying to explain how a telegraph works to someone who's never used a telephone, or demonstrating a new type of agricultural equipment to farmers who've been doing things the same way their entire lives and are suspicious of change. These demonstrators usually did the same presentation multiple times a day. They'd have set terms like 10 a.m., noon, 2 p.m., and 4 p.m., and they'd have to be on for each performance. Same jokes, same explanations, same enthusiasm, even though they'd done this exact thing literally hundreds of times already. The mental exhaustion of that kind of repetition is real. The cleaning staff deserves a whole section because their job was never ending. The fair employed hundreds of cleaners who worked in shifts to keep the place from becoming a total disaster. The day shift would start right after the gates opened, sweeping, mopping, emptying trash cans, and cleaning bathrooms. The evening shift would come in later to handle the worst of the crowd aftermath. And then there was the night shift who did the deep cleaning after the fair closed. Bathrooms were a constant battle. With thousands of people using them every day, they got disgusting fast. The cleaning staff had to scrub toilets, mop floors, refill soap and paper, and try to keep everything sanitary. This was before modern disinfectants and cleaning products, so they were working with whatever basic cleaners were available in 1904. The smell alone probably made this one of the worst jobs at the fair. Trash collection was its own operation. The fair generated mountains of garbage every single day. Food waste, paper trash, broken items, you name it. There were trash cans everywhere, but people still littered constantly. The cleanup crews would make rounds throughout the day, emptying cans and picking up litter. At night, all this trash had to be hauled away to disposal sites outside the fairgrounds. The fair had a small fleet of wagons specifically for trash removal, and the guys driving these wagons probably didn't get invited to a lot of parties because they absolutely reeked. Security guards had varying levels of responsibility depending on where they were stationed. Guards at high-value exhibits like the ones with expensive jewelry or gold had to be constantly vigilant. They'd stand there for hours, watching the crowds, looking for anyone acting suspicious. It was probably incredibly boring, punctuated by occasional moments of panic when someone reached toward an exhibit or a crowd got too pushy. Roaming security guards had a different job. They'd patrol assigned areas looking for problems: pickpockets, con artists, drunks, people harassing others, lost children, medical emergencies. They had to be ready for anything. These guards carried badges and had some authority, but they weren't exactly trained law enforcement. A lot of them were just guys who needed a job and were willing to walk around all day.
The fair also had plainclothes detectives who mingled with the crowds, specifically looking for criminals. Pickpocketing was such a major problem that the fair hired detectives whose entire job was to catch thieves. They'd dress like regular visitors and watch for suspicious behavior. When they spotted a pickpocket, they'd follow them, wait for them to make a move, and then arrest them. This sounds kind of exciting, but it was probably mostly just walking around for hours watching people be boring. Food vendors had one of the more entrepreneurial jobs at the fair. A lot of them were independent operators who paid for space and then tried to make as much money as possible. They'd arrive early to set up, spend the day cooking and selling, and then clean up and count their earnings at night. The successful vendors made good money, but it was hard work. Standing over a hot grill in the summer heat, dealing with crowds, trying to keep your ingredients fresh, it was a grind. The ice cream vendors probably had it best in terms of product demand. Everyone wanted ice cream when it was hot, and it was hot a lot. But ice cream was also a pain to keep frozen with 1904 technology. They had insulated containers packed with ice, but the ice melted fast and needed constant replenishing. Running out of ice cream in the middle of a busy afternoon was a disaster, so these vendors were always stressed about their ice supply. Souvenir sellers were everywhere, hawking postcards, pins, miniature buildings, pennants, and all sorts of commemorative junk. These folks had to be good at sales, knowing when to approach people and how to convince them they needed a memento of their visit. The markup on souvenirs was probably substantial, so the vendors who were good at this made decent money. The ones who weren't good at it probably struggled. Photographers at the fair offered to take people's pictures as souvenirs. This was back when most people didn't own cameras, so having your photo taken at the World's Fair was a special thing. The photographers would set up in scenic locations, convince people to pose, take the picture, and then tell them where to pick up the finished print later. The whole process of developing photos took time, so there was a whole system for making sure people got the right pictures. Let's talk about the ride operators for a minute. The fair had various rides and attractions, including the famous Ferris wheel, which was actually from the 1893 Chicago World's Fair, but was brought to St. Louis. Operating these rides meant starting them up in the morning, running them all day, doing safety checks, and shutting them down at night. Ride operators had to load and unload passengers efficiently while making sure nobody did anything stupid that would get them hurt. The Ferris wheel operators had a particularly important job because that thing was massive and mechanical failures would be catastrophic. They had to inspect it daily, grease the parts, check the cars, and monitor it constantly while it was running. If anything seemed wrong, they had to shut it down immediately and call for engineers. The liability concerns must have been intense, even by 1904 standards. Performers at the fair had their own unique challenges. There were actors, dancers, musicians, acrobats, and all sorts of entertainers. These folks usually did multiple shows a day, and they had to bring the same energy to each performance even when they were exhausted. The theater spaces weren't air-conditioned, the costumes were hot and heavy, and the audiences could be tough. Bad weather meant smaller crowds and less money. Good weather meant bigger crowds but also more competition from outdoor attractions. The live animal handlers probably had one of the most difficult jobs. Various exhibits included live animals. Agricultural displays had livestock, some international exhibits had exotic animals, and there were animal shows and demonstrations. These animals needed to be fed, watered, cleaned up after, and kept healthy. A sick or dead animal in an exhibit would be a disaster, so the handlers had to be constantly vigilant about animal welfare. Agricultural exhibits often included cows, horses, pigs, sheep, and chickens. These animals produced a lot of waste, which meant constant mucking out of stalls and pens. The smell must have been pretty intense, especially in the summer heat. The handlers also had to make sure the animals looked presentable for visitors, so there was grooming involved. Nobody wants to look at a dirty, scraggly cow, apparently. Exotic animals were a different challenge entirely. Some countries brought animals that were not native to Missouri and not adapted to the climate. Keeping these animals alive and healthy in an unfamiliar environment required expertise and constant attention. There were definitely animal welfare issues happening, but again, 1904 standards were very different from today. Telegraph and telephone operators worked in the communications building, handling messages all day long. The telegraph operators had to be fluent in Morse code, typing out messages and transcribing incoming ones. This required concentration and accuracy because mistakes could cause serious problems. The telephone operators connected calls, both internal calls within the fair and external calls to the city. They had to be professional, efficient, and patient, especially when dealing with difficult callers. The printing press operators who produced the daily bulletin worked night shifts, getting the paper ready for morning distribution. They'd receive the content from writers and editors, set the type, which was done by hand, arranging individual letters, and run the presses. This was skilled work that required precision and speed. The finished papers then had to be bundled and distributed to vendors throughout the fairgrounds before the gates opened.
All right, let's get into the actual daily schedule and rhythm of the fair, because this place ran like clockwork when things went well and like complete chaos when they didn't. The day started around 4 a.m. for the earliest workers. That's when the cleaning crews arrived to make their final pass through the fairgrounds before opening. They'd sweep the main walkways, empty any trash cans that had somehow accumulated overnight garbage, and make sure everything looked pristine. The goal was for the first visitors to walk into a perfect, clean environment, like the fair had magically cleaned itself overnight. Around 5 a.m., the food vendors and restaurant workers started arriving. Bakers needed to get bread and pastries in the ovens, cooks needed to prep ingredients for the day, coffee had to be brewed. The breakfast crowd would start arriving pretty much as soon as the gates opened, and nobody wanted to wait for their food, so everything had to be ready to go. The smell of fresh bread and coffee probably made the early morning shifts slightly more bearable. At 6 a.m., the maintenance crews did their morning inspections. Engineers checked the electrical systems, making sure all the circuits were functioning. Plumbers checked for leaks or water pressure issues. Carpenters looked for any structural problems that developed overnight. The fountain crews made sure all the water features were working properly. This inspection process took a couple of hours, and if they found any problems, they had to fix them before opening, or at least make sure they weren't safety hazards. The landscaping crews were also out at 6 a.m., doing their morning watering and tidying. They'd water the gardens, which had to be done early before the heat of the day made it pointless. They'd pick up any leaves or debris that had fallen overnight. They'd deadhead flowers that were past their prime and replace them with fresh ones. The fair's gardens had to look perfect every single day, which meant constant work. At 7 a.m., the retail shops and exhibit halls started opening up. Workers in these spaces arrived to unlock, turn on lights, arrange displays, and generally prepare for visitors. In the exhibition palaces, attendants would dust off displays, make sure everything was in its proper place, and review any special events or demonstrations scheduled for the day. Each palace had a morning meeting where the supervisor would go over the agenda and assign specific duties. The transportation system started running around 7:30 a.m. The intramural railway operators would do a test run of the entire loop, making sure the tracks were clear and the trains were functioning properly. The rolling chair pushers would start congregating near the main entrance, waiting for customers. These guys were independent contractors, basically, so they had to hustle to get customers before other pushers did. There was probably some rivalry and drama among them. At 8 a.m., the gates officially opened and the first wave of visitors came through. Early morning visitors were usually the serious ones, the people who wanted to maximize their time and see as much as possible. They'd have their guidebooks out, plans made, and they'd head straight for whatever they wanted to see first. The staff working the front areas had to be alert and ready to answer questions right away. By 9 a.m., the fairgrounds would start to fill up. The first demonstrations and shows of the day would begin. Musicians would start performing at the various bandstands. The Pike would come alive with barkers calling out to potential customers. The restaurants would start getting busy with people looking for a second breakfast or early lunch. The fair would settle into its daily rhythm of constant activity and noise. Mid-morning was usually when the tour groups arrived. Schools would organize field trips to the fair, churches would arrange group visits, and various organizations would bring their members. These groups required special handling because you'd have dozens of people all together, all needing coordination. The fair had tour guides available to hire, and these folks would spend their entire day leading groups around, explaining exhibits, and keeping everyone together. Herding cats sounds easier than managing a group of excited school children at a World's Fair. Lunchtime, from about 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., was absolute chaos in the food service areas. Every restaurant, cafe, and food stand would be packed. Lines would form, people would get impatient, servers and cooks would be slammed trying to keep up with orders. The central commissary would be frantically restocking supplies as vendors ran out of items. This was the most stressful part of the day for anyone working in food service. The fair had tried to plan for lunch crowds by having multiple dining options spread throughout the grounds, but on really busy days, it wasn't enough. People would wait in line for 30 minutes or more just to get a sandwich. The fancy restaurants that took reservations had it slightly better, but even they'd be completely booked during peak hours. Some visitors probably just gave up and ate whatever snacks they'd brought from home. Early afternoon, from about 2 to 4 p.m., was when things would calm down slightly. The lunch rush was over, and it was usually the hottest part of the day, so people would slow down and seek shade. The attendance at indoor exhibits would spike because people wanted to get out of the sun. The cooling-off fountains would be surrounded by people dabbing their faces with handkerchiefs and fanning themselves. First aid stations would see an uptick in heat exhaustion cases. This was when the performers and demonstrators would take their breaks. A lot of the scheduled shows had gaps in the early afternoon, specifically because the crowds were smaller and people were less interested in watching things when they were overheated and tired. The workers would use this time to eat, rest, and prepare for the busier evening hours. Around 5 p.m., things would pick up again as the temperature started to drop and people got their second wind. Evening demonstrations would begin. Special events, if there were any that day, would usually start in the late afternoon. The fair would start transitioning from daytime mode to evening mode, which involved different staffing and different energy. At 5 p.m., the early dinner crowd would start hitting the restaurants. People who wanted to eat before watching the evening illumination would fill up the dining rooms. The food vendors would experience a second rush, though not quite as intense as lunch. The evening meal service would stretch until about 8 p.m., keeping the kitchen workers busy for hours. As the sun started setting, around 6 or 7 p.m. depending on the season, the electrical crews would begin the process of turning on the illumination. This was done in stages, with different sections lighting up gradually to create a dramatic effect. The moment the lights came on was apparently breathtaking every single time. Even people who worked at the fair and saw it every day said it never got old.
Evening was when the fair transformed into something almost magical. The heat of the day was gone, the buildings were outlined in thousands of lights, and there was a different, more relaxed atmosphere. Families would stroll along the illuminated walkways, couples would walk hand in hand. The bandstands would have evening concerts. It was the romantic, picturesque version of the fair that all the postcards showed. But for the workers, evening meant a different kind of busy. The bars and beer gardens would be packed, the entertainment venues would be running their shows. Security had to be more vigilant because people would be drinking and getting rowdy. The number of lost children reports would go up because families would get separated in the crowds, and the darkness made it harder to find each other. The fair officially closed at 11 p.m. most nights, though this varied for special events. At closing time, the staff had to start the process of clearing everyone out, which was always interesting because there were always people who didn't want to leave. Security would walk through making announcements, gently but firmly encouraging everyone to head for the exits. Stragglers would be rounded up. And there were always a few people who tried to hide somewhere so they could stay in the fair overnight, which, no. Once the visitors were gone, the night shift took over. Cleaning crews would descend on the fairgrounds for the deep clean. They'd mop floors, scrub bathrooms, empty trash, and basically reset everything for the next day. This work continued until 2 or 3 a.m. in some areas. The workers doing this shift were probably exhausted constantly, sleeping during the day and working all night in an endless cycle. Overnight security patrols walked the grounds, checking for fires, intruders, or any problems. The fair was a target for vandalism and theft, so having guards present 24/7 was necessary. These night guards probably dealt more with rats and stray cats than actual criminals, but they still had to be alert. A fire in one of the temporary buildings would be catastrophic, so fire watch was a serious responsibility. The maintenance crews also worked through the night on repairs that couldn't be done during operating hours. If something major broke during the day, they'd work overnight to fix it. If a building needed significant repairs, that happened at night. The carpenters, electricians, and plumbers on night shift were probably the most skilled workers because they had to diagnose and fix problems quickly without supervision or support. Now, let's talk about what happened when things went wrong, because they definitely did. The fair had emergency protocols for various situations, and they needed them because with that many people in one place, emergencies were inevitable. Fire was the biggest fear. With wooden and plaster buildings, open flames for lighting and cooking, and summer heat, fire was a constant danger. The fair had its own fire brigade with equipment stationed throughout the grounds. When a fire alarm went off, these crews had to respond immediately. There were several small fires during the fair's run, mostly contained quickly, but the potential for disaster was always there. Medical emergencies happened daily. Heart attacks, broken bones, severe cuts, allergic reactions, you name it. The fair's hospital and first aid stations had to be ready for anything. Ambulances would rush patients to the hospital building where doctors would treat them. Serious cases had to be transported to city hospitals, which meant coordinating with St. Louis medical facilities. The fair kept detailed medical records of every patient treated, and reading through these logs gives you a sense of just how many things could go wrong. Lost children were probably the most common emergency. Multiple times every day, a panicked parent would report that their child had wandered off. The fair had a system where the lost child's description would be relayed to all security stations and information booths. Guards would search their areas while the child was taken to a central lost children location. Most kids were reunited with their parents within an hour, but there were cases where it took longer, and everyone involved must have been terrified. Weather emergencies required quick action. When severe thunderstorms rolled in, the fair had to decide whether to evacuate outdoor areas or shut down completely.
Lightning was dangerous, especially around the metal structures and electrical systems. Heavy rain could turn the grounds into a muddy mess and create slip hazards. High winds could damage the temporary buildings. The fair's weather monitoring system would give warnings, and then supervisors had to make judgment calls about what to do. There were also occasional crowd control issues. If too many people congregated in one area, it could become dangerous. Stampedes were a real concern, especially if something caused panic. Security had to be trained in crowd management, knowing how to disperse people safely and prevent crushes. There were a few incidents where crowds got too dense and people were injured in the pushing and shoving. Theft was a constant problem, despite all the security measures. Pickpockets worked the crowds relentlessly. Exhibits had items stolen. Vendors had cash and merchandise taken. The fair security department spent a lot of time investigating thefts and trying to catch thieves. They had some success, but realistically, a lot of theft went unsolved because there were just too many people and too much opportunity.
Let's drift into the international pavilions for a while, because these were some of the most elaborate and interesting parts of the fair, and also some of the most complicated to manage on a daily basis. Each major country that participated built its own pavilion, and these weren't just simple buildings. They were architectural statements designed to showcase national identity and cultural achievements. The pavilions had to be maintained, staffed, and operated according to the standards of their home countries, which created some interesting challenges. The German pavilion was this massive neoclassical building with Baroque elements, and it required a ton of daily upkeep. The Germans took their participation very seriously, so everything had to be absolutely perfect. They had staff members who would literally polish the brass fixtures multiple times a day. The landscaping around the German building was meticulously maintained, with gardens arranged in formal patterns that had to be weeded and trimmed constantly. The interior exhibits showcased German manufacturing, art, and culture, and these displays were rearranged and updated regularly to keep things fresh. Managing the German pavilion meant coordinating with German officials who were very particular about how their country was represented. There were protocols to follow, standards to maintain, and regular inspections to ensure everything met expectations. The staff working there had to speak German, understand German culture, and be able to answer detailed questions about Germany's economy, history, and society. It was a lot of pressure. The Japanese pavilion was completely different in style and operation. It was designed to look like a traditional Japanese structure with pagoda elements, and it included gardens with koi ponds, stone lanterns, and carefully pruned trees. The Japanese took a different approach than the Germans, focusing on creating an immersive cultural experience rather than just showcasing products and achievements. Daily operations at the Japanese pavilion involved ceremonies and demonstrations throughout the day. Tea ceremonies were performed multiple times daily, always following precise traditional protocols. These ceremonies took hours to prepare for. The tea had to be prepared correctly, the room had to be arranged just so, the performers had to be in proper attire, and then they'd do the same ceremony again a few hours later for a new group of visitors. The Japanese gardens required specialized care. You couldn't just have any gardener working on them because the aesthetic principles were specific and important. The Japanese brought their own gardeners who understood how to maintain the precise look they wanted. These gardeners would arrive early every morning to rake the gravel in specific patterns, trim trees in traditional styles, and make sure everything looked exactly right. It was probably meditative work, or incredibly tedious, depending on your perspective. The French pavilion went for grandeur and elegance, naturally. It was designed to look like a French palace, and the interior was decorated with chandeliers, tapestries, and ornate furniture. The French showcased their wine, champagne, fashion, and luxury goods. They also had a restaurant that served French cuisine, and was apparently one of the best dining experiences at the entire fair, though also one of the most expensive. Running the French restaurant required chefs who actually knew French cooking, which meant they either brought people from France or hired French immigrants living in America. The kitchen had to be stocked with French ingredients, some of which had to be imported, which was a logistical challenge. Fresh ingredients arriving from France took weeks by ship, so planning ahead was crucial. The restaurant staff had to maintain French service standards, which were formal and elaborate compared to typical American dining. The British Pavilion was all about showcasing the British Empire, which in 1904 was still massive and global. They had exhibits from India, Canada, Australia, South Africa, and other colonies. This created interesting staffing situations because they needed people who could speak about all these different regions knowledgeably. The British Pavilion probably had one of the most diverse staff groups at the fair, with representatives from various parts of the empire. Daily operations included demonstrations of goods and products from across the empire, tea from India, wool from Australia, diamonds from South Africa. Each of these exhibits needed attendants who understood the products and could explain their significance. The British also hosted formal receptions regularly, which required event staff, caterers, and protocol officers to make sure everything followed proper British etiquette. The smaller countries had more modest pavilions, but still faced daily operational challenges. The Belgian pavilion focused on showcasing Belgian chocolate, lace, and art. The staff there spent a lot of time giving samples of chocolate to visitors, which probably made them popular. But managing food samples meant dealing with storage, freshness, and making sure people didn't just grab handfuls and walk away without learning anything about Belgium.
The Italian pavilion showcased art, marble, and Italian craftsmanship. They had sculptors doing live demonstrations, which was pretty cool, but also required managing marble dust and tools and making sure nobody got hurt. The Italian restaurant served pasta and other dishes, and apparently the kitchen got very hot and chaotic during busy times. Italian cooking involves a lot of high-heat techniques, and doing that all day in a temporary building in Missouri summer was probably miserable. The Asian pavilions beyond Japan, like China, Siam, and others, faced unique challenges because American understanding of Asian cultures in 1904 was pretty limited and often stereotyped. The staff had to constantly deal with ignorant questions and misconceptions while trying to present their cultures authentically. It was probably exhausting having to educate people who came in with preconceived notions shaped by racism and Orientalism. The Chinese pavilion showcased traditional crafts, silk, porcelain, and tea. They had craftspeople doing demonstrations of silk weaving, porcelain painting, and other traditional arts. These demonstrations required skill and concentration, but the demonstrators had to do them while surrounded by gawking crowds. Imagine trying to do detailed, delicate work while dozens of people stand around asking questions and occasionally bumping into your workspace. It probably worked better than you'd expect, but it was also probably frustrating for everyone involved. Latin American pavilions from countries like Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina faced the challenge of distinguishing themselves in American minds that often lumped all of Latin America together. Each country wanted to showcase its unique culture, products, and achievements. The Mexican pavilion had elaborate exhibits of silverwork, textiles, and archaeological artifacts. They also had to deal with American stereotypes about Mexico, which in 1904 were not great. Managing these international spaces meant dealing with diplomatic sensitivities constantly. If something went wrong with a country's exhibit, it could become an international incident. If one country felt their pavilion was less prominent or less well-maintained than another's, there could be complaints through official channels. The fair's International Relations Department had to smooth over these issues constantly, balancing national pride with practical limitations. Each pavilion had its own budget provided by its home government, but these budgets didn't always cover everything needed. There were constant requests for additional funds, disputes over expenses, and debates about what was worth spending money on. Some countries spent lavishly, others were more frugal, and this created visible differences in the quality and scale of pavilions. Staffing international pavilions with people from those countries meant dealing with immigration and work authorization issues. The United States had to issue special permits for foreign workers to come to St. Louis for the fair. These workers needed places to live, and housing them was complicated because 1904 America wasn't exactly welcoming to foreigners, especially non-Europeans. There was discrimination, language barriers, and cultural adjustment issues. The daily routine for workers in international pavilions often involved wearing traditional or formal attire from their countries. This was part of the cultural presentation, but it also meant being uncomfortable all day. Wearing heavy, traditional costumes in Missouri summer heat had to be brutal. Some pavilions had cooling-off periods where staff could change into lighter clothing during breaks, but while they were on display, they had to maintain appearances. Language was a constant issue. Not all visitors spoke English well, and not all pavilion staff spoke English well. This led to miscommunications, confusion, and occasional conflict. The fair had translators available, but there weren't enough to cover every possible language combination. A lot of communication happened through gestures, pointing, and broken phrases. It probably worked better than you'd expect, but it was also probably frustrating for everyone involved. Food service in international pavilions had to navigate American health and safety regulations while trying to serve authentic cuisine. Health inspectors would come through regularly, and they didn't always understand or approve of foreign cooking methods. There were conflicts over how food should be stored, prepared, and served. Some traditional dishes couldn't be served at all because the ingredients weren't available or approved. The daily financial operations of international pavilions were complex. They had to track revenue from restaurant sales, admission fees for special exhibits, and merchandise sales. This money had to be accounted for and reported back to their home governments. Currency exchange was complicated because people paid in American dollars, but pavilions often needed to convert money for international transactions. Exchange rates fluctuated, and accounting for all of this required skilled bookkeepers. Entertainment in international pavilions ranged from traditional music performances to cultural dances to theatrical presentations. These performances required rehearsal time, costume maintenance, and coordination with the fair's overall event schedule. If a pavilion had a performance scheduled at the same time as a major event elsewhere at the fair, attendance would suffer. The scheduling politics got complicated. The physical maintenance of international pavilions fell partly on the fair's general maintenance crews, but also on pavilion-specific staff. This created coordination challenges. If something broke, who was responsible for fixing it? If painting needed to be touched up, should it be done by the fair's painters who might not match the original exactly, or by painters from the home country who might not be available? These questions came up constantly. Security in international pavilions was heightened because many exhibits included valuable items, art, jewelry, precious metals, rare artifacts. All of this needed protection. Each pavilion had its own security staff in addition to the fair's general security. These guards had to coordinate with each other, share information about suspicious individuals, and maintain a security perimeter without making visitors feel uncomfortable or unwelcome. The end of each day in international pavilions involved careful closing procedures. Everything had to be locked up, valuable items had to be secured, cash had to be counted and deposited, and the space had to be prepared for the next day. The closing routines were detailed and specific because any mistakes could result in theft or damage. Staff members would do walkthroughs, checking every door, window, and display case. At night, after the fair closed, pavilion representatives often attended dinners, receptions, or meetings with fair officials and other international representatives. This was part networking, part diplomacy, part exhaustion. These folks worked long days at their pavilions and then had evening social obligations on top of that. The schedule had to be draining.
Now let's float over to the state pavilions, because every U.S. state wanted to show off at the fair, and managing all of them created its own layer of operational complexity. Each state built its own building, and the designs varied wildly based on budget, ambition, and state pride. Some states went all out with elaborate structures, while others built modest buildings that were basically fancy sheds. But regardless of size, every state pavilion required daily operations, staffing, and maintenance. The larger states like New York, Pennsylvania, and Illinois had substantial pavilions with multiple rooms, reception areas, and exhibit spaces. These buildings functioned almost like mini embassies, serving as gathering places for visitors from those states and showcasing state products, history, and achievements. Running these pavilions was like running a small community center. You needed staff to greet visitors, maintain the building, organize events, and coordinate with the state government back home. State pavilions typically had a board of commissioners appointed by the governor, and these commissioners were responsible for the pavilion's operations and budget. They'd meet regularly to discuss issues, approve expenditures, and plan events. This created layers of bureaucracy because any significant decision had to go through the commission, which meant paperwork, meetings, and delays. Nothing happened quickly. Daily operations usually started with the pavilion hostess or director arriving early to open up and prepare for visitors. These were often prominent women from the state who volunteered for the position, seeing it as a prestigious role. They'd unlock the building, arrange furniture, put out fresh flowers, and make sure everything looked welcoming. Then they'd spend the day greeting visitors, answering questions about their state, and generally acting as ambassadors. State pavilions were popular places for people from those states to meet up. If you were from Iowa and visiting the fair, you'd probably stop by the Iowa building to see familiar faces, rest in a comfortable chair, and maybe write letters home using the pavilion stationery. The state buildings became little havens of familiarity in the overwhelming chaos of the fair. The staff had to maintain guest books where visitors could sign in, and these guest books became treasured records of who visited the fair. Each state showcased its agricultural products, manufactured goods, and natural resources. The displays had to be kept fresh and appealing, which meant regular rotation of products. If a state was showing off apples or corn or wheat, that produce would spoil eventually and need replacing. Someone had to coordinate with suppliers back in the state to ship fresh products regularly. The logistics of keeping agricultural displays fresh was a constant headache. Manufacturing exhibits required different maintenance. If a state was displaying machinery, textiles, or other manufactured goods, these items needed to be dusted, polished, and kept in working order. Some states had live demonstrations of manufacturing processes, which meant operating equipment daily and dealing with maintenance issues when machines broke down. Finding replacement parts in 1904 for specialized machinery was not easy. The Missouri State Building was obviously prominent since the fair was in St. Louis. Missouri went all out, building a large structure that served as headquarters for state officials and as a showcase for Missouri products. The daily operations here were particularly intense because Missouri had a reputation to uphold as the host state. Everything had to be perfect, which put extra pressure on the staff. The Missouri building hosted official receptions and events constantly. Whenever there was a special day for another state or country, Missouri officials would attend ceremonies and host follow-up receptions. This meant the Missouri Pavilion staff had to be ready to set up for formal events on short notice, preparing refreshments, arranging seating, and coordinating with caterers. The event calendar for the Missouri building was probably insane. Western states like California, Oregon, and Washington used their pavilions to promote settlement and investment. They'd have exhibits showing the agricultural potential of their regions, samples of minerals and timber, and promotional literature encouraging people to move west. The staff in these pavilions were essentially doing sales pitches all day, trying to convince visitors that their state was the best place to relocate. It was part tourism promotion, part real estate marketing. Southern states had a complicated role at the fair because this was only about 40 years after the Civil War, and the regional tensions were still very real. States like Virginia, Georgia, and Louisiana wanted to showcase how they'd recovered and modernized since the war, but they also had to navigate northern attitudes and sensitivities. The staff in southern pavilions had to be diplomatic, emphasizing progress and industry while downplaying still contentious issues. The agricultural focus of many southern pavilions made sense given their economies. Cotton, tobacco, sugar, and other crops were displayed prominently. Some pavilions had working demonstrations of cotton processing or sugar refining. These demonstrations required skilled operators and constant supplies of raw materials. Coordinating shipments of cotton or sugarcane to St. Louis and keeping them fresh enough for demonstrations was challenging.
New England states tended to focus on their industrial achievements and historical significance. Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island showcased textile manufacturing, precision tools, and other industrial products. Their pavilions often had historical exhibits, too, emphasizing their role in American independence and early American history. The staff had to be knowledgeable about both industrial processes and historical facts, ready to educate visitors on both fronts. The smaller, less populated states had more modest pavilions, but still faced operational challenges. States like Vermont, New Hampshire, and Delaware built simpler structures, but still needed daily staffing and maintenance. These smaller pavilions often relied heavily on volunteers rather than paid staff, which created scheduling challenges. If your volunteer didn't show up, you might have to close the pavilion for the day or scramble to find coverage. State days were major events that required extensive preparation. Each state had a designated day when there'd be special ceremonies, parades, and celebrations. The state's governor and other officials would usually attend. Planning these events took months of coordination between the state government, the fair administration, and various other parties. The actual execution on State Day required perfect timing and lots of staff to manage crowds and logistics. On State Day, the State Pavilion would be decorated elaborately with flags, bunting, and flowers. There'd be a formal ceremony in the morning, usually at the Grand Basin, with speeches by the governor and fair officials. Then there'd be a parade through the fairgrounds featuring people in state-themed costumes, marching bands, and decorated floats. After the parade, there'd be a reception at the State Pavilion with refreshments and more speeches. The whole day was choreographed down to the minute. The staff working these state days put in incredibly long hours. They'd arrive early to decorate and prepare, work through the entire day managing events, and stay late to clean up afterwards. For the pavilion hostesses and commissioners, State Day was probably the most stressful day of the entire fair. Everything had to go perfectly because state pride was on the line and important officials were watching. Between state days, pavilions settled into quieter routines, but there was always work to do. Correspondence with the state government back home was constant. Reports had to be written about attendance, events, and expenditures. Requests for additional funds or supplies had to be submitted and justified. The administrative paperwork alone was probably overwhelming. State pavilions also served as information centers for visitors planning to travel to those states. They'd answer questions about transportation, lodging, attractions, and business opportunities. They'd distribute maps, guidebooks, and promotional materials. Some pavilions kept statistics on how many people requested information about moving to their state, using this data to justify the expense of participating in the fair. The buildings themselves required constant upkeep. Wood buildings in humid summer weather deteriorated quickly. Paint faded and peeled, roofs leaked, foundations settled unevenly. The maintenance crews for state pavilions were constantly patching, painting, and repairing. Some states budgeted adequately for maintenance, others didn't, and you could tell which was which by how shabby their buildings looked by the end of the summer. Furnishing state pavilions was another consideration. They needed chairs, tables, desks, decorations, and various amenities. Some states shipped furniture from back home, others bought it locally. Either way, furniture got worn out from constant use and needed replacing. Upholstery got stained, wood got scratched, things broke. Someone had to keep track of all the furnishings and arrange for repairs or replacements. Security in state pavilions was usually lighter than in international pavilions because the exhibits were less valuable. But theft was still a concern. States displayed products and promotional materials that people would steal. Copper samples from Montana, citrus from Florida, promotional posters from California. People would just take stuff. The staff had to keep an eye on visitors and try to prevent theft without being rude or unwelcoming. The restrooms in state pavilions were a significant amenity that required maintenance. These were often nicer and cleaner than the public restrooms elsewhere on the fairgrounds, which made them popular with visitors from those states. But this also meant they got used heavily and needed constant cleaning and restocking. The custodial staff for state pavilions spent a lot of time just keeping the bathrooms presentable. Some state pavilions had sleeping accommodations for state officials and special guests. This created a whole additional operational layer because now you're essentially running a small hotel. Beds needed fresh linens, rooms needed cleaning, and you had to coordinate arrival and departure times. The staff managing these accommodations probably wished they'd just booked hotels in the city instead. Food service in state pavilions varied. Some served light refreshments like lemonade and cookies, Others had full dining facilities serving regional specialties. Managing food service meant dealing with supplies, preparation, serving, and cleanup. States that served regional foods faced the challenge of sourcing authentic ingredients. If Texas wanted to serve barbecue or Louisiana wanted to serve gumbo, they needed to get the right ingredients to make it authentic. The end-of-day closing procedures for state pavilions were similar to international pavilions, but usually more formal. Staff would tidy up, lock valuables away, secure the building, and prepare for the next day. They'd review the guest book entries, count any money collected, and make notes about any issues that needed addressing. Then they'd finally go home, probably exhausted. Throughout the fair's 7-month run, state pavilion staff became like small families. They worked together daily, dealt with problems together, and celebrated successes together. There were probably friendships formed and romances that started. There were also probably conflicts and personality clashes because spending that much time with the same people in a stressful environment creates tension. As the fair drew toward its close in December, state pavilions started planning their shutdown. They had to pack up exhibits, arrange for shipping items back home, clean out the buildings, and coordinate with the fair administration about building demolition or removal. Some states tried to sell their buildings to be moved and reused elsewhere. Others just let them be torn down. The final days in state pavilions were probably bittersweet. After months of operation, the staff had become attached to their spaces and their routines, but they were probably also ready to be done and go home. The cleanup and packing process took weeks, stretching into late December and even early January 1905 in some cases.
All right, let's drift into the technological side of the fair, because 1904 was a moment of rapid industrial advancement, and the fair wanted to showcase all of it. The Palace of Machinery and the Palace of Electricity were massive buildings filled with the latest innovations, and keeping all this technology running was a monumental task. The Palace of Machinery was this enormous structure housing everything from steam engines to textile looms to agricultural equipment. The noise level in this building must have been incredible. Dozens of machines running simultaneously, all clanking, hissing, grinding, and thumping. The workers in this space probably had hearing damage by the end of the fair, honestly. Each exhibit in the Palace of Machinery required an operator who understood the equipment and could run demonstrations. These operators were usually provided by the companies exhibiting the machinery. They'd arrive in the morning, fire up their machines, and run demonstrations throughout the day. Starting up steam engines and industrial equipment wasn't like flipping a switch. It took time and expertise. Boilers needed to build pressure, engines needed to warm up, everything had to be checked for safety. The engineers maintaining the Palace of Machinery had a stressful job. Machines broke down constantly, belts snapped, gears jammed, bearings overheated. When something broke during operating hours, it had to be fixed immediately because the whole point of these exhibits was to show working machinery. The engineers had to be skilled in multiple types of mechanical systems and able to troubleshoot problems quickly. Safety was a major concern in the machinery exhibits. These were dangerous industrial machines that could easily injure or kill someone if operated improperly or if someone got too close. The fair had safety barriers around most exhibits, but visitors constantly tried to get closer looks. Guards had to watch carefully and stop people from doing stupid things, like reaching into moving machinery or climbing on equipment. There were accidents despite all the precautions. Workers got injured when machines malfunctioned, visitors occasionally got hurt by getting too close or touching something they shouldn't have. The first aid stations near the Palace of Machinery probably stayed busy treating minor cuts, burns, and crush injuries. Serious accidents had to be investigated, reports filed, and sometimes resulted in exhibits being shut down temporarily. The power systems for the Palace of Machinery were complex. Some exhibits ran on their own steam power, others connected to the fair's central power generation system. Coordinating all these power sources and making sure there was adequate capacity was the job of the fair's chief engineer and his staff.
They monitored power consumption constantly and had to make adjustments to prevent overloads or failures. The Palace of Electricity was quieter but no less impressive. This building showcased electrical generators, motors, lighting systems, and other electrical innovations. In 1904, electricity was still relatively new and somewhat mysterious to most people, so the exhibits here had strong educational components. Demonstrators had to explain what electricity was, how it worked, and why it was useful, concepts that seem basic now but were cutting edge then. The electrical exhibits included working demonstrations of power generation, transmission, and various applications. There were displays showing how electricity could power motors, create light, produce heat, and even transmit signals over distances. Each demonstration required careful setup and monitoring because electricity is dangerous. The operators had to know what they were doing and follow strict safety protocols. The fair's central power plant was located on the grounds and provided electricity for the entire exposition. This facility ran 24/7, staffed by engineers and technicians who monitored the generators, maintained the equipment, and managed the distribution network. The power plant burned coal to generate steam, which drove turbines connected to electrical generators. The whole system was complex and required constant attention. Coal delivery to the power plant was a daily operation. Trains would deliver coal, which was then moved to storage areas near the plant. Workers with wheelbarrows and shovels would move coal from storage to the boilers as needed. This was hard, dirty physical labor. The coal shovelers worked in heat and coal dust, probably developing respiratory issues over time. Their work was essential, but unglamorous and definitely underappreciated. The electrical distribution system throughout the fairgrounds was extensive. Miles of wiring connected the power plant to every building and light fixture. This wiring had to be maintained and repaired constantly. Insulation degraded, connections came loose, weather caused damage. The electrical maintenance crews did daily inspections of critical circuits and responded to outages immediately. The illumination system was the fair's signature feature, and making it work every night was a major operation. As evening approached, electricians would begin the process of turning on circuits throughout the fairgrounds. This was done in a specific sequence to create a dramatic lighting effect. The central control room had a schedule for which circuits to energize at what times, and operators followed this schedule precisely. When a section of lights failed to turn on, which happened regularly, troubleshooting crews had to locate the problem quickly. This often meant someone climbing on roofs or crawling into tight spaces to check connections while thousands of people waited below. The pressure to fix lighting problems immediately was intense because the illumination was a major draw and any darkness was noticed instantly. Light bulbs burned out constantly. The fair went through thousands of bulbs during its run. There were crews whose entire job was replacing burned-out bulbs. They'd work during the day, identifying dead bulbs and replacing them so everything would work for the evening illumination. Carrying bulbs around and installing them on structures dozens of feet in the air was tedious and dangerous work. The telephone and telegraph systems represented cutting-edge communication technology. The telephone exchange building housed operators and equipment for the fair's internal phone network. This system allowed instant communication between different parts of the fairgrounds, which was revolutionary for 1904. Before this, you'd have to send a runner to deliver messages, which could take significant time across 1,200 acres.
The telephone operators, almost all women, worked at switchboards connecting calls. Someone would pick up a phone, tell the operator who they needed to reach, and the operator would physically connect the circuits to make the call happen. During busy times, operators might be handling multiple calls simultaneously, plugging and unplugging connections while keeping track of who was calling whom. It required concentration and multitasking skills. Telegraph service was still important in 1904 despite the growing use of telephones. The fair's telegraph office sent and received messages constantly. Fair officials communicated with outside organizations, exhibitors contacted their home offices, and visitors sent telegrams to family and friends. Telegraph operators had to be fluent in Morse code, transcribing messages quickly and accurately. Mistakes in telegraph messages could cause serious problems, so accuracy was crucial. The typewriter exhibits in the Palace of Liberal Arts demonstrated this relatively new technology. Typewriters were becoming common in business offices, but were still novel to many people. Demonstrations showed how much faster typing was compared to handwriting, and visitors could try typing themselves. The demonstrators had to be skilled typists and patient teachers, helping clumsy visitors hunt and peck their way through simple sentences. Photography exhibits showcased the latest camera technology and techniques. There were demonstrations of portrait photography, landscape photography, and even motion pictures, which were extremely new in 1904. The motion picture demonstrations were particularly popular because most people had never seen moving images before. These early films were short, silent, and often quite jerky, but to 1904 audiences, they were magical. Operating early motion picture equipment was technically challenging. The projectors used film strips that could break or catch fire if the projector got too hot. The operators had to manage the speed of playback manually, maintain proper tension on the film, and watch for problems constantly. A broken film during a showing meant stopping everything, splicing the film back together, and restarting. This happened regularly, and audiences just had to wait. The transportation exhibits showed the latest in railroad technology, early automobiles, and even experimental aircraft concepts. The automobile exhibits were fascinating to 1904 visitors because cars were still rare and expensive. Most people had never ridden in or even seen a working automobile up close. The cars on display had to be kept polished and pristine, which was a daily job for the exhibitors. Some automobile exhibitors did driving demonstrations on special tracks set up near the fairgrounds. This required coordinating with the fair's transportation department, ensuring safety and managing crowds of spectators. Early automobiles were unreliable and broke down frequently, so mechanics had to be standing by to fix problems. A demonstration that ended with the car broken down and being pushed off the track was embarrassing for the manufacturer. Agricultural technology exhibits showed the latest in farming equipment, new plow designs, harvesting machines, irrigation systems, and processing equipment. For farmers visiting the fair, these exhibits were genuinely useful, showing them innovations that could improve their productivity. The demonstrators were often farmers themselves or agricultural experts who could speak knowledgeably about the practical benefits of new equipment. Running agricultural equipment demonstrations meant dealing with dirt, plants, and simulated farm conditions. Some exhibits had actual soil plots where equipment could be demonstrated under realistic conditions. Maintaining these demonstration areas meant regular tilling, planting, and upkeep. It was basically farming within the fair, which seems a bit circular but apparently worked for educational purposes. The Palace of Transportation showcased railroad equipment, including actual locomotives in train cars. These massive pieces of equipment had to be moved onto the fairgrounds and positioned in the exhibit hall, which was a logistical nightmare. Railroads laid temporary tracks to move the locomotives into position. Once in place, these exhibits didn't move for the entire fair, becoming permanent fixtures that had to be cleaned and maintained daily. Maintaining railroad equipment in a static display was different from regular railroad maintenance, but still required work. The locomotives had to be kept clean and polished, brass fittings had to shine, and everything had to look impressive. Railroad company representatives took pride in their displays and would be there daily with polish and rags, making sure their equipment looked better than competitors' displays. The mining and metallurgy exhibits demonstrated ore processing, smelting, and metalworking techniques. Some of these demonstrations involved actual smelting and metal casting, which meant working with extremely high temperatures and molten metal. The safety concerns here were obvious and significant. The operators had to be experts who understood the dangers and followed protocols carefully. These metalworking demonstrations created significant heat, adding to the already uncomfortable temperatures in the exhibit halls. They also produced fumes and smoke that had to be vented properly. The ventilation systems in these areas were important, but probably inadequate by modern standards. The workers doing these demonstrations probably had chronic respiratory issues and heat-related health problems. Textile machinery exhibits showed the latest in spinning, weaving, and finishing equipment. These machines were loud, fast, and somewhat dangerous. Operators demonstrated how raw cotton or wool could be processed into finished fabric, explaining each step of the process. Textile manufacturing was a major industry in 1904, and these exhibits attracted serious attention from business owners looking to upgrade their facilities. The daily operation of textile machinery meant dealing with thread breaks, tension issues, and mechanical problems. Anyone who's ever used a sewing machine knows how finicky thread can be. Now multiply that by industrial scale. The operators spent as much time fixing problems as they did running successful demonstrations. They had to be patient and good at problem solving under pressure while crowds watched. Chemical and pharmaceutical exhibits demonstrated various industrial processes and products. Some of these demonstrations involved mixing chemicals, showing reactions, and explaining the science behind them. The operators had to understand chemistry well enough to explain it simply to non-scientists. They also had to handle potentially dangerous chemicals safely, which required training and caution. The medical technology exhibits showed the latest in surgical instruments, diagnostic equipment, and treatment methods. Some of these demonstrations were fairly graphic by today's standards, showing surgical techniques on cadavers or anatomical models. The medical professionals running these exhibits had to balance educational value with public sensibilities, making sure they weren't too disturbing while still being informative.
Now let's take a nice slow stroll down the Pike, which was basically the fair's entertainment district and also its most chaotic element. This mile-long strip had everything from legitimate educational attractions to straight-up carnival nonsense, and managing it was apparently a constant headache for fair administrators. The Pike operated under different rules than the main exhibition areas. It was more commercial, more unruly, and harder to control. Concessionaires paid for space and then operated their attractions independently, which meant the fair had less direct oversight. This created a Wild West atmosphere where anything could happen and frequently did. Each attraction on the Pike had its own daily operations, but let's start with some of the bigger ones. The Streets of Cairo was a recreated Egyptian marketplace with buildings, shops, and performers. This attraction had been popular at previous World's Fairs, so bringing it to St. Louis was a no-brainer. The daily operation involved dozens of performers dressed in Egyptian-inspired costumes, merchants selling goods, and demonstrations of Egyptian culture. The performers in Streets of Cairo did multiple shows daily, including belly dancing, which was considered pretty risque in 1904. There were constant debates about whether these performances were educational cultural exhibitions or inappropriate entertainment. The fair's morality police, yes, that was a thing, would periodically check on the shows to make sure they weren't too scandalous. The performers had to walk a fine line between being interesting enough to attract crowds and tame enough to avoid getting shut down. Managing Streets of Cairo meant coordinating performers, maintaining the sets and buildings, managing the merchants, and dealing with crowds. The attraction had its own internal security because theft was common and disputes between merchants happened regularly. At the end of each day, the money from all the various vendors had to be collected and accounted for, with the attraction's management taking a cut. The Tyrolean Alps was another major Pike attraction, featuring a recreated alpine village with Swiss and Austrian performers. They had yodelers, dancers, and musicians performing throughout the day. The buildings were designed to look like actual alpine architecture, and there was even a toboggan slide where visitors could pay to ride down an artificial hill. Operating this attraction meant maintaining the buildings, coordinating performances, and managing the toboggan ride safely. The toboggan slide required constant maintenance because it got used heavily and wore out quickly. The wooden track had to be inspected daily for splinters, cracks, or loose boards. The sleds had to be maintained and replaced regularly. There had to be staff at the top managing the line and making sure people didn't do anything dangerous, and staff at the bottom making sure people got out of the way before the next sled came down. It was basically a primitive amusement park ride with 1904 level safety standards. Hagenbeck's Animals Show was one of the major Pike attractions, featuring exotic animals and trained animal performances. This was run by the famous Hagenbeck family, who were known for their animal exhibitions. The daily operations here involved feeding and caring for dozens of animals, training sessions, performances, and managing crowds of spectators. The animals included lions, elephants, bears, and various other species, all requiring specialized care. The animal trainers worked long days, starting early to feed and exercise the animals before the first show. They'd do multiple performances throughout the day, putting the animals through their routines. Between shows, the animals had to be fed again, their enclosures cleaned, and any health issues addressed. The veterinary care required for this operation was substantial, and there were definitely animal welfare issues by modern standards. The animal enclosures had to be maintained constantly. Cages needed cleaning, fences needed reinforcing, and everything had to be secure because an escaped lion would be catastrophic. There were probably close calls and minor incidents that didn't make it into official records. The staff working with these animals had to be brave, skilled, and probably a little bit crazy. The Creation attraction was an elaborate show depicting the biblical creation story with special effects, lighting, and narration. Visitors would sit in a theater while scenes of creation unfolded with dramatic lighting effects meant to simulate the formation of the world. Operating the show meant running multiple performances daily, maintaining the special effects equipment, and making sure the technical elements worked properly. The lighting and effects for Creation were complex for 1904 technology. Different colored lights, moving elements, sound effects, all of this had to be coordinated precisely. The operators had to follow a detailed script, cueing effects at exactly the right moments. When something went wrong, which it definitely did, they had to improvise and keep the show moving. Technical difficulties during a performance were embarrassing and had to be fixed immediately. The Irish Village was another cultural recreation featuring Irish performers, crafts, and food. They had musicians playing traditional Irish music, dancers performing jigs and reels, and craftspeople demonstrating lace-making and other traditional skills. The daily operations involved coordinating all these performers, maintaining the village buildings, and managing the pub that served Irish food and drinks. The pub in the Irish Village was probably one of the more popular spots on the Pike because it served alcohol, which wasn't available everywhere at the fair. Managing a bar meant dealing with drunk patrons, monitoring consumption to prevent overserving, and handling the inevitable conflicts that arose. Security here probably earned their pay dealing with rowdy visitors who'd had too many beers. The Battle of Santiago was a reenactment of a naval battle from the Spanish-American War. This attraction featured a large water tank with model ships that would simulate a naval battle with fireworks, smoke effects, and narration. Running this show multiple times daily meant refilling the water tank, resetting the ships, reloading the pyrotechnics, and making sure all the effects worked properly. The pyrotechnics for Battle of Santiago were dangerous and required expert handling. Someone had to load small explosive charges onto the model ships to simulate cannon fire and explosions. This work had to be done carefully between shows to avoid accidents. There were definitely close calls with the pyrotechnics and probably some minor fires that had to be quickly extinguished.
The Boer War exhibit recreated scenes from the recent war in South Africa, with buildings, trenches, and performers acting out battle scenes. This was basically historical reenactment on a commercial scale. The performers had to do multiple shows daily, running around in heavy costumes, firing blank rounds from rifles, and simulating combat. It was physically demanding work that probably got old fast after doing it several times a day, for months. Managing historical reenactments meant coordinating the performers, maintaining costumes and props, supplying blank ammunition, and ensuring safety. Blank rounds are still dangerous at close range, so the performers had to follow safety protocols. The sets and trenches had to be maintained, which meant daily inspections and repairs to keep everything looking realistic. The hereafter was an attraction depicting what happened after death, showing scenes of heaven and hell with dramatic effects and religious messaging. This was a popular but also controversial attraction because it dealt with sensitive religious topics. The operators had to be careful not to offend different religious denominations while still making the show dramatic enough to be entertaining. Running the hereafter meant managing theatrical lighting, sound effects, and costume performers playing angels and demons. The hell scenes involved fire effects and smoke, which were hot and uncomfortable for the performers and also presented safety risks. The operators had to monitor everything carefully to prevent actual fires while simulating hell's flames. The various ethnic villages on the Pike, Filipino village, Eskimo village, and others, presented specific operational and ethical challenges. These were essentially human exhibitions where people from various cultures lived in constructed environments and went about daily activities while visitors watched. By modern standards, these exhibits were exploitative and racist, but in 1904, they were considered educational anthropology. The daily operations of these villages involved coordinating the residents, maintaining the structures, managing visitor interactions, and dealing with the complex power dynamics of putting people on display. The residents had contracts and were paid, but the work of being constantly observed and expected to perform cultural activities on demand was dehumanizing. Many of the residents complained about conditions, pay, and treatment. Managing these human exhibits required staff who could communicate with the residents, coordinate schedules, handle logistics, and mediate conflicts. There were definitely exploitation and abuse happening, though the fair tried to present everything as educational and respectful. The reality was that people were being displayed for entertainment, and that dynamic was inherently problematic regardless of how it was framed. The daily lives of people in these exhibits involved waking up, eating breakfast while being watched, doing demonstrations or performances throughout the day, and then having some evening privacy when the crowds left. They lived in the structures built for the exhibits, which were often inadequate shelter, especially as weather turned cold in November and December. Heating these temporary structures was difficult, and residents definitely suffered from the cold. Food service for the ethnic village residents was a separate operation from general fair food service. The fair provided rations that were supposed to be appropriate for each group, but there were complaints about quality and quantity. Some groups supplemented their rations with food they prepared themselves or purchased from Pike vendors. Managing these food supplies and addressing complaints was an ongoing administrative task. Medical care for ethnic village residents was provided by the fair's medical staff, but language barriers and cultural differences complicated treatment. When residents got sick, which happened regularly given the living conditions and stress, getting proper care was challenging. The fair wanted to keep residents healthy for obvious reasons, but the quality of care they received was probably minimal. The administrative offices for the Pike were constantly dealing with complaints, disputes, and problems. Concessionaires would argue about boundaries between attractions, about noise from neighboring operations, or about theft of customers by barkers. Performers would complain about pay, working conditions, or treatment by management. Visitors would complain about feeling cheated or seeing inappropriate content. The Pike management spent more time handling conflicts than probably anything else. Financial management for Pike operations was complex because every attraction was independently operated but paying fees to the fair. Daily revenue reports had to be collected from each concessionaire, percentages calculated, and payments processed. Some concessionaires tried to underreport revenue to reduce their fees, so there were audits and investigations. The accounting work for the Pike alone probably required a dedicated staff. Security on the Pike was heavier than elsewhere at the fair because the Pike attracted more criminal activity. Pickpockets loved working the Pike crowds. Con artists ran various scams. There were fights, public intoxication, and occasional assaults. The security guards patrolling the Pike had to deal with the worst behavior at the fair, and they probably had stories that would fill books. At night, after the fair closed, the Pike had its own closing routine separate from the main fairgrounds. Each attraction had to secure its buildings, lock up valuables, and shut down equipment. The animal exhibits had to complete evening feedings and care routines. The bar areas had to close out their registers and secure alcohol inventory. The cleanup crews had a bigger job on the Pike because crowds there were messier and more destructive. The Pike, generated the most trash per square foot of anywhere at the fair. Food wrappers, drink containers, broken souvenirs, discarded promotional materials, it accumulated rapidly. The overnight cleanup crews probably hated working the Pike because it was the worst area to clean. But by morning, it had to look presentable again for the next day's crowns.
All right, let's drift into the administrative side of the fair, because behind all the exhibitions and entertainment was a massive bureaucratic operation that kept everything functioning. The administrative offices were probably the least exciting part of the fair, but absolutely essential to its operation. The fair's central administration building was where the executive committee and various department heads had their offices. This building operated like a corporate headquarters with meeting rooms, filing systems, typewriters clocking away, and endless paperwork being processed. The executive committee met regularly to review operations, address problems, and make policy decisions. These meetings probably involved a lot of arguing, politics, and compromise. The secretary's office handled correspondence for the entire fair. Letters arrived daily from all over the world. Questions about exhibits, requests for information, complaints, compliments, business inquiries, you name it. Each letter had to be read, routed to the appropriate department, and answered. In 1904, this was all done by hand with typewriters. The secretarial staff probably had carpal tunnel syndrome from all the typing. Record-keeping was a massive undertaking. The fair kept detailed records of attendance, revenue, expenditures, employee information, incident reports, and basically everything that happened. These records were maintained in ledgers and filing cabinets, all organized by date, department, or category. Finding a specific piece of information meant manually searching through files, which could take hours or days. Daily attendance records had to be compiled from all the various entry gates. Each gate would report how many people entered, what kind of tickets they had, and what time they arrived. This information was collected and tabulated to produce daily attendance figures. The accounting department would then use these figures to project revenue and plan staffing. The accuracy of attendance tracking was important for financial planning and reporting to investors. Financial records were incredibly detailed because the fair had to account for every dollar. Revenue came from multiple sources: admission fees, concession fees, exhibit fees, special event tickets, and various other streams. All of this had to be tracked, categorized, and reported. The accounting staff worked long hours, especially at month-end when reports were due to the board of directors and investors. Expenditure tracking was equally complex. The fair had hundreds of vendors and contractors providing goods and services. Each invoice had to be reviewed, approved, and paid. There were budgets for each department that had to be monitored to prevent overspending. When a department wanted to make a purchase, they had to submit a requisition that went through an approval process. Nothing happened quickly because everything required paperwork and signatures. Payroll processing involved calculating wages for thousands of employees. Different employees had different pay rates depending on their roles and experience. Some were paid hourly, others had fixed salaries. Overtime had to be calculated for employees who worked extra hours. All of this was done manually, with adding machines and ledgers. The payroll clerks probably had the most tedious job at the entire fair, just calculating and recalculating numbers endlessly. The human resources function, though it wasn't called that in 1904, involved hiring, firing, and managing employees. When a position opened, it had to be advertised, applications reviewed, interviews conducted, and hiring decisions made. New employees had to fill out paperwork, receive training, and be assigned to their departments. All of this created more paperwork that had to be filed and maintained. Employee discipline was handled by department supervisors and the Human Resources Office. When an employee violated rules or performed poorly, there had to be documentation. Written warnings, suspension notices, and termination records all had to be maintained. There were probably disputes and appeals, creating even more paperwork. The fair had to be careful about firings because wrongful termination could lead to legal issues. The legal department dealt with contracts, disputes,
liability issues, and regulatory compliance. The fair had thousands of exhibitors, vendors, and performers. Each contract had to be reviewed, negotiated, and filed. When disputes arose, the legal team had to mediate or prepare for litigation. The fair faced lawsuits from people injured on the grounds, vendors claiming breach of contract, and various other legal challenges. Insurance was a major concern and expense. The fair had to maintain insurance policies covering property damage, liability, worker injuries, and various other risks. The insurance company required regular inspections and reports on safety conditions. When claims were filed, there was a whole process of documentation, investigation, and settlement. The insurance paperwork alone probably filled entire filing cabinets. The purchasing department coordinated procurement of supplies for the entire fair. Everything from office supplies to cleaning materials to light bulbs had to be ordered, received, and distributed. The purchasing agents worked with vendors to negotiate prices, arrange deliveries, and ensure quality. They maintained inventory records to track what was on hand and what needed reordering. The warehouses where supplies were stored required their own operations team. Goods had to be received, inspected, cataloged, stored properly, and then distributed when requested. The warehouse workers loaded and unloaded wagons, moved heavy boxes, organized shelves, and kept inventory records. It was physically demanding work that went on constantly as supplies arrived and were dispatched throughout the fairgrounds. The Transportation and Logistics Department coordinated movement of goods and materials around the fairgrounds. When an exhibit needed supplies delivered, when trash needed hauling away, when equipment needed moving, this department handled it. They maintained a fleet of wagons and carts, scheduled deliveries, and assigned workers to different tasks. The coordination required was complex because multiple deliveries might need to happen simultaneously in different areas. The printing department produced everything from tickets to programs to signs to forms. They had printing presses and staff that operated them, producing materials on demand for various departments. Rush jobs were common because something always needed printing immediately. The printers worked long hours, especially when special events required programs or promotional materials on short notice.
The mail room handled incoming and outgoing correspondence for all departments. In 1904, mail was the primary form of written communication, so volume was substantial. Incoming mail had to be sorted and delivered to the appropriate offices. Outgoing mail had to be collected, stamped, and sent. The mailroom staff dealt with a constant flow of letters, packages, and documents. The scheduling department coordinated the fair's calendar of events. They tracked which days were designated for which states or countries, when special ceremonies would happen, when concerts or performances were scheduled, and made sure everything was coordinated without conflicts. If two major events were scheduled at the same time in different parts of the fair, attendance at both would suffer, so careful planning was necessary. When mistakes happened with scheduling, which they did, the scheduling department had to scramble to fix them. Rescheduling events meant notifying all parties involved, updating printed materials, making announcements, and hoping that the change didn't cause additional conflicts. The stress level in this department was probably constantly high. The Public Relations Department managed the fair's image and media relations. They wrote press releases, arranged interviews for fair officials, responded to media inquiries, and tried to ensure positive coverage. When negative stories appeared, they had to do damage control. When something impressive happened at the fair, they made sure reporters knew about it. The press relations staff maintained relationships with journalists from newspapers across the country and internationally. They'd arrange tours for visiting journalists, provide information and statistics, and generally try to make the reporters' jobs easier in hopes of getting favorable coverage. This involved a lot of schmoozing, networking, and relationship management. The complaint department, because of course there was one, handled grievances from visitors and employees. People complained about everything: long lines, rude staff, overpriced food, uncomfortable seating, you name it. Each complaint had to be logged, investigated if necessary, and responded to. Some complaints were legitimate and led to improvements.
Others were unreasonable and just had to be acknowledged politely. The Lost and Found department, which we touched on earlier, had detailed processes for handling lost items. Everything turned in had to be logged with a description, date, and location where it was found. When people came looking for lost items, the staff had to search their records and storage areas. Reuniting people with their belongings was satisfying, but it was also tedious work with a lot of record keeping. The Safety and Inspection Department conducted regular checks of buildings, equipment, and operations to identify hazards. Inspectors would walk through areas looking for problems: loose railings, slippery floors, exposed electrical wires, structural issues. When they found problems, they'd write reports that went to maintenance departments for repair. Following up to ensure repairs were completed was part of their job too. Fire safety inspections were particularly important, given the use of temporary structures and open flames. Inspectors checked that fire extinguishing equipment was present and functional, that exits were clearly marked and unobstructed, that flammable materials were stored properly. They had the authority to shut down operations that were unsafe, which gave them significant power, but also made them unpopular with exhibit operators who didn't want delays or closures. The weather monitoring station tracked meteorological conditions and provided forecasts. This was important for planning operations and making decisions about outdoor events. The meteorologists, though they probably weren't called that, used barometers, thermometers, and observation of cloud patterns to predict weather. Their forecasts weren't as accurate as modern weather predictions, but they were better than nothing. When severe weather was predicted, the Weather Office would alert fair administrators who'd then have to decide what precautions to take. Should outdoor events be canceled? Should certain areas be closed? Should visitors be advised to seek shelter? These decisions had to be made quickly and communicated throughout the fairgrounds efficiently. The engineering department maintained technical drawings and specifications for all the fair's buildings and systems. When repairs or modifications were needed, engineers would consult these drawings to understand the structures. They'd also prepare new drawings when changes were made, maintaining accurate records of the physical plant. This documentation was essential for safety and maintenance. The grounds maintenance department coordinated all the landscaping, cleaning, and general upkeep of outdoor spaces. They scheduled crews, assigned work areas, tracked supplies like fertilizer and cleaning materials, and responded to requests for special attention to particular areas. Keeping 1,200 acres maintained was a never-ending task that required constant coordination. The night operations coordinator managed activities after the fair closed to the public. This person coordinated security patrols, cleaning crews, maintenance work, and deliveries that happened overnight. They served as the point person for problems that arose during night hours, making decisions about how to handle issues until day staff arrived in the morning. The supply chain for food service required its own administrative team. They tracked inventory for the central commissary, coordinated with suppliers and farmers, managed deliveries, and ensured food safety. They monitored which items were running low and needed reordering, negotiated prices with suppliers, and dealt with quality issues when shipments arrived in poor condition. Food safety inspections were conducted regularly, with inspectors checking storage temperatures, cleanliness of preparation areas, and food handling practices. In 1904, food safety standards were less stringent than today, but there were still basic requirements. Inspectors could shut down food vendors who violated regulations, protecting public health, but also creating conflicts with vendors whose livelihoods depended on staying open.
Let's drift into the visitor services side of things, because the fair wasn't just about exhibits and entertainment, it was about creating an experience for millions of people who each had their own needs, questions, and problems. The information booths scattered throughout the fairgrounds were lifelines for confused visitors. These booths were staffed by people who had to know everything about the fair: where things were located, what time events started, how to get from one place to another, where to find specific services. They answered the same questions hundreds of times per day with apparently endless patience. The information booth attendants had reference materials,
maps, schedules, directories, but they also had to memorize a lot of information because looking things up took time, and visitors were impatient. They dealt with language barriers because international visitors didn't all speak English. They dealt with people who were tired, frustrated, lost, or angry. The emotional labor required for this job was substantial. Each information booth kept a log of questions asked and issues raised. This data was collected and analyzed to identify common problems or areas where better signage was needed. If dozens of people asked where the bathrooms were in a particular area, maybe that area needed better bathroom signs. The fair tried to use this feedback to improve visitor experience, though changes took time to implement. The Accommodation Bureau helped visitors find places to stay in St. Louis. During peak times, hotel rooms were completely booked, so the Bureau maintained lists of boarding houses, private homes renting rooms, and temporary lodging facilities. The staff would call around trying to find available rooms for visitors, a time-consuming process in the days before computerized reservation systems. The Bureau also dealt with complaints about accommodations. If visitors stayed somewhere and had a bad experience, dirty rooms, price gouging, theft, they'd complain to the Bureau. The staff would investigate complaints and could remove establishments from their recommended lists. This gave them some power to enforce quality standards, though enforcement was limited. Group tour coordination was a specialized service. Schools, churches, and organizations would contact the fair months in advance to arrange group visits. The tour coordination staff would help plan itineraries, arrange for group rates, reserve spaces for group lunches, and coordinate with tour guides. On the day of the visit, they'd meet the groups and make sure everything went smoothly. Tour guides were either fair employees or freelancers approved by the fair. They had to pass tests demonstrating knowledge of the fair's exhibits, history, and layout. Good tour guides could make or break a visitor's experience, so the fair tried to ensure quality. Guides who received complaints about being rude, inaccurate, or unprofessional could have their credentials revoked. The nursery service provided childcare for parents who wanted to tour the fair without their young children. Parents could drop off kids for a few hours while they visited exhibits that weren't child-friendly. The nursery staff had to supervise sometimes dozens of children of various ages, keeping them entertained and safe until parents returned. This was probably one of the more stressful jobs at the fair. The nursery had toys, books, and activities for children. The staff had to monitor for conflicts between kids, deal with crying and tantrums, change diapers for the youngest ones, and generally maintain order. They also had to be vigilant about only releasing children to the adults who dropped them off, which required careful record-keeping and identification procedures. Lost children's services, as mentioned before, were extensive. When a lost child was found, they'd be taken to a central location where staff would care for them while trying to locate parents. The staff would comfort scared children, provide food and water if needed, and keep detailed records of each case. They'd also coordinate with security to search for parents and make announcements over the public address system. The public address system was primitive by modern standards, but still useful for making announcements. There were speakers in various locations throughout the fairgrounds connected to a central broadcasting station. Announcers would broadcast messages about lost children, schedule changes, emergency notifications, and general information. The sound quality was probably terrible and the coverage spotty, but it was better than having no communication system at all. First aid services were distributed throughout the fairgrounds with multiple stations in high-traffic areas. Each station was staffed by nurses and sometimes doctors who treated minor injuries and illnesses. They handled everything from blisters and sunburn to cuts requiring stitches to severe illnesses requiring hospitalization. The first aid staff had to assess situations quickly and decide whether patients needed more advanced care. The medical record keeping was detailed because of liability concerns. Every patient treated had to have a record documenting their complaint, the treatment provided, and the outcome. If patients were transported to hospitals, there had to be documentation of that transfer. These records served both medical and legal purposes, protecting the fair from liability claims.
The fair's hospital building handled more serious cases that couldn't be managed at first aid stations. This was a fully equipped medical facility with examination rooms, a surgery, and patient beds. The hospital staff worked in shifts, providing 24/7 coverage. They treated everything from broken bones to heat stroke to heart attacks. Serious cases that exceeded their capabilities were transferred to city hospitals via ambulance. Ambulance service involved horse-drawn wagons equipped with cots and basic medical supplies. The ambulance drivers had to navigate the crowded fairgrounds quickly while trying not to jostle injured patients too much. They needed to know the fastest routes to different parts of the fairgrounds and to city hospitals. During emergencies, every second counted, so efficiency was crucial. Wheelchair and rolling chair rental services provided mobility assistance for visitors who couldn't walk long distances. The elderly, people with disabilities, and those who were just tired could rent chairs for the day. The rental operation had to maintain an inventory of chairs, track which ones were rented out, collect payment, and inspect return chairs for damage. Popular rental times meant running out of chairs, disappointing visitors who arrived late. The chair pushers who provided transportation service were independent operators, but the fair licensed them and set rules for their conduct. They had to display their license numbers, charge reasonable rates, and treat customers respectfully. The fair received complaints about chair pushers overcharging or being rude, leading to investigations and sometimes license revocations. Managing this workforce was an ongoing challenge. Rest areas and seating were distributed throughout the fairgrounds because people got tired walking all day. Benches, pavilions with seating, and shaded areas provided places to rest. These areas needed maintenance, damaged benches repaired, trash removed, landscaping maintained. They also attracted people who'd set up camp for extended periods, creating crowding and preventing others from using the space. Drinking fountains were essential infrastructure, providing free water to thirsty visitors. In the summer heat, people needed constant hydration. The fountains had to be kept clean and functional, with plumbers making regular rounds to check for problems. The water pressure had to be adequate for dozens of fountains operating simultaneously. Running out of water would be catastrophic, so monitoring the system was crucial. The public restroom facilities were probably the most used and most complained about service at the fair. With thousands of visitors daily and limited restroom capacity, lines were common. The restrooms needed constant cleaning because they got disgusting quickly. The cleaning staff rotated through on regular schedules, but between cleanings, conditions deteriorated. Supplies like soap and toilet paper had to be restocked constantly. Restroom maintenance included plumbing repairs because facilities broke down frequently from heavy use. Clogged toilets, broken fixtures, leaking pipes, plumbers spent a lot of time fixing restroom problems. During peak hours, restrooms sometimes had to be temporarily closed for emergency repairs, creating even longer lines at other facilities. It was a never-ending cycle of maintenance. The coat check and package storage services allowed visitors to store belongings while they toured the fair. This was convenient, but also created liability because the fair was responsible for stored items. The storage attendants had to tag items with claim tickets, organize storage areas so items could be found quickly, and verify tickets when items were retrieved. Loss or theft of stored items led to disputes and potential liability. Photography services offered professional photos of visitors at scenic locations. These weren't the modern quick snapshot photos. They were formal portraits that took time to set up and capture. The photographers had to manage their equipment, pose subjects attractively, capture the image, and then direct customers to where they could pick up finished prints later. The whole process was slow and technical. The photo finishing operation developed prints from glass plate negatives taken by fair photographers. This required darkroom facilities, chemicals, and skilled technicians who understood the photographic process. They had to produce quality prints quickly because customers wanted their photos before leaving the fair. The workflow coordination between photographers and print processors was complex.
Souvenir stands were everywhere, selling everything from postcards to miniature buildings to commemorative coins. These vendors needed daily restocking because popular items sold out quickly. The souvenir distribution system coordinated with manufacturers and wholesalers, arranged deliveries to vendors, and handled returns of unsold items. Popular souvenirs would be identified and reordered in larger quantities. The lost ticket problem came up regularly. Visitors would lose their admission tickets or tickets for specific attractions and need replacements. The fair had policies for handling this, usually requiring some proof of purchase or identification, but it created administrative work. Preventing ticket fraud while accommodating legitimate losses was a balancing act. Season ticket holders had special services, including a designated entrance and sometimes access to exclusive areas. Managing season tickets meant maintaining a database of holders, verifying tickets at entry, and providing the special services promised. Season ticket holders were the fair's most loyal customers, so keeping them happy was a priority. VIP visitors, government officials, celebrities, international dignitaries, required special handling. The protocol office coordinated VIP visits, arranging transportation, escorts, special tours, and meetings with fair officials. When a governor or foreign dignitary visited, everything had to be perfect. Security had to be arranged, schedules coordinated, and any problems prevented or quickly resolved. The VIP reception rooms provided private spaces for hosting important visitors. These rooms had to be maintained impeccably, always ready for use on short notice. The staff managing these spaces coordinated with catering for refreshments, arranged flowers and decorations, and ensured comfort and privacy. A poorly managed VIP visit could create diplomatic or political problems. Translation services were available for international visitors who didn't speak English. The fair employed or contracted with translators for major languages: French, German, Spanish, Italian, Japanese, and Chinese. These translators would accompany foreign visitors, helping them navigate the fair and understand exhibits. The coordination of translation services meant matching available translators with visitors needing assistance. Religious services were provided for visitors who wanted to attend worship while at the fair. The fair had a chapel and coordinated with local clergy to hold services for various denominations. Catholics, Protestants, Jews, and others could attend services on Sundays or religious holidays. Managing the religious service schedule and accommodating different faiths required sensitivity and coordination. The message center allowed visitors to leave messages for other members of their party. If you got separated from your group, you could leave a message at the center saying where you'd be or where to meet. The message center staff maintained bulletin boards, took messages, and helped people reconnect. In the days before cell phones, this service was genuinely useful. Special needs accommodations were limited by 1904 standards but still existed. Visitors with disabilities could request assistance, and the fair would try to accommodate within the limitations of the facilities and technology. Sign language interpreters could sometimes be arranged for deaf visitors. Wheelchair-accessible routes were limited but available in some areas. The fair made efforts, though by modern standards the accessibility was inadequate.
Now let's drift through how the fair's operations changed as the seasons progressed, because running an outdoor exposition from April through December meant dealing with dramatically different weather conditions and operational challenges. The fair opened on April 30th, 1904, which in Missouri meant spring weather. Mild temperatures, occasional rain, and everything greening up nicely. The opening date was a massive undertaking that had been planned for months. Every department had to be ready simultaneously, which required incredible coordination. The days leading up to opening were chaotic with last-minute preparations, installations, and panic about things not being finished. Early spring operations dealt with muddy conditions from spring rains. The pathways that weren't paved would turn into mud pits when it rained, and April showers were frequent. The grounds crew spent a lot of time managing mud, laying down gravel and sand, and trying to keep walkways passable. Visitors tracking mud into buildings created constant cleaning challenges. May brought warmer weather and increasing attendance. This was when operational issues that weren't apparent during setup started becoming obvious. Systems that seemed adequate during testing got overwhelmed when thousands of people used them simultaneously. Bottlenecks in pedestrian traffic, insufficient restroom capacity, understaffed food vendors,
All these problems surfaced and had to be addressed quickly. The fair made adjustments throughout May, adding more staff where needed, improving signage, optimizing workflows. This was the shakedown period where operations were refined based on actual experience rather than planning assumptions. Department heads held meetings reviewing what worked and what didn't, making changes to improve efficiency and visitor experience. June brought warmer weather and humidity, which changed everything. Attendance patterns shifted with people arriving earlier in the morning or later in the evening to avoid the hottest hours. The midday period became slower, giving staff brief respites before evening crowds arrived. The heat affected operations too. Workers got exhausted faster, equipment overheated, and heat-related medical emergencies increased. The fair had to adapt to summer conditions. More water stations were added, shaded rest areas became priority, first aid stations stocked more supplies for treating heat exhaustion. The grounds crew watered gardens more frequently to keep plants alive. Ice consumption skyrocketed, putting pressure on the ice production facility to increase output. Everything had to be adjusted for the heat. July and August were the peak summer months with the highest temperatures and humidity. Working conditions for outdoor employees became brutal. The people operating outdoor exhibits, pushing rolling chairs, or doing manual labor worked in oppressive heat. The fair implemented policies requiring regular breaks and providing water to prevent worker heat stroke, though enforcement was probably inconsistent. The Palace of Machinery and other industrial exhibit buildings became insufferably hot. The combination of summer heat and heat from running engines created temperatures that must have been over 100 degrees inside. Visitors would enter these buildings and quickly leave because it was too uncomfortable. Attendance at indoor industrial exhibits dropped during peak heat, while attendance at outdoor shaded areas and water features increased. The fountains and water features became gathering spots on hot days. People would cluster around them seeking any cooling effect from the water. The fountain areas were designed to be aesthetic features, but they became functional cooling stations. The fair added more seating near water features to accommodate people seeking relief from the heat. Thunderstorms in summer created operational chaos. Missouri summer storms can be severe with heavy rain, lightning, high winds, and sometimes hail. When storms approached, the fair had to decide whether to keep operating or shut down. Lightning made the illumination system dangerous, high winds threatened temporary structures, and heavy rain flooded low-lying areas. The fair developed storm protocols over the summer. When severe weather was imminent, outdoor attractions would close, visitors would be directed to shelter, and non-essential staff would take cover. The festival halls and exhibition palaces served as emergency shelters during storms. Security would patrol to ensure everyone was safe and prevent looting during the chaos. Storm cleanup after severe weather was extensive. Downed tree branches, scattered trash, standing water, and sometimes structural damage all had to be addressed before the fair could fully reopen. The maintenance crews would scramble to clean up and make repairs, often working through the night after evening storms to be ready for the next day. September brought the start of fall with slightly cooler temperatures and changing leaves. This was actually a pleasant time at the fair with comfortable weather making walking around more enjoyable. Attendance remained strong through September, with families wanting to visit before school commitments and weather made it less practical. The fair's agricultural exhibits came into their prime in early fall. Harvest displays featured fresh crops, and agricultural competitions judged the best specimens of various crops and livestock. Managing these competitions required coordinating with farmers, arranging for animal transport and housing, and organizing judging. The agricultural focus of September created different operational demands. October brought genuinely nice fall weather, crisp temperatures, lower humidity, beautiful autumn colors. This was probably the most pleasant time to work at or visit the fair. The operational challenges of summer heat were gone and winter cold hadn't yet arrived. Staff morale probably improved with the better weather making their jobs more bearable. As fall progressed, the fair had to start thinking about cold weather preparations. The temporary buildings weren't designed for winter use and had minimal heating. Plans were made for installing heating systems in essential buildings and for how to handle increasingly cold conditions as November and December approached. November was when things got complicated. Missouri November can be cold with temperatures dropping to freezing or below. The fair had operated for 7 months at this point and everything was showing wear. Buildings needed repairs, systems needed maintenance, and staff were exhausted. Operating an outdoor exposition in increasingly cold weather was challenging.
Heating the buildings became a priority. Stoves and heaters were installed in pavilions and exhibition halls. This created new fire hazards that required vigilance. The heating systems had to be fueled, usually with coal or wood, creating additional supply chain demands. Keeping buildings warm enough for visitors and staff required constant attention. The landscaping challenges of late fall were different from summer. Instead of keeping plants alive in heat, the challenge was protecting them from frost and cold. Many of the tropical and semi-tropical plants and displays couldn't survive freezing temperatures. Some were moved to protected areas, others were covered, and some just died and were removed. The fountains and water features had to be managed carefully to prevent freezing. Water expands when it freezes, which can damage pipes and structures. Some water features were drained completely to prevent freeze damage. Others had their water kept circulating to prevent freezing. Managing this required daily monitoring of temperatures and adjustments to systems. Attendance dropped in November as cold weather discouraged visitors. Fewer visitors meant reduced revenue, which created financial pressure. Some concessionaires and vendors started losing money and closed their operations early. The fair had to balance keeping attractions open against the reality that attendance couldn't sustain full operations. Thanksgiving, in late November, was designated as a special day with celebrations and promotions to boost attendance. The fair tried to create reasons for people to visit despite the cold. Special events, reduced admission prices, and holiday-themed activities attempted to draw crowds. The operational challenge was creating an attractive experience when weather was working against you. December brought winter conditions that made operating the fair genuinely difficult. Freezing temperatures, potential snow and ice, and short daylight hours all complicated operations. The illumination became even more important because it got dark so early, but also more challenging because cold affected equipment performance. The staff working outdoor positions in December had to be dedicated because the conditions were miserable. Security guards patrolling in freezing temperatures, maintenance workers repairing equipment in the cold, rolling chair pushers working despite numb hands, these people earned their pay. The fair probably had higher absenteeism in December as workers called out sick or just couldn't face the conditions. Heating bills soared in December. The cost of cold-to-heat buildings was substantial, cutting into already tight budgets. Some buildings just weren't heated adequately because it was too expensive. Visitors would enter expecting warmth and find interiors only marginally warmer than outside. This affected the visitor experience negatively and generated complaints. Snow and ice created serious operational challenges. When snow fell, it had to be cleared from pathways to prevent visitors from slipping. The grounds crew shoveled and spread sand for traction. Ice was even more problematic because it was harder to remove and more dangerous. During icy conditions, attendance plummeted because people wisely stayed home. The ethnic village residents living in temporary structures suffered particularly in December. These buildings weren't designed for winter and had inadequate heating. The residents complained about freezing conditions and some became ill from cold exposure. The fair tried to provide additional blankets and heating, but the structures were simply unsuitable for winter habitation. The animals at Hagenbeck's show and other exhibits also struggled with cold. Animals from tropical or temperate climates weren't adapted to Missouri winter. Providing adequate shelter and warmth for exotic animals in temporary facilities was difficult. Some animals probably died from cold stress, though this wouldn't have been publicized. The food vendors faced challenges keeping products from freezing. Drinks left outside would freeze solid. Foods with high water content froze and became unsellable. Vendors had to adapt their offerings to winter conditions, focusing on hot foods and drinks. Coffee, hot chocolate, and soup became bigger sellers than ice cream and lemonade. The water supply system faced freezing risks. Pipes exposed to freezing temperatures could freeze solid, cutting off water to entire sections of the fairgrounds. Insulating pipes and keeping water moving helped,
but frozen pipes still occurred. Thawing frozen pipes was time-consuming and sometimes resulted in burst pipes that needed repair. The fair's scheduled closing date was December 1st, and as that approached, operations shifted toward shutdown mode. Exhibitors started packing up displays and shipping items home. Some buildings closed early as exhibits concluded. The atmosphere changed from ongoing operation to winding down, which affected staff morale and visitor experience. The final week of operations was bittersweet. Staff who'd worked together for 8 months were saying goodbyes. Regular visitors made final trips to see favorite exhibits. There were closing ceremonies and special events marking the end of the fair. The operational focus shifted to managing the closure process smoothly while still providing service to final visitors. December 1st, closing day, was an event in itself. There were formal closing ceremonies with speeches, music, and nostalgia. The final visitors walked through the fairgrounds one last time, taking mental snapshots of what they'd experienced. As evening approached and the illumination came on for the last time, there was definitely emotion from both staff and visitors.
All right, now let's drift into what happened after the gates closed for the last time, because shutting down a massive World's Fair was almost as complex as running it, just in a different way. The morning of December 2nd, 1904, the fairgrounds were quiet in a way they hadn't been for 8 months. No crowds, no vendors calling out, no bands playing, just buildings and empty pathways. The skeleton crew that remained started the massive task of dismantling everything that had been built. The first priority was securing valuable items. Exhibits containing gold, jewelry, expensive art, or other valuables had to be packed and either shipped to their owners or placed in secure storage. Insurance companies had representatives on site making sure their high-value items were handled properly. The documentation required for each valuable item was extensive: condition reports, photographs, inventories. International exhibitors wanted their items shipped back to their home countries as quickly as possible. This meant coordinating with shipping companies, railroads, and in some cases, ocean freight lines. Crates had to be built for items that hadn't arrived in shippable containers. The carpentry crews that had been doing repairs suddenly switched to building shipping crates of all sizes. State pavilions started their own packing operations. Each state had to decide what to do with their building: sell it, move it, or let it be demolished. Some states sold their buildings to be relocated and reused. Churches, schools, and private individuals bought fair buildings and had them dismantled and moved to new locations. The logistics of moving entire buildings was complicated and required specialized contractors. The buildings that were just going to be demolished still had to be stripped of anything valuable or reusable. Light fixtures, hardware, decorative elements, furniture, anything that could be sold or reused were removed. Salvage contractors made deals with the fair to purchase demolition rights, essentially buying buildings for the value of their materials. The demolition crews started work almost immediately on buildings that nobody wanted to save. They'd systematically tear down structures, sort materials into piles: lumber, metal, plaster, debris. The lumber could be sold as used wood, metal could be sold as scrap. The plaster and other waste had to be hauled away to disposal sites. The fairgrounds turned into a demolition zone with dust, noise, and organized destruction. The employment situation was complicated for the thousands of workers who'd been employed by the fair. Most were laid off immediately after closing, given their final pay and sent on their way. Some workers were retained for demolition and cleanup, but at reduced wages because the fair's revenue had stopped. The transition from employed to unemployed was abrupt and probably financially devastating for some workers. The accounting department faced months of work settling accounts. Every exhibitor, vendor, and contractor had to be paid final amounts owed. Disputes over payments were common: exhibitors claiming damages to their goods, vendors arguing about commission calculations, contractors disputing what work was completed. The accountants had to review contracts, examine evidence, and make final payment determinations.
Refunds had to be processed for season ticket holders who'd paid for access through certain dates. Some season tickets were valid through December 31st, but the fair closed December 1st, so partial refunds were owed. Calculating and processing these refunds was tedious work requiring verification of ticket purchases and payment calculations. The fair's creditors wanted their money. Suppliers who'd provided goods on credit, contractors who hadn't been fully paid, banks that had provided loans, they all wanted settlement. The fair had to prioritize creditors based on contractual obligations and legal requirements. Some creditors had security interests in specific assets and got paid first. Others had to wait and hope there was money left after secured creditors were satisfied. The final attendance figures were compiled and audited. Over the 8-month run, approximately 19.7 million people had visited the fair. The accounting staff verified ticket sales records against attendance counts to ensure accuracy. These figures were important for final financial reports and for historical records. Getting accurate numbers required painstaking review of records from all entry gates. Revenue totals were calculated from all sources: admissions, concessions, exhibit fees, special events, everything. The total revenue was in the millions of dollars, but so were the expenses. The fair had to determine whether it ended with a profit or loss, which would determine how much investors and creditors would recover. The calculations took months and required auditors to verify. The final expense accounting included everything spent over the multi-year planning and operation period: construction costs, salaries, supplies, utilities, insurance. Everything had to be totaled and categorized. Finding all the receipts and invoices and ensuring nothing was double counted was a massive task. The accounting staff worked through the winter compiling these figures. The inventory of remaining supplies had to be conducted. The warehouses still held materials that hadn't been used: office supplies, cleaning materials, spare parts, everything. This inventory had to be sold off to recover some value. Liquidation sales were held where businesses and individuals could purchase surplus supplies at reduced prices. The furniture and equipment in administrative buildings had to be dealt with. Desks, chairs, filing cabinets, typewriters, telephones, all of it had to be sold or disposed of. Some items went to employees at discount prices, others went to liquidators who'd resell them. The administrative offices were gradually stripped bare as everything was removed. The electrical system had to be safely shut down and dismantled. The power plant stopped generating electricity, the boilers were drained and secured, the generators were prepared for sale or scrapping. The miles of electrical wiring throughout the fairgrounds had value as scrap copper, so salvage crews pulled wire from buildings and poles. This was dangerous work, requiring electricians to ensure power was completely disconnected. The water and sewage systems had to be drained and winterized to prevent freeze damage. Pipes that would remain through winter had to be emptied of water. The temporary sewage treatment facilities were shut down and eventually dismantled. The wells that had provided water were either permanently sealed or handed over to the city for future use. The landscaping crews had a melancholy task of removing plants and restoring Forest Park. Trees and shrubs that had been planted for the fair were either left to become permanent park features or removed. Gardens were stripped of their plantings, the Grand Basin and other water features were drained. Gradually, the landscaped fairgrounds reverted toward parkland. The railroad tracks that had been laid for moving materials and exhibits had to be torn up. The salvage value of the rails and ties was significant, so contractors worked through the winter removing track. The rail yards that had been busy with deliveries sat empty and were systematically dismantled. The transformation from transportation hub to empty ground happened over months. The intramural railway that had carried visitors around the fairgrounds was sold. The trains and track were purchased by amusement parks and municipalities who wanted the equipment. Dismantling and shipping the railway took weeks of work. The elevated sections had to be carefully taken apart to avoid damage that would reduce resale value. Employee belongings left in lockers and offices had to be handled. The fair maintained a lost and found for employee items, holding them for a period while trying to contact former workers. Unclaimed items were eventually disposed of or sold. There were probably personal items of value that were never recovered because workers had moved on and couldn't be located. The ethnic village residents needed transportation home, which the fair had contractually agreed to provide. Arranging passage back to the Philippines, Alaska, and other distant locations took time and coordination. Some residents decided to stay in America, creating immigration complications. The fair had to work with federal immigration authorities to resolve the status of people who wanted to remain. The international pavilion staff from foreign countries had to return home. Their temporary work permits expired with the fair's closing. The foreign governments arranged for their citizens' return, but the coordination with steamship lines and railroads was complex. Some workers extended their stays as tourists before returning, creating additional documentation requirements. The fair's legal department dealt with lawsuits filed by injured visitors, disgruntled employees, and dissatisfied contractors. Personal injury claims from people hurt at the fair had to be investigated and settled or defended in court. Employment disputes over wages or working conditions required legal response. Breach of contract claims from vendors required review and resolution. Insurance claims for property damage, theft, and liability all had to be processed. The insurance companies sent adjusters to investigate claims and determine payouts. Disputes over coverage or claim amounts sometimes went to arbitration or litigation. Settling all the insurance matters took years in some cases. The buildings that remained through winter deteriorated rapidly. Without heating or maintenance, the temporary structures suffered damage from weather. Roofs leaked, letting rain and snow damage interiors. Freezing temperatures caused additional damage. By spring 1905, many buildings were in poor condition and had to be demolished rather than saved. Forest Park gradually reclaimed the fairgrounds. The areas that had been paved or covered with buildings were remediated and replanted. The Park District took over responsibility for the land and worked to restore it to parkland. Some fair buildings remained as permanent structures. The Palace of Fine Arts was converted to an art museum and still stands today as the St. Louis Art Museum. But most everything else was demolished and removed. The final financial report was issued in 1905 after all accounts were settled. The fair had operated at a loss, meaning investors and creditors didn't fully recover their money. The exact figures were complicated by disputed expenses and creative accounting, but the bottom line was that the fair didn't make money financially. However, the economic impact on St. Louis and the region was substantial, with hotels, restaurants, and businesses benefiting from visitor spending. The employees moved on to other work. Some found jobs in similar fields: event management, hospitality, retail. Others went back to whatever they'd done before the fair. The skills and experience gained working the fair probably helped many people advance in their careers. The connections and networks formed during the fair lasted for years. The vendors and concessionaires took their experiences to other fairs and expositions. The 1904 fair was part of a series of World's Fairs in the early 20th century, and many of the same operators moved from fair to fair. They'd learn what worked in St. Louis and apply those lessons to future ventures. The World's Fair circuit was apparently a thing, with a community of people who specialized in fair operations. The artifacts and records from the fair were gradually collected by historical societies and museums. The photographs, documents, and objects became valuable historical resources. Researchers studying the fair would rely on these materials to understand what happened. The St. Louis World's Fair became an important historical event, studied for what it revealed about American society, technology, and culture in 1904. The legacy of the fair extended beyond the immediate aftermath. Products and innovations showcased at the fair entered mainstream use. The fair popularized iced tea, ice cream cones, and hamburgers, though the exact origin stories are disputed. Technologies demonstrated at the fair influenced later developments. The cultural exchange that happened brought awareness of different nations and cultures to millions of Americans. The fairground's location in Forest Park remained visible for years through remnants and modifications to the park. Pathways aligned with fair-era roads. Some foundations remained buried. The lagoons and waterways created for the fair became permanent park features. Walking through Forest Park today, you can still find traces of where the Great Fair once stood. The final documents were filed, the last checks were written, and the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair officially concluded its business. The massive undertaking that had employed thousands, attracted millions, and transformed a section of St. Louis for 8 months was finished. The people involved returned to normal life, carrying memories of their small part in a historic event.
Now let's drift into the personal experiences of the people who worked at the fair, because behind all the operational procedures and administrative processes were actual humans dealing with the reality of these jobs day after day. The early morning shift workers had to get to the fairgrounds before dawn, which meant waking up in the middle of the night. For workers who lived across town, the commute started at 3 or 4 a.m. They'd walk to streetcar stops in the dark, wait for the first cars of the day, and ride through empty streets to Forest Park. The camaraderie among early shift workers was probably strong because they shared this strange schedule. The break rooms and employee lounges scattered throughout the fairgrounds became important social spaces. Workers would gather during breaks to eat, rest, gossip, and complain. The spaces were basic, simple benches, maybe some lockers, definitely nothing fancy, but they provided refuge from the demands of visitors and supervisors. The conversations in break rooms probably ranged from mundane work complaints to personal dramas to shared observations about weird visitors. Romance definitely happened among fair employees. When you have thousands of young people working together for months, relationships form. There were probably couples who met at the fair and ended up married. There were also probably messy breakups that made working together awkward. The supervisors probably had to deal with workplace relationship drama occasionally, though it probably wasn't officially acknowledged. The meal situation for employees varied by position and pay. Higher paid staff could afford to eat at the fair's restaurants. Most workers brought food from home or bought cheap meals from employee canteens that offered basic, affordable food. The employee canteens were separate from visitor dining and offered simple fare: bread, soup, coffee, basic hot meals. The quality was probably mediocre, but it was fuel. Some employees lived on or near the fairgrounds in temporary housing. Single men working as laborers or security guards might share bunk houses or boarding houses nearby. The living conditions were basic: crowded rooms, shared facilities, minimal privacy. But for workers who'd come from out of town, specifically for fair employment, it was affordable housing close to work. The hierarchy among workers was real and sometimes caused tension. Supervisors had authority over regular workers. Skilled workers like electricians and engineers had higher status than general laborers. Office workers looked down on manual laborers. These class and status distinctions played out in daily interactions, creating resentments and conflicts that supervisors had to manage. The uniforms worn by various workers created visible identity and status markers. Security guards had official uniforms with badges. Information booth attendants wore distinctive outfits so they were recognizable. Even the rolling chair pushers had identifying badges or clothing. These uniforms created pride for some workers and embarrassment for others, depending on how they felt about their jobs. The injury rate among workers was probably significant given the physical nature of much of the work and the 1904 safety standards. Construction workers fell from heights. Machine operators got caught in equipment. Laborers strained backs lifting heavy objects. The fair had workers' compensation policies, but they were probably minimal. Injured workers might get some medical care and a small payment, then they were on their own. The stress levels varied enormously by position. Workers in customer-facing roles dealt with the stress of difficult visitors, at least had variety. Workers doing repetitive tasks like operating the same machine all day or cleaning the same bathrooms dealt with mind-numbing monotony. The ticket takers who just took tickets for hours probably had the most boring job at the entire fair. The favorites among supervisors and workers definitely existed. Some employees were better at their jobs or more personable and got preferential treatment. They might get better shifts, easier assignments, or small perks. Other workers who were less competent or less liked got the worst jobs and no sympathy when things went wrong. This favoritism was probably rarely acknowledged, but definitely felt. The theft problem extended to employees stealing from the fair or from each other. Workers with access to supplies might take home items for personal use. Cash handlers might skim money. Employees stole from coworkers' lockers. The fair tried to prevent and detect theft, but with thousands of employees, some level of theft was inevitable. Getting caught meant immediate termination and possibly criminal prosecution. The language barriers among the international workforce created communication challenges. Workers from different countries didn't always share common languages. Instructions had to be conveyed through gestures, demonstrations, or translators. This slowed down work and created frustration. But it also meant workers learned bits of other languages and developed creative communication methods. The weather affected worker morale significantly. On beautiful spring and fall days, working at the fair was probably pleasant. On brutal summer days or freezing winter days, morale plummeted. Workers would complain constantly about the conditions, and supervisors had to keep them motivated despite the misery. The promise of payday probably kept many workers going through difficult conditions. The Friday paydays created a weekly rhythm in worker life. Employees would receive their wages in cash in envelopes, and many would immediately head to nearby establishments to spend some of it. Saloons, shops, and entertainment venues near the fairgrounds did brisk business on Friday nights with workers looking to blow off steam. Some workers would drink away their wages and show up Monday broke and hungover. The disciplinary system for employee misconduct was probably harsh by modern standards. Infractions like tardiness, rudeness to visitors, or poor performance could result in immediate firing without much process. Employees had little job security and could be replaced easily. This created an atmosphere of fear and compliance, but also probably meant incompetent or problematic workers were removed quickly. The employee gossip network was incredibly effective at spreading information. News about workplace romances, firings, accidents, or scandals would circulate rapidly through the workforce. The informal communication channels were probably faster than official channels. If something juicy happened, everyone knew by the end of the day, with exaggerations and speculation. The fatigue accumulation over months of operation took a toll on workers. The fair ran for 8 months, with most workers getting maybe 1 day off per week. The constant work without adequate rest led to exhaustion, irritability, and reduced performance. By November, everyone was probably running on fumes, just trying to make it to the closing date. The worker nicknames for various locations, supervisors, and recurring problems created a shared vocabulary. Difficult supervisors probably had unflattering nicknames. Problem areas of the fairgrounds had names reflecting their issues. Regular visitors who were memorable got nicknames. This insider language created bonds among workers and made the experience feel more tolerable.
The competition between different departments for resources and recognition created workplace politics. The department that ran the most successful exhibits wanted recognition. Departments competed for budget allocations and staffing. This competition probably motivated some workers, but created resentment in others who felt their departments were undervalued. The long-term workers, who'd been involved since the planning stages, had different perspectives than workers hired just for the operational period. The veterans knew the history, understood the politics, and had deeper investments in the fair's success. New workers just saw it as a job. These different perspectives sometimes created friction in how seriously people took their responsibilities. The end-of-shift rituals probably helped workers decompress. Maybe groups of workers would walk to the streetcar together, discussing their day. Maybe they'd stop at a nearby tavern for a drink before heading home. These transition rituals helped separate work life from personal life and provided social support. The visitors' rudeness and entitlement wore on customer-facing employees. People who'd paid admission felt entitled to perfect service and would complain about minor issues. Workers dealing with complaints all day developed thick skins and coping mechanisms. Some learned to smile and nod while mentally checking out. Others developed sharp responses that sounded polite but had an edge. The employee theft of food was probably rampant and largely tolerated. Workers in food service areas would sneak bites of food or drinks throughout their shifts. As long as it wasn't excessive, supervisors probably looked the other way.
because keeping workers fed and happy was important for morale. The official policy probably forbade it, but the unofficial reality was different. The skill development that happened through fair employment was valuable for many workers. People learned customer service, gained technical skills, developed management abilities, or just learned how to show up and work consistently. For young workers especially, the fair was probably an important learning experience that prepared them for future employment. The friendships formed during the fair lasted beyond its closing. Workers who'd bonded over shared experiences stayed in touch, helped each other find future employment, and reminisced about their time at the fair. These connections were meaningful parts of people's life stories, relationships forged in unusual circumstances. The employee understanding of the fair's operations was probably limited to their specific areas. A ticket taker might know nothing about how the Palace of Machinery operated. A machinist might have no idea how food service was managed. The fair was so large and complex that no individual understood all of it. Everyone had their specialized knowledge and limited view of the whole. The worker pride in the fair's success was real despite the difficulties. When attendance was high or when the fair got positive press coverage, workers felt good about being part of something significant. When international visitors praised American accomplishments, even low-level workers could feel pride in their small contributions. This sense of purpose probably made the hard work feel more meaningful. The final days brought mixed emotions for workers. Relief that the difficult work was ending, mixed with sadness about losing jobs and saying goodbye to coworkers. Pride in what was accomplished, mixed with exhaustion from the effort. Workers probably had complicated feelings about the fair ending, grateful it was over, but nostalgic for the experience. The workers' stories from the fair were probably told and retold for years. Grandchildren would hear about the time Grandpa worked at the World's Fair, with details growing more impressive over time. These personal narratives became part of family histories, connecting individual lives to a larger historical event. The fair employment looked good on resumes, at least the higher status positions did. Being able to say you were a supervisor or skilled worker at the Louisiana Purchase Exposition carried weight in future job searches. Employers knew the fair required competence and reliability, so fair experience was valuable. Even lower status workers could claim experience that might help them find similar work. The occupational hazards beyond physical injury included mental health impacts. The stress, monotony, difficult working conditions, and social pressures took psychological tolls. Workers dealing with depression, anxiety, or other mental health issues had no support systems. They either pushed through or quit. The concept of workplace mental health support didn't exist in 1904. The economic impact on workers' families was significant. For families dependent on fair wages, the employment meant survival. When the fair ended and that income stopped, families faced hardship. The transition period after closure was probably financially difficult for many former workers scrambling to find new employment quickly.
Now, let's drift back in time and talk about the years of planning before the fair even opened, because the operational complexity didn't just appear overnight. It took years of preparation, planning, and increasingly frantic work to get everything ready. The idea for the fair started in the late 1900s. St. Louis civic leaders wanted to commemorate the centennial of the Louisiana Purchase with something spectacular. There were meetings, proposals, debates about whether it was feasible, and eventually a decision to move forward. The early planning meetings were probably optimistic and idealistic, with people not fully grasping how complicated this would become. Securing government support and funding took political maneuvering. The fair organizers needed federal government endorsement and financial backing. This meant lobbying Congress, meeting with the president, and convincing politicians that a St. Louis World's Fair served national interests. The politics of this probably involved compromises, promises, and deals that wouldn't be documented in official records. Choosing the location within St. Louis was contentious. Forest Park was eventually selected, but other sites were considered. Each potential location had supporters and opponents. Property owners near proposed sites had financial interests. The decision-making process involved evaluating logistics, costs, access, and political considerations. The final choice probably left some people unhappy. The design phase required architects to create plans for dozens of buildings.
The fair hired prominent architects, including McKim, Mead, and White, who designed the overall layout. Individual states and countries hired their own architects. Coordinating all these different design visions into a coherent whole was challenging. There were probably conflicts between aesthetic visions and practical requirements. The construction phase started in 1902, 2 years before opening. The site had to be cleared, graded, and prepared. Foundation work began on major buildings. The construction site employed hundreds of workers doing heavy manual labor. The working conditions were dangerous. Men fell from heights, were crushed by materials, or injured by tools. Construction accidents killed workers, though exact numbers are hard to find. The construction schedule was aggressive and fell behind repeatedly. Buildings that were supposed to be finished months before opening were still under construction weeks before. The pressure on construction workers and supervisors was intense. They worked long hours in all weather conditions trying to meet impossible deadlines. Corners were probably cut to save time, affecting quality and safety. The labor disputes during construction disrupted progress. Workers went on strike, demanding better wages and conditions. Union versus non-union conflicts created tensions. The fair management had to negotiate with labor leaders, make concessions, and sometimes bring in replacement workers. The labor politics of early 1900s America played out on the construction site. The funding challenges created ongoing stress. The fair's budget was massive, and raising sufficient money required selling bonds, attracting investors, and securing loans. When construction costs exceeded projections, which they definitely did, more money had to be raised. Investors who'd been promised returns started worrying about whether the fair would be profitable. The financial pressure influenced every decision. The international recruitment process for exhibitors started years early. Fair representatives traveled to countries throughout the world inviting participation. They had to convince foreign governments that participating was worthwhile, addressing concerns about costs and logistics. Some countries agreed immediately. Others required extensive negotiation. A few declined entirely, creating diplomatic awkwardness. The contract negotiations with exhibitors, vendors, and performers were complex. Every party wanted favorable terms. Exhibitors wanted prime locations and low fees. The fair wanted high fees and control over what was displayed. These negotiations involved lawyers, intermediaries, and sometimes resulted in conflicts. Some negotiations broke down entirely, requiring the fair to find replacement exhibitors. The staffing plan developed over years, with organizers trying to project how many employees would be needed in various roles. These projections were partly guesswork because nobody really knew how many visitors would come or what staffing levels would be adequate. The plans were revised repeatedly as opening approached, and reality set in about the scale of operations. The training program development started months before opening. Someone had to create training materials for different positions. What should ticket takers know? What should information booth attendants be taught? How should security guards be instructed? Creating these training programs required understanding the jobs well enough to teach them, which was difficult for positions that didn't exist yet. The supply chain establishment required contracts with hundreds of vendors. The fair needed reliable sources for everything from light bulbs to lumber to food supplies. Vendors had to commit to providing materials for 8 months. Pricing had to be negotiated. Delivery schedules had to be arranged. Some vendors had never dealt with an operation this large and struggled to meet demands. The infrastructure installation was massive. The electrical system alone required planning the power plant, distribution network, and thousands of connection points. The water and sewage systems had to be designed and built from scratch. The transportation network required track laying for the intramural railway. All of this infrastructure work happened simultaneously with building construction, creating coordination nightmares. The permitting and regulatory compliance was extensive. The fair needed permits for construction, for operating food service, for hosting large gatherings, for basically everything. City, county, state, and federal regulations all applied. Navigating this bureaucracy required legal expertise and patience. Delays in getting permits held up construction and created cascading problems. The marketing and promotion started years early. The fair wanted to build anticipation and attract visitors from across the country and world. This required advertising campaigns, media relations, promotional materials, and outreach to tour operators. The marketing budget was substantial, and measuring effectiveness was difficult. They had to hope the investment in promotion would result in adequate attendance. The planning for special events and state days began early. Each state and country had to be contacted about their designated days. Plans for ceremonies, parades, and receptions had to be developed. These events required coordination between fair staff and representatives from states and countries. The planning involved countless meetings, correspondence, and revisions.
The final months before opening were absolutely chaotic. Buildings were still being finished, exhibits were being installed, systems were being tested, and nothing was quite ready. The fair organizers probably panicked regularly about whether they'd be able to open on schedule. Workers put in incredible hours doing whatever was needed to get things finished. The soft opening period in late April allowed testing systems with limited visitors before the official opening. This revealed problems that hadn't been apparent during construction: bottlenecks in pedestrian flow, insufficient restroom capacity, restaurants that couldn't handle customer volume. The fair made frantic adjustments trying to fix problems before the official opening ceremony. The opening ceremony on April 30th, 1904 was a massive event with President Theodore Roosevelt attending. He pressed a telegraph key in Washington, D.C. that supposedly turned on the fair's fountains, though the reality was probably more complicated and less synchronized. There were speeches, bands, crowds, and celebration. Behind the scenes, staff were probably terrified that something would go wrong publicly. The first weeks of operation revealed how much the fair organizers hadn't anticipated. Visitor behaviors surprised them. Operational problems they hadn't considered appeared. Staff proved inadequate for some tasks and excessive for others. The learning curve was steep, and adjustments happened constantly. The fair that existed in May was different from what had been planned, adapted to reality. The board of directors met regularly throughout the planning and operation periods. These meetings involved reviewing financial reports, addressing problems, making policy decisions, and dealing with internal politics. The meeting minutes probably reveal conflicts, disagreements, and compromises that shaped the fair. Some directors were more involved than others, creating resentment and power imbalances. The executive director position carried enormous responsibility. David R. Francis served in this role and bore ultimate accountability for the fair's success or failure. He dealt with constant pressures from all directions: politicians, investors, employees, exhibitors, media. His daily life during the fair years was probably incredibly stressful, though he was compensated well for bearing this burden. The department head meetings coordinated operations across different areas of responsibility. These meetings involved finger-pointing when things went wrong, credit claiming when things went well, and bureaucratic maneuvering. The interpersonal dynamics between department heads affected how well the fair functioned. Rivalries and alliances shaped decision-making. The crisis management during planning dealt with various disasters. When construction workers struck, management had to scramble to resolve it. When a major exhibitor pulled out, replacement had to be found. When funding shortfalls appeared, more money had to be raised. Each crisis required immediate attention and creative problem-solving. The public relations challenges during planning involved managing expectations. Media coverage could be positive or negative depending on progress. When construction fell behind schedule, negative stories appeared questioning whether the fair would be ready. The PR team had to spin these stories positively, emphasizing progress while downplaying problems. The insurance procurement process required convincing insurance companies to cover unprecedented risks. Ensuring a temporary city with millions of visitors, exotic animals, valuable exhibits, and complex operations wasn't standard business. Insurance companies had to assess risks, calculate premiums, and negotiate terms. The insurance costs were substantial but necessary to protect against catastrophic losses. The final preparations in the weeks before opening were frantic. Landscaping crews planted thousands of flowers, painters finished final coats, cleaners did deep cleaning of every space, electricians checked every circuit, plumbers tested every fixture. Staff training intensified with drills and rehearsals. Everyone worked overtime trying to achieve the vision of a perfect World's Fair. The inevitability of imperfection was accepted grudgingly. Despite years of planning and months of preparation, the fair wouldn't open in perfect condition. Some exhibits wouldn't be finished, some systems wouldn't work properly, some staff wouldn't be fully trained. The organizers had to accept that opening meant launching with known problems while committing to fix them quickly. The countdown to opening day created mounting tension. As April 30th approached, the pressure intensified. Workers who'd been exhausted for months pushed even harder. Supervisors drove their teams relentlessly. Organizers checked and rechecked everything. The atmosphere was probably electric with anxiety, excitement, and exhaustion as the opening approached.
Let's drift into the really technical stuff now, because the fair's infrastructure was incredibly complex, and keeping it all running was a constant engineering challenge that most visitors never thought about. The power plant that supplied electricity to the entire fair was a marvel of 1904 technology. It had multiple steam-powered generators that together could produce enough electricity for a small city. The plant operators worked in intense heat, surrounded by dangerous machinery, monitoring gauges and adjusting systems constantly. The coal-fired boilers had to maintain consistent pressure, which required constant attention and expertise. The generator rooms were definitely loud. The spinning turbines and generators created noise levels that would violate modern safety standards. Workers in these areas probably suffered hearing loss, but hearing protection wasn't really a thing in 1904. They communicated through hand signals and shouting, developing a system that worked despite the impossibility of normal conversation. The electrical distribution system used direct current rather than alternating current, which was still being debated in 1904. DC power has limitations in transmission distance, so the fair's power plant had to be centrally located to minimize losses. The electrical engineers had calculated load requirements for different areas and designed the distribution network accordingly. When actual loads exceeded projections, which happened regularly, they had to make adjustments. The transformers and switchgear scattered throughout the fairgrounds stepped down voltage and distributed power to different circuits. These installations had to be protected from weather and secured against tampering. Each one required periodic inspection and maintenance. The electrical maintenance crews walked routes daily checking these installations, looking for overheating, damage, or other problems. The circuit protection systems were primitive compared to modern electrical systems. Fuses provided overcurrent protection, but they were less reliable and slower acting than modern circuit breakers. When a fuse blew, someone had to physically replace it with a new fuse. Finding and fixing the problem that caused the overload required troubleshooting skills and often significant time. The grounding system for electrical safety was probably minimal. The understanding of electrical hazards was evolving in 1904, and safety standards were nothing like today. Workers received shocks regularly, and some probably died from electrocution. The fair's electrical system was dangerous, and the people working on it accepted risks that modern workers wouldn't tolerate. The lighting fixtures numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Incandescent bulbs outlined every major building, creating the famous illumination. Each bulb had to be installed, connected, tested, and eventually replaced when it burned out. The logistics of managing this many light bulbs, tracking inventory, distributing replacements, scheduling installation, required dedicated staff and systems. The special effects lighting used colored bulbs and mechanical systems to create dramatic effects. Some fountains had underwater lighting that changed colors. Some buildings had lighting that could be programmed to create patterns. Managing these effects required operators who understood the systems and could troubleshoot problems. When an effect failed during a major event, the pressure to fix it immediately was intense. The water system drew from wells and the city water supply. Multiple large wells were drilled on the fairgrounds, each requiring pumps to bring water to the surface. The pumps ran continuously during operating hours, with backup pumps available for when primary pumps failed. Pump maintenance was constant. Bearings needed lubrication, seals needed replacement, motors needed servicing. The water storage tanks held reserves to handle peak demand periods. These elevated tanks used gravity to maintain pressure in the distribution system. The tanks had to be inspected for leaks and cleaned periodically to prevent contamination. Climbing to the top of water towers to inspect them was dangerous work that fell to specialized workers who didn't mind heights. The water distribution piping was a network of different pipe sizes and materials.
Large mains carried water to different areas, smaller pipes branched to individual buildings, and tiny pipes fed individual fixtures. This network had thousands of joints and connections, any of which could leak. Finding and fixing leaks required digging up sections of ground, identifying the problem, making repairs, and restoring everything. The fire suppression system included hydrants throughout the fairgrounds connected to the water mains. Fire hoses could be connected to these hydrants to fight fires. The system had to maintain adequate pressure to supply multiple hoses simultaneously if needed. Testing the system required periodic drills where fire crews would connect hoses and verify water flow. These tests disrupted operations but were essential for safety. The sewage system collected waste from all the restrooms and food service areas. This was probably the least glamorous but most essential infrastructure. The sewage pipes had to be sized adequately to handle peak flows without backing up. Gravity carried sewage to collection points where it was treated or disposed of. The treatment systems were basic by modern standards, probably just settling tanks and possibly some chemical treatment. The sewage system maintenance was disgusting but necessary work. Pipes clogged with waste and had to be cleared. Inspection manholes had to be opened and systems checked. The smell alone made this work unbearable for most people. The crews doing this work probably were paid slightly more than other laborers, specifically because the job was so awful.
The drainage system handled rainwater from buildings and pathways. Missouri storms could produce incredible rainfall amounts, so adequate drainage was essential to prevent flooding. Catch basins collected surface water and fed it into underground pipes that carried it away. These systems had to be cleaned regularly because they'd clog with leaves, trash, and sediment. The ventilation systems in large buildings used natural ventilation primarily, windows, vents, and building design to promote air circulation. Some buildings had mechanical ventilation, using large fans powered by electric motors. These fans moved air but didn't cool it, so they were more effective at distributing heat than providing comfort. The fan systems required maintenance, cleaning, lubrication, and motor servicing. The heating systems installed for late-season operation were mostly coal or wood-burning stoves placed throughout buildings. These stoves required daily attention, loading fuel, removing ash, adjusting dampers to control temperature. The fire hazard from dozens of stoves burning in temporary wooden buildings must have kept fire safety officers awake at night. Chimney fires probably happened regularly. The transportation infrastructure for the intramural railway included track, switches, signals, and power systems. The trains ran on electricity supplied through overhead wires or third rails, depending on the section. The electrical contact systems wore out and needed replacement. The tracks required leveling and alignment adjustments as the ground settled. Switch mechanisms needed lubrication and adjustment. The train cars themselves needed daily inspection and maintenance. Wheels and bearings wore out. Brakes needed adjustment. Electrical systems failed and needed repair. Interiors got dirty and damaged from constant use. The railway maintenance shop employed mechanics who worked on cars during overnight hours, making repairs so trains would be ready for the next day. The communication systems beyond telephone and telegraph included pneumatic tubes for sending documents between offices. Small carriers containing messages would be propelled through pipes by air pressure. The pneumatic tube system required maintaining air pressure, keeping pipes clear, and repairing leaks. These systems were cutting edge in 1904, but required constant attention to function reliably. The time synchronization system used master clocks connected to slave clocks throughout the fairgrounds. Keeping accurate time was important for coordinating operations and events. The master clock was probably set using telegraph time signals from an observatory. The synchronization system had to be maintained to ensure all clocks showed the same time, which was harder than it sounds with 1904 technology. The public address system used horn loudspeakers connected to amplifiers and microphones. The audio quality was poor by modern standards, tinny, distorted, and hard to understand, but it allowed announcements to reach large areas. The system required maintenance of electrical connections, speaker adjustments, and protection of equipment from weather.
Feedback and audio problems were common and had to be addressed. The refrigeration systems for food storage used ice primarily, but some areas had mechanical refrigeration. Early mechanical refrigerators used ammonia as refrigerant and were somewhat dangerous if they leaked. These systems required skilled operators who understood the equipment and could make repairs. Ammonia leaks created health hazards and required evacuation of affected areas. The ice storage facilities were insulated buildings packed with sawdust or cork to slow melting. Even with insulation, ice melted steadily, so constant replenishment was necessary. The logistics of moving ice from production to storage to end users required coordination and lots of physical labor. Ice deliveries happened multiple times daily to different locations. The waste disposal system beyond sewage handled solid trash. The fair generated tons of garbage daily: food waste, packaging, broken items, general trash. Garbage was collected in cans, loaded onto wagons, and hauled to disposal sites outside the fairgrounds. The disposal sites were probably just dumps where trash was burned or buried. The environmental impact was never considered. The compressed air systems powered various pneumatic tools and equipment. Air compressors created high-pressure air that was distributed through pipes to where it was needed. These systems required maintaining pressure, detecting and fixing leaks, and servicing compressors. Pneumatic systems were common in industry but required expertise to maintain. The safety inspection systems checked infrastructure regularly for problems. Inspectors would examine structures, electrical systems, plumbing, and equipment looking for hazards. They'd document findings and order repairs. The challenge was keeping up with the constant degradation of temporary systems under heavy use. Something was always breaking or becoming hazardous. The preventive maintenance schedule tried to service systems before they failed. This required tracking equipment age and usage, scheduling maintenance activities, and allocating resources. The schedule was probably more aspirational than actual because emergency repairs constantly displaced planned maintenance. The maintenance backlog grew throughout the fair's operation. The emergency power systems provided backup for critical operations. These might have been battery banks or auxiliary generators that could power essential systems if main power failed. Testing these systems was important but disruptive. A power failure during operations would be catastrophic, so backup systems had to be reliable. The testing and commissioning of systems before opening revealed problems that needed fixing. Each system was supposed to be fully tested, but time pressure meant some testing was inadequate. Problems discovered during testing had to be fixed quickly, sometimes with improvised solutions. The commissioning process was probably chaotic and incomplete. The operations manuals for complex systems documented procedures, maintenance requirements, and troubleshooting guides. These manuals were essential references for operators and maintenance workers. Creating accurate manuals required technical writing skills and deep understanding of systems. The manuals probably had errors and omissions that workers discovered through experience. The technical training for specialized workers required teaching complex skills quickly. Electricians needed to understand the fair's unique systems. Plumbers had to learn the layout of water and sewage networks. The training was probably a mix of classroom instruction and hands-on learning, with experienced workers mentoring new ones. The documentation of system modifications tracked changes made during operation. When systems were altered or expanded, documentation had to be updated. This documentation discipline probably broke down under operational pressure, resulting in undocumented modifications that caused confusion and problems.
Let's drift into the actual visitors now, because understanding how millions of people moved through and experienced the fair helps explain the operational challenges the staff faced every single day. The typical visitor journey started long before arriving at the fairgrounds. People planned their trips weeks or months in advance, saving money, arranging time off work, coordinating with family or groups. For many Americans in 1904, traveling to St. Louis for the fair was the biggest trip they'd ever take. The anticipation and preparation were significant parts of the experience.
The arrival experience varied dramatically depending on how people traveled. Those coming by train arrived at St. Louis's Union Station or other rail terminals. They'd disembark with their luggage, navigate the unfamiliar station, and figure out how to get to their accommodations and then to the fairgrounds. The confusion and stress of arriving in a strange city must have been overwhelming for rural visitors who'd never seen anything like St. Louis. Local visitors had an easier time but still faced challenges. The streetcar system was overwhelmed during peak periods. Cars would be packed beyond capacity, with people standing in aisles and hanging off the sides. The rides were uncomfortable, slow, and sometimes dangerous. People fell off overcrowded cars. Others got into arguments about space and pushing. The decision about when to arrive at the fair affected the whole experience. Early arrivals beat the crowds but had to deal with cooler temperatures and possibly having to wait for exhibits to open. Late morning arrivals faced peak crowds and long lines. Afternoon arrivals had the heat to deal with. Evening arrivals got to see the illumination but missed daytime exhibits. There was no perfect time. The entrance experience set the tone for the visit. The ticket purchase process could be smooth or frustrating depending on crowd levels. Getting through the gates with tickets checked took time during busy periods. First-time visitors emerged into the fairgrounds with no clear idea where to go first, overwhelmed by options and scale. The information booths near entrances were mobbed with confused visitors asking directions. The guidebook decision affected how people navigated the fair. Those who bought guidebooks had maps and schedules but had to constantly consult them. Those who didn't buy guidebooks saved money but wandered aimlessly, missing things or getting lost. Groups would argue about whether to buy guidebooks, with some members insisting they were necessary and others calling them a waste of money. The first-time visitor reaction to the fair's scale was probably shock. Walking through the gates and seeing the massive buildings, the crowds, the scale of everything must have been overwhelming. People from small towns who'd never seen buildings larger than a church suddenly faced structures the size of several city blocks. The psychological impact of encountering the scale was probably significant. The visitor flow patterns emerged naturally based on human behavior. Most people turned right after entering and moved clockwise around the fairgrounds. This created heavier traffic on the right side of pathways and in clockwise circulation routes. The fair's planners probably studied these patterns and tried to balance visitor distribution, but natural human tendencies were hard to overcome. The group dynamics affected visitor behavior significantly. Families with children moved slower and needed frequent stops for rest and food. Young couples could move faster and stay longer. Elderly visitors needed rest periods and accessible routes. Groups of friends might split up to see different things, creating coordination challenges. Every group had at least one person who wanted to see everything and one person who just wanted to find somewhere to sit. The photography obsession in 1904 was nothing like today, but people still wanted pictures. Those who hired fair photographers would pose for formal shots at scenic locations. The photographers would direct them into stiff poses, and the whole process took several minutes per photo. Groups waiting for photo opportunities created congestion at popular photography spots. The souvenir purchasing patterns showed how visitors tried to commemorate their experience. People bought postcards to mail home, proving they'd visited the fair. They bought miniature buildings or commemorative coins as keepsakes. Families spent significant portions of their budgets on souvenirs, sometimes regretting it later when they needed money for food or transportation. The souvenir vendors near exits caught people in a last-minute buying mood. The eating patterns created predictable rushes. Lunchtime from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. was chaos in every food service area. People who tried to eat during this window faced long lines and limited seating. Smarter visitors learned to eat earlier or later to avoid crowds. But most people ate when they were hungry, regardless of crowds, leading to daily lunchtime bottlenecks. The restroom emergencies created constant movement toward facilities. With thousands of people drinking water and other beverages, the need for restrooms was constant. The lines at women's restrooms were always longer than at men's facilities, just like today. People would give up on long lines and search for less crowded facilities, sometimes walking significant distances. The fatigue factor affected everyone by mid-afternoon. Walking on hard surfaces for hours created sore feet and tired legs. People would seek benches or shaded areas to rest. The rest areas would fill up completely with every available seat taken. Some people would just sit on the ground, not caring about appearance, desperately needing to get off their feet.
The heat-related behaviors in summer changed how people moved through the fair. They'd seek shade whenever possible, clustering under trees or in covered areas. They'd linger near fountains and water features for the cooling effect. Cold drinks sold incredibly well. People would splash water on their faces at drinking fountains trying to cool down. Some gave up and left early, unable to tolerate the heat. The rain-related chaos disrupted everything. When sudden storms hit, crowds would rush for shelter, creating dangerous crushes at entrances. People got soaked despite trying to find cover. Muddy pathways meant dirty clothes and shoes. Some visitors would give up and leave, considering their day ruined. Others would wait out the rain and continue, more determined than ever.
The lost person scenarios happened constantly. Children wandered away from parents, group members got separated, spouses lost each other in crowds. The fair's loudspeaker system would broadcast messages trying to reunite separated parties. The message center bulletin boards were covered with notes from people trying to find their companions. The anxiety of being lost or separated was real and sometimes turned into genuine panic. The scam vulnerability of unsophisticated visitors created problems. Con artists worked the crowds, running various schemes. Pickpockets targeted distracted visitors. Some vendors overcharged tourists who didn't know better. Fair management tried to combat this through security and warnings, but some visitors still got scammed. The victims often didn't realize they'd been had until later. The expectation versus reality disconnect affected satisfaction. Visitors who'd read promotional materials had certain expectations. When reality didn't match, if lines were longer, if exhibits were closed, if weather was bad, disappointment set in. Managing these disappointed expectations was challenging for staff who bore the brunt of visitor complaints. The physical limitations of some visitors created accessibility challenges. Elderly visitors who couldn't walk long distances struggled. People with disabilities had difficulty navigating the fairgrounds. Parents with babies needed places to change diapers and nurse. The fair tried to accommodate these needs, but the facilities and services were limited. The cultural differences among visitors from different regions and countries created interesting dynamics. Rural farmers from the Midwest experienced the fair differently than wealthy East Coast urbanites. International visitors navigated language barriers and cultural confusion. The fair was trying to be everything to everyone, which meant it fully satisfied no one while partially satisfying most. The time management challenge faced every visitor. With more to see than could possibly be covered in one day, choices had to be made. People developed strategies, seeing main attractions first, following guidebook-recommended routes, or just wandering randomly. Groups argued about priorities and time allocation. Nobody saw everything they wanted to see. The budget management stress affected working-class visitors especially. They had limited money and had to decide how to spend it. Admission was expensive, food added up, souvenirs cost money, everything required constant spending decisions. Families would set budgets and try to stick to them, but temptations and children's demands created pressure. Running out of money before the day ended meant making difficult choices. The competitive behavior among visitors manifested in various ways. People wanted to see more than their neighbors. They wanted better photos than others. They wanted to buy more impressive souvenirs. This competitive spirit drove some of the consumption at the fair, with people spending more than they should to keep up with others. The memory formation process happened in real time as people experienced the fair. They tried to mentally record what they were seeing, knowing they'd tell stories about this for years. The most impressive or unusual moments became mental snapshots. People would describe what they saw to companions, reinforcing memories through narration. The fair became a collection of stories they'd tell repeatedly. The social bonding through shared experience strengthened relationships among visitors. Families created memories together. Friends had shared adventures. Couples on romantic dates had experiences that defined their relationships. The fair provided conversation material that would last for years. People who visited together had inside jokes and references from their fair experiences. The educational impact varied by visitor interest and background.
People genuinely learned about other cultures, new technologies, and scientific developments. But the learning was filtered through their existing knowledge and biases. Some came away with broadened perspectives. Others reinforced their existing prejudices. The fair's educational value was real, but uneven. The exhaustion at day's end was universal. By evening, people were physically tired from walking, mentally overloaded from sensory input, and emotionally spent from the intensity of experience. The journey home, whether to hotels or to train stations or to local residences, was quiet as people processed what they had experienced. Many probably fell asleep during their return journeys. The post-visit processing continued for days or weeks. People would sort through their memories, look at photos, and organize souvenirs. They'd tell stories to anyone who'd listen. They'd compare their experiences with others who had visited. The fair lived on in their memories and conversations long after the visit ended.
Now let's drift into the world of the vendors and concessionaires, because these entrepreneurs took financial risks to operate businesses at the fair, and their daily reality was a constant hustle to make money. The application process for vendor space started months or even years before the fair opened. Prospective vendors had to submit applications explaining what they wanted to sell, where they wanted to be located, and how much they were willing to pay. The fair reviewed applications and selected vendors based on various criteria: uniqueness of offering, financial stability, projected appeal to visitors. The location assignment process created winners and losers. Prime locations with high foot traffic commanded premium prices. Vendors lucky enough to secure spots near main entrances or along major pathways had built-in customer flow. Those assigned to less desirable locations had to work harder to attract customers. The location basically determined whether a vendor would succeed or struggle. The contract terms varied, but generally involved paying the fair a flat fee plus a percentage of gross sales. This meant the fair got paid whether the vendor succeeded or failed, while vendors bore all the risk. The percentage rates were negotiable to some extent, with vendors with unique offerings sometimes getting better terms. But generally the fair had leverage, and vendors had to accept whatever terms were offered. The build-out of vendor spaces required significant investment. Vendors had to construct their stands or shops, install equipment, create signage, and stock inventory. The costs varied based on the operation's complexity, but even a simple food stand required substantial upfront investment. Vendors were betting that revenue would exceed their total costs, which was far from guaranteed. The staffing decisions for vendor operations were crucial. Hiring too many employees meant excessive labor costs. Hiring too few meant poor service and lost sales. Vendors had to project their business volume and staff accordingly. During busy periods, even fully staffed operations were overwhelmed. During slow periods, staff stood around with nothing to do, still requiring wages. The daily opening routine for vendors started early. They'd arrive before the fairgrounds opened to visitors, unlock their spaces, check inventory, prepare equipment, and get everything ready for the day. Food vendors had to prep ingredients, brew coffee, and fire up grills. Souvenir sellers had to arrange displays. Every vendor had their opening checklist that had to be completed before customers arrived. The customer service challenge required vendors to be friendly and helpful even when tired or stressed. Visitors expected good service for their money. Rude vendors got complaints and lost business. Maintaining a positive attitude through long days and difficult customers required emotional discipline. Some vendors were naturally good at this. Others struggled and probably lost sales because of poor customer interactions. The pricing strategy had to balance profitability with competitiveness. Vendors who priced too high lost customers to competitors. Those who priced too low made insufficient profit. The fair's captive audience meant prices could be higher than elsewhere, but too much price gouging would generate complaints and potentially intervention from fair management. Finding the optimal price point required business sense. The inventory management challenge meant projecting what would sell and stocking accordingly. Ordering too much inventory meant wasted money and spoilage risk. Ordering too little meant running out of popular items and losing sales.
Vendors had to develop intuition about what would sell each day based on weather, crowd size, and other factors. The best vendors became skilled at this projection. The supply chain coordination required relationships with suppliers who could deliver regularly. Food vendors needed fresh ingredients delivered daily. Souvenir sellers needed merchandise restocked as it sold. The logistics of getting supplies to individual vendor locations within the fairgrounds created challenges. Deliveries had to happen early before crowds made movement difficult. The weather impact on vendor revenue was dramatic. Beautiful weather brought crowds and strong sales. Rain sent people running for shelter, killing sales in outdoor areas. Extreme heat made customers less willing to walk around, reducing foot traffic to vendors away from main areas. Vendors had no control over weather, but had to bear the financial consequences. The competition among vendors created interesting dynamics. Similar vendors selling comparable products were in direct competition. Location advantages played out visibly. Vendors in better spots did more business. Some vendors would try to poach customers from competitors by calling out aggressively or undercutting prices. Fair management had to mediate disputes over unfair competitive practices.
The relationship with fair management was complicated for vendors. They needed good relations with the officials who could make their lives easier or harder. Vendors who had problems, equipment failures, supply issues, disputes with neighbors, needed management support to resolve issues. Those who developed good relationships got help. Those who were difficult or complained too much got less sympathy. The cash handling created security concerns and practical challenges. Vendors accumulated substantial cash during busy days. This cash had to be secured against theft and properly counted and recorded. At day's end, vendors had to transport their day's receipts to safe locations, making themselves targets for robbery. Some vendors probably hired security or worked in teams for protection. The daily sales tracking was essential for managing the business and for reporting to the fair. Vendors had to know what sold and what didn't, adjusting inventory and offerings based on sales data. They also had to report gross sales to the fair accurately for the percentage-based fees. The temptation to underreport sales was real, but getting caught meant penalties or termination. The customer complaints had to be handled diplomatically. When customers were unhappy with food quality, souvenir condition, or pricing, vendors had to respond constructively. Refunding money or replacing products cost vendors directly, but refusing to address legitimate complaints risked bigger problems. Finding the balance between customer satisfaction and protecting profit margins required judgment. The slow periods during each day created dilemmas. Should vendors keep full staff during slow times, wasting labor costs? Should they send people home, risking being understaffed if business picked up? Should they actively try to drum up business by calling out to passersby? Different vendors had different strategies, and the right approach probably varied by circumstances. The seasonal changes affected vendors' operations significantly. Early in the fair, vendors were learning their business and optimizing operations. Mid-season, in summer, they were in a rhythm, but dealing with heat and fatigue. Late season, as cold weather arrived, foot traffic declined, and vendors had to decide whether to stick it out or close early. Some vendors lost money staying open through December. The relationship among neighboring vendors could be cooperative or antagonistic. Vendors whose offerings complemented each other might refer customers to neighbors. Those in direct competition might undercut each other and create tensions. Over months of working in proximity, relationships developed, friendships, alliances, or lasting hostilities. The vendor community had its own social dynamics. The employee management for vendors with staff required basic HR skills. Vendors had to hire, train, schedule, and supervise employees. Dealing with employee problems, tardiness, theft, poor performance, fell to vendor owners. Firing someone and finding a replacement quickly was necessary, but challenging. Some vendors were good managers. Others struggled with the personnel aspects. The equipment maintenance fell to vendors. When grills broke, when display cases malfunctioned, when any equipment failed, vendors had to get it fixed quickly. Downtime meant lost sales. Finding repair services on the fairgrounds or nearby and getting quick turnarounds required resourcefulness. Some vendors learned to do basic repairs themselves to save time and money. The regulatory compliance required vendors to follow fair rules and city health codes. Health inspectors could shut down food vendors for violations.
Fair management could terminate vendor contracts for rule violations. Staying compliant meant understanding and following numerous regulations, which some vendors found burdensome. Those who cut corners risked penalties. The end-of-day closing routine involved cleaning, securing, and preparing for the next day. Food vendors had extensive cleaning, scrubbing grills, washing dishes, disposing of waste. All vendors had to secure inventory and money, lock up, and leave everything ready to reopen quickly the next morning. After long days, this closing routine was exhausting but necessary. The financial tracking over the fair's duration showed vendors whether they were succeeding. Revenue minus costs determined profit or loss. Some vendors did extremely well, making multiples of their investment. Others barely broke even. Some lost money and regretted their decision to participate. The financial outcomes varied widely based on factors both controllable and beyond vendors' control. The lessons learned from the 1904 fair informed vendors' future business decisions. Those who succeeded might seek opportunities at future fairs or apply what they learned to other businesses. Those who failed learned expensive lessons about planning, location importance, inventory management, or customer service. The fair was essentially a several-month business education. The relationships formed with customers occasionally extended beyond the fair. Regular visitors who came multiple times might develop rapport with particular vendors. Some customers probably continued buying from vendors after the fair, through mail order or if the vendor had permanent locations elsewhere. These relationships added personal meaning to commercial transactions. The stress of vendor life at the fair was substantial. The financial pressure, long hours, physical demands, and uncertainty created chronic stress. Vendors probably had stress-related health issues, insomnia, digestive problems, anxiety. The intensity of those 8 months left lasting impacts on people's health and well-being. The vendor community spirit manifested in various ways. Vendors would help neighbors during crises, loan supplies and emergencies, or provide advice to newcomers. There was probably also schadenfreude when competitors failed and resentment toward those who succeeded. The mix of cooperation and competition created a complex social environment. The closing of the fair meant vendors had to liquidate remaining inventory, dismantle their operations, and settle final accounts with the fair. Some sold off inventory at discounts. Others tried to sell fixtures and equipment. The scramble to convert everything back to cash before leaving created a chaotic final period. Some vendors walked away with profits. Others left poorer than they arrived.
Let's drift into the security operations now, because protecting millions of visitors, valuable exhibits, and fair property required a substantial security apparatus operating 24/7 throughout the fair's run. The security force structure had multiple layers and types of officers. Uniformed guards provided visible presence and deterrence. Plainclothes detectives worked undercover to catch criminals. Specialized units protected high-value exhibits. The organizational structure had supervisors, shift commanders, and a chief of security overseeing everything. The hierarchy was quasi-military in nature. The hiring process for security officers tried to screen for reliability and trustworthiness, but standards were probably inconsistent. Some officers were former police or military with relevant experience. Others were just guys who needed jobs and seemed capable. The training provided was basic: patrol procedures, how to handle incidents, who to contact for what situations, nothing like modern law enforcement training. The shift structure operated around the clock. Day shift covered operating hours when crowds were present. Evening shift handled closing procedures and early night security. Night shift protected the empty fairgrounds until morning. Rotating through shifts was exhausting, and officers working nights probably struggled with the schedule disruption to their sleep and personal lives. The patrol routes were designed to provide coverage of the entire fairgrounds. Each officer had an assigned area and route to walk repeatedly. They were supposed to check doors, look for suspicious activity, and maintain visible presence. The monotony of walking the same routes repeatedly must have been mind-numbing. Staying alert during slow periods was challenging. The communication systems for security relied primarily on call boxes scattered throughout the fairgrounds.
Officers could use these boxes to telephone the security headquarters to report incidents or request assistance. The system worked, but was slow compared to modern radio communications. An officer encountering a problem had to leave it to find a call box, creating delays. The pickpocket problem was constant and frustrating. Professional thieves worked the crowd systematically, targeting distracted visitors. The plainclothes detectives tried to spot pickpockets by watching for suspicious behavior. People who weren't really looking at exhibits, who stayed in crowded areas, who positioned themselves oddly. When they spotted a thief, they'd follow and watch for the actual theft before making an arrest. The arrest procedures required taking suspects to a security office, searching them, documenting the incident, and either releasing them with a warning or turning them over to city police for prosecution. The process was time-consuming, taking officers away from patrol duties. Pickpockets who were released would often just return and continue working the crowds. The lost children response required security to act quickly and compassionately. When a lost child was reported, descriptions were broadcasted throughout the security network. Officers would search their areas while also watching for the child to show up at the Lost Children's Center. The pressure to find children quickly was intense because the longer a child was missing, the more dangerous the situation became. The medical emergency response meant security often arrived at medical situations first. Officers had to assess situations, call for medical help, secure the area, and assist until medical personnel arrived. Heart attacks, serious injuries, heat stroke. Officers saw disturbing medical emergencies and had to maintain composure while helping. This wasn't what most officers signed up for, but it was part of the job. The crowd control situations required officers to manage large groups of people safely. When popular events created dense crowds, security had to prevent dangerous crowding and keep exit routes clear. When lines got unruly, officers had to restore order. Managing crowds without escalating tensions required judgment and communication skills that not all officers possessed. The dispute resolution between visitors happened constantly. Arguments over seating, accusations of line cutting, conflicts over children's behavior. Officers had to mediate these disputes diplomatically. Most situations were resolved with conversation and common sense. Some required separating parties and sometimes ejecting unruly visitors from the fairgrounds. The drunk and disorderly situations increased in the evenings, especially on the Pike where alcohol was available. Officers had to assess intoxication levels, determine if intervention was needed, and either escort drunks out of the fair or arrest them if they were causing problems. Dealing with belligerent drunks was unpleasant and sometimes dangerous. The theft from exhibits required vigilance because visitors would steal items if given opportunity. Small artifacts, product samples, even pieces of decorations, people took stuff. Officers had to watch for suspicious reaching toward exhibits, people concealing items, or suspicious bulges suggesting hidden stolen goods. Catching thieves in the act required attention and quick response. The internal theft by employees was another security concern. Workers with access to valuable items might steal. Vendors might underreport sales. Staff might help themselves to supplies. Security investigated internal theft allegations, which created awkward situations. Proving employee theft required evidence and often resulted in messy confrontations and terminations. The fire watch was a critical security function. Officers patrolled watching for fire hazards, smoking in prohibited areas, overloaded electrical circuits, improperly stored flammable materials. When fires did start, security had to respond immediately, sounding alarms and fighting the fire until the fire brigade arrived. The potential for catastrophic fire kept security officers vigilant.
The VIP protection details provided security for important visitors. When governors, foreign dignitaries, or celebrities attended, security officers were assigned to protect them.
This meant screening areas before VIP arrival, maintaining perimeters, and escorting VIPs through crowds. These assignments were prestigious but stressful because any security failure would be highly visible and consequential. The vendor compliance monitoring meant security enforced fair rules with vendors. Officers checked for vendors operating outside their assigned spaces, violating fair regulations, or engaging in unfair practices. Vendor violations had to be documented and reported. Some vendors resented security oversight and complained, creating tensions. The gate control procedures prevented unauthorized entry. Officers at gates checked tickets carefully, watching for counterfeits or people trying to sneak in. The gates were potential bottlenecks where crowds backed up, and officers had to keep things moving while still doing their security checks. The pressure to be both thorough and fast created constant tension. The perimeter security prevented people from entering without tickets. The fairgrounds had fencing, but determined people could find ways over or under fences. Officers patrolled the perimeter, watching for people attempting unauthorized entry. Catching fence jumpers and escorting them out happened regularly, though some surely got through undetected. The evidence handling for criminal cases required proper procedures. When officers made arrests or confiscated contraband, they had to document and secure evidence properly for potential prosecution. The chain of custody procedures were probably informal compared to modern standards, but there had to be some system for tracking physical evidence. The relationship with St. Louis police was essential. Serious crimes had to be turned over to city police, who had actual law enforcement authority. The coordination between security and city police required communication and cooperation. Sometimes jurisdictional questions arose about who had authority over what incidents occurring on fairgrounds. The incident reporting paperwork was extensive. Every arrest, every medical emergency, every significant incident required a written report. Officers spent significant time writing reports, documenting what happened in detail. These reports went into files that could be referenced later if questions arose, or if incidents led to legal proceedings. The training updates happened periodically as new issues emerged. When patterns of crime or new security challenges appeared, officers received briefings and updated procedures. The training was probably informal. Supervisor talks to officers during shift briefings rather than formal classroom instruction. Learning happened mostly through experience. The equipment provided to officers was basic. They had uniforms, badges, and probably batons or clubs. Communication was through call boxes, handcuffs for making arrests, flashlights for night patrols. Nothing like modern law enforcement equipment. Officers relied more on presence and authority than on equipment. The physical fitness requirements were probably minimal. Officers had to walk miles daily on patrol, so basic fitness was necessary. But there weren't formal fitness standards or testing. The job attracted men of varying fitness levels, and the daily walking either got them in shape or wore them down, depending on their starting condition. The danger level varied significantly. Most days were routine with no serious incidents. Some days involved confronting criminals, breaking up fights, or dealing with dangerous situations. Officers probably developed a sense for when situations were potentially dangerous, but surprises happened. Some officers were injured on duty, though how frequently is unclear. The morale issues among security staff emerged from various sources. The pay wasn't great, the hours were long. The work was often boring, punctuated by occasional stress. Officers who'd hoped for exciting work found mostly monotony. Those who wanted easy jobs found unexpected challenges. Turnover was probably high, as dissatisfied officers quit. The corruption temptation existed because officers had opportunities to take bribes or overlook violations in exchange for payment. Vendors might offer money to officers to look the other way regarding rule violations. Officers with gambling enforcement duties could take bribes from illegal gambling operations. How much corruption actually occurred is impossible to know, but the opportunities definitely existed. The end-of-shift procedures required officers to report back to headquarters, document their shift activities, turn over any items or evidence collected, and brief incoming shift officers about ongoing situations. These shift changes were critical transition points where information had to be communicated clearly to ensure continuity of coverage. The security success metrics were probably based on reported crime rates, successful arrests, and absence of major incidents. Lower crime meant security was working, but crime statistics were only as good as the reporting, and there was probably pressure to under-report to make security look effective. The actual crime levels were likely higher than official numbers suggested.
Now let's drift into the medical operations, because keeping millions of people safe and healthy over 8 months required extensive medical infrastructure and dedicated healthcare workers dealing with everything from minor scrapes to life-threatening emergencies. The medical staffing included doctors, nurses, and first aid attendants stationed throughout the fairgrounds. The doctors were either hired specifically for the fair or were local physicians working shifts. The nurses were mostly women, which was typical for 1904. First aid attendants had basic training but weren't fully qualified medical professionals. The staffing levels varied based on expected crowd sizes. The main hospital building was equipped like a small city hospital, with examination rooms, a surgical suite, patient beds, and a pharmacy. The facility could handle serious medical situations, including emergency surgeries. The operating room had the necessary equipment for 1904 surgical procedures, though by modern standards it would look primitive and unsanitary. Anesthesia was available using ether or chloroform. The first aid stations scattered throughout the fairgrounds handled minor injuries and illnesses. These stations had basic supplies: bandages, disinfectants, pain medications, ice packs, splinting materials. The staff at these stations assessed patients and either treated them on-site or sent them to the hospital for more advanced care. The stations got extremely busy during peak attendance days. The heat-related illness treatment was a constant demand during summer months. Heat exhaustion and heat stroke cases arrived at first aid stations regularly. The treatment protocol involved moving patients to shade, providing water, cooling them with wet cloths, and monitoring for worsening conditions. Severe cases required transport to the hospital for more aggressive treatment, including intravenous fluids. The blister treatment probably accounted for a huge percentage of first aid visits. People walking on hard surfaces for hours and uncomfortable shoes developed painful blisters. The treatment involved cleaning, possibly draining large blisters, applying bandages, and advising rest. Many visitors ignored the advice to rest and continued walking on injured feet, making things worse. The digestive complaints came from food poisoning, overeating, or just eating unfamiliar foods. Visitors who got sick from something they ate would seek medical help with nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and stomach pain. The treatment options were limited: rest, fluids, maybe some basic medications to settle the stomach. Serious food poisoning cases required hospitalization for monitoring and supportive care. The injury treatment covered everything from minor cuts to serious wounds. People cut themselves on sharp edges, burned themselves on hot surfaces, or injured themselves in various accidents. Minor injuries got cleaned, bandaged, and patients were sent on their way. Serious injuries requiring stitches or deeper treatment went to the hospital. The medical staff saw some gruesome injuries that required strong stomachs. The cardiac events happened regularly given the age of some visitors and the physical demands of walking the fairgrounds. Heart attacks, chest pain, shortness of breath, the medical staff had to assess cardiovascular emergencies and respond quickly. Treatment options in 1904 were limited compared to today. Patients were stabilized, given medications like nitroglycerin if available, and transported to city hospitals if needed. The fainting episodes occurred frequently from heat, exhaustion, dehydration, or underlying medical conditions. Someone would collapse, bystanders would panic, and medical staff would respond. The treatment involved laying patients down, elevating their feet, ensuring they could breathe, and checking for serious underlying causes. Most fainting victims were covered quickly with rest and fluids. The allergic reactions to insect stings, foods, or other allergens required quick assessment and treatment. Severe allergic reactions could be life-threatening, but epinephrine injections weren't standard treatment yet in 1904. Medical staff had to manage symptoms and hope patients didn't progress to life-threatening reactions. Some probably died from allergic reactions that would be easily treated today. The infectious disease concerns were significant in 1904 before many modern vaccines and antibiotics. Large crowds created risks for disease transmission. Fair medical staff watched for signs of contagious diseases and had to balance public health concerns against keeping the fair operating. Isolating sick visitors and notifying public health authorities about serious infectious diseases were important responsibilities. The pregnancy-related emergencies occasionally occurred when pregnant visitors went into labor or had complications. The medical staff had to be prepared to assist with childbirth or miscarriage situations. This wasn't something they dealt with often, but when it happened, it required specialized knowledge and care. The hospital building had facilities for obstetric emergencies.
The alcohol-related medical issues increased in evenings when people had been drinking at Pike establishments. Acute intoxication, alcohol poisoning, or injuries sustained while drunk required medical attention. The staff had to determine if intoxication was the only problem or if underlying injuries needed treatment. Dealing with drunk patients was challenging because they were often uncooperative. The child injuries required special care and sensitivity. Parents bringing injured children to medical stations were understandably upset and needed reassurance along with treatment for their kids. The medical staff had to treat the child while also managing anxious parents. Serious child injuries were probably the most emotionally difficult cases for medical workers to handle. The eye injuries from foreign objects, dust, or trauma required careful examination and treatment. Getting something in your eye at the fair could turn into a serious problem if not properly treated. The medical staff had to examine eyes, remove foreign objects, and determine if specialist ophthalmologic care was needed. Eye injuries always felt more serious than they usually were, creating patient anxiety. The insect stings and bites were common in outdoor environments during warm months. Bee stings, wasp stings, mosquito bites, and spider bites all brought people to first aid stations. Most required only basic treatment, removing stingers, applying topical treatments, monitoring for allergic reactions. But some people had severe reactions requiring more aggressive intervention. The psychiatric emergencies were probably handled poorly by 1904 standards. When visitors had panic attacks, psychotic episodes, or other mental health crises, the medical staff had limited understanding and few treatment options. People in crisis might be sedated, restrained, or turned over to authorities. The approach to mental health was primitive and probably traumatizing for patients. The medication dispensing from the pharmacy required careful documentation. Pain medications, stomach remedies, bandaging supplies, and various other pharmaceutical items were distributed. Keeping accurate records of what was dispensed to whom was important for both medical and legal reasons. The pharmacists had to know drug interactions and proper dosages. The medical equipment sterilization procedures were important for preventing infection, though understanding of germ theory was still developing in 1904. Instruments were boiled or cleaned with chemical disinfectants between uses. By modern standards, the sterilization was inadequate, but it was the best available at the time. Cross-contamination and post-treatment infections probably occurred regularly. The patient transport systems moved patients from first aid stations to the hospital, or from the hospital to city facilities. Ambulances carried patients on cots or stretchers through the fairgrounds. The transport had to be quick but smooth to avoid causing additional pain or injury. The ambulance drivers developed skills at navigating crowded pathways efficiently. The medical record-keeping documented every patient treated, creating a massive archive of medical information. Each record included patient information, symptoms, diagnosis, treatment provided, and outcome. These records served medical purposes for tracking patient care and legal purposes for documenting fair liability.
The volume of paperwork was substantial. The triage decisions determined which patients needed immediate attention versus those who could wait. During busy periods, with multiple patients arriving simultaneously, medical staff had to prioritize based on severity. Life-threatening emergencies got immediate attention. Minor injuries had to wait. Making these decisions under pressure required medical judgment and experience. The medical supply inventory management ensured necessary supplies were always available. Running out of bandages, medications, or other critical supplies during an emergency would be catastrophic. The medical supply coordinator tracked usage, ordered replacements, and maintained adequate stock levels. The logistics of supplying multiple first aid stations plus the hospital was complex. The infectious disease protocols involved isolation of potentially contagious patients, notification of public health authorities, and monitoring for disease outbreaks. If multiple cases of the same illness appeared, it might indicate an outbreak requiring broader intervention. The medical staff had to balance individual patient care with public health responsibilities. The death procedures handled the occasional visitor deaths that occurred at the fair. Heart attacks, strokes, or other fatal events meant bodies had to be managed respectfully. The medical staff had to pronounce death, notify authorities, contact next of kin if possible, and arrange for body removal. These situations were traumatic for staff and required sensitivity. The relationship with city hospitals was essential for cases beyond the fair's medical capabilities. Serious injuries, complex medical conditions, or situations requiring extended hospitalization meant transferring patients to St. Louis hospitals. Coordinating these transfers, communicating patient information, and ensuring continuity of care required established protocols and relationships. The medical staff's stress from dealing with constant patient flow, emotionally difficult cases, and limited resources took a toll. The doctors and nurses worked long shifts, handling whatever came through the door. The unpredictability and intensity of medical work created chronic stress. Burnout was probably common on medical staff by the end of the fair's run. The prevention efforts tried to reduce medical emergencies through education and environmental modifications. Signage reminded people to drink water and rest. Shaded areas provided relief from heat. Water fountains made hydration accessible. The fair tried to create conditions that minimized health risks, though prevention only went so far with millions of visitors. The medical billing and payment procedures required collecting payment from patients for treatment. Insurance as we know it didn't really exist in 1904, so patients paid out of pocket. Determining fees, collecting payment, and handling disputes over medical charges created administrative work. Some patients couldn't pay, creating bad debt that the fair had to absorb. The end-of-day medical rounds involved checking on any patient staying in the hospital overnight, ensuring all medical facilities were secured and ready for the next day, and transferring care to night shift staff. The transition from day to night medical operations required clear communication about ongoing patient situations and potential overnight emergencies.
Let's drift into the entertainment side of things now. Because the fair wasn't just exhibits and education, it was also about keeping millions of people entertained, and that required managing countless performers, shows, and attractions. The entertainment booking process started months before the fair opened. Talent scouts and booking agents traveled looking for acts that would appeal to fair audiences. They needed variety: musical performances, theatrical shows, dance performances, acrobatic acts, novelty performers. The challenge was predicting what would draw crowds and negotiating contracts that protected the fair's interests while attracting quality performers. The contract negotiations with performers covered compensation, performance schedules, venue specifications, and promotional obligations. Big-name performers demanded high fees and specific conditions. Lesser-known acts accepted whatever terms were offered, desperate for the exposure and income.
The contracts had to specify exactly what performers would do and what the fair would provide. The venue management involved multiple performance spaces throughout the fairgrounds. Band shells, theaters, outdoor stages, and various specialized performance areas all needed daily operations. Each venue had staff managing ticket sales if applicable, seating, crowd control, and coordinating with performers. The logistics of running multiple venues simultaneously was complex. The rehearsal scheduling allowed performers to practice and prepare without audiences. Venues had to allocate time for rehearsals while also maximizing revenue-generating performances. Balancing these competing needs created scheduling puzzles. Some performers required extensive rehearsal time. Others could perform with minimal preparation. Coordinating everyone's needs was an ongoing challenge. The performance schedule coordination ensured shows were spread throughout the day and didn't conflict with each other or other major events. If two popular acts performed simultaneously in different areas, both would have reduced audiences. The scheduling staff tried to sequence performances to maximize overall attendance while giving visitors options throughout their visit. The technical support for performances included stage management, lighting operation, sound systems where available, and backstage coordination. The technical crews arrived early to set up, ran equipment during shows, and struck everything afterward if the venue was used for multiple purposes. The technical work required skill and attention because equipment failures during performances would be embarrassing. The performer accommodations varied widely. Top-tier performers got comfortable dressing rooms, refreshments, and assistance. Lower-tier performers got basic facilities and had to fend for themselves. This hierarchy was visible and created resentment among lesser-known performers who felt disrespected. Managing performer egos and expectations required diplomatic skills. The costume and makeup facilities provided space for performers to prepare their appearances. Theatrical performances required elaborate costumes that needed storage, maintenance, and quick change capabilities. Performers needed mirrors, lighting, and privacy for costume changes and makeup application. The backstage areas were cramped and chaotic during busy performance periods. The music copyright issues were simpler in 1904 than today, but composers and publishers still had rights. Performers had to have permission or licenses to perform certain music. The fair's legal staff dealt with these issues, ensuring performances didn't create copyright liability. Some disputes probably arose over unauthorized performances of protected works. The band performances happened throughout the day at various bandstands. The fair hired multiple bands on rotating schedules, providing constant musical entertainment. The bands played popular music, marches, classical pieces, and patriotic songs. The musicians were paid per performance or on weekly contracts. The band schedules had to be coordinated to ensure coverage without gaps. The conductor relationships with their musicians affected performance quality. Good conductors inspired their musicians and produced excellent performances. Poor conductors created discord and mediocre results. The fair tried to hire competent conductors, but quality varied. When problems arose, the fair sometimes had to mediate disputes between conductors and musicians. The audience management during performances prevented disruptions and ensured everyone could enjoy shows. Ushers showed people to seats, quieted disruptive audience members, and handled any issues that arose. During popular performances, crowds exceeded seating capacity, requiring crowd control outside venues to prevent dangerous overcrowding. Managing disappointed people who couldn't get into sold-out shows was challenging.
The weather cancellations disrupted performance schedules regularly. Outdoor performances couldn't happen during rain or severe weather. Acts had to be canceled and sometimes rescheduled, disappointing audiences and costing performers income. The decision-making about whether weather would permit performances involved predicting conditions and making judgment calls that weren't always right. The performer disputes over billing, compensation, or working conditions had to be mediated by fair management. Some performers claimed they weren't being promoted adequately. Others complained about venue conditions or technical support.
Handling these disputes required reviewing contracts, investigating claims, and finding solutions that kept performers working without setting bad precedents. The novelty acts included everything from trained animal performances to contortionists to strongmen to unusual demonstrations. These acts added variety and attracted audiences seeking something different. Managing novelty acts meant ensuring they delivered what they promised, didn't present safety hazards, and weren't offensive. Some acts pushed boundaries and required supervision. The children's entertainment included puppet shows, clowns, storytellers, and other age-appropriate performers. These performances happened in designated areas where families with young children congregated. The performers had to be good with kids, maintain energy despite doing the same show repeatedly, and handle the chaos of audiences filled with excited, loud children. The theatrical productions in dedicated theater spaces included plays, musicals, and variety shows. These productions required coordination between multiple performers, technical staff, and management. The productions ran for weeks or months, requiring consistency in performance quality despite repetition. Cast member illnesses or departures created crises, requiring understudy systems or replacements. The ticket sales for ticketed performances had to be managed carefully. Ticket booths sold advance tickets and day-of-show tickets. The staff had to track inventory, handle money, provide customer service, and coordinate with venue managers about attendance numbers. Sold-out shows meant turning away disappointed customers and dealing with their frustration. The promotional activities included posters, newspaper ads, announcements in the daily bulletin, and sometimes street performers drumming up interest. The promotional budget had to be allocated among many competing performances. Popular acts needed less promotion. Unknown acts needed more marketing to attract audiences. Balancing promotional investments was an ongoing decision. The performer payment procedures required tracking performances, calculating compensation based on contracts, and issuing payments. Some performers were paid after each performance. Others received weekly or monthly payments. Disputes over payment calculations were common, requiring accounting staff to review contracts and records to determine correct amounts. The equipment rental or provision for performers who needed special equipment was part of fair responsibilities in some contracts. Musical instruments, props, specialized rigging for acrobatic acts, the fair either provided equipment or allowed performers to bring their own. Coordinating equipment needs and ensuring availability required logistics planning. The safety regulations for performances tried to prevent injuries to performers and audiences. Acrobatic acts had to demonstrate their safety measures. Pyrotechnic effects required approval and supervision. The fair's safety officers inspected performance setups and could prohibit acts deemed too dangerous. Performers sometimes objected to safety requirements that interfered with their acts. The replacement booking happened when scheduled performers canceled or failed to appear. Having backup performers available or being able to book replacements quickly prevented gaps in the entertainment schedule. The booking staff maintained relationships with agents and performers who could fill in on short notice. The performance quality monitoring involved watching shows and assessing whether performers were delivering value. Acts that disappointed audiences or received complaints were reviewed. Poor performers could have their contracts terminated, though this created complications if they'd been promoted and audiences expected to see them. Balancing quality standards against contractual obligations was tricky. The finale performances at the end of each day created memorable conclusions to visitors' experiences. Evening performances included special lighting effects, popular music, and entertainment designed to send people home happy. The finale programming required careful planning to deliver satisfying conclusions while managing crowds preparing to leave. The performer community created its own social world within the fair. Performers would socialize, share gossip about working conditions, and compare their situations. Friendships and romances developed. Rivalries and conflicts emerged. This community had its own culture largely invisible to audiences, but important to the performers' daily lives. The end-of-run closeouts for long-running shows created transitions. When a theatrical production finished its run, the sets had to be struck, costumes packed, and performers moved on to next opportunities. The emotional letdown after months of performances together was real. Some performers stayed in St. Louis for other opportunities. Others left immediately for their next jobs. The historical documentation of performances created records of what was presented at the fair. Programs, reviews, photographs, and administrative records preserved information about the entertainment offerings. These records became valuable historical sources, though they surely missed many details and informal aspects of the entertainment scene. The talent development happened as young or unknown performers gained experience and exposure at the fair. Some performers who were relative unknowns in 1904 went on to bigger careers. The fair served as a launching pad or career stepping stone. Other performers found the fair was their career peak and never achieved similar opportunities afterward.
Now let's drift into the communications operations, because keeping everyone informed, staff, exhibitors, vendors, and millions of visitors, required extensive daily information management and publishing operations. The daily bulletin publication was a massive undertaking that happened every single day the fair was open. The editorial staff worked late into the night preparing content, event schedules, announcements, advertisements, news about the fair. The writing had to be clear, accurate, and completed under tight deadlines. Mistakes in the bulletin could cause confusion for thousands of people, so accuracy was essential. The printing operation ran overnight to produce thousands of copies of the bulletin by morning. The print shop had large mechanical presses that required skilled operators. The process started with setting type, individual metal letters arranged to form words and sentences. This typesetting work was tedious and required precision. Once type was set, it was locked into the press, inked, and printed onto paper. The proofreading process tried to catch errors before printing, but mistakes still happened. Proofreaders would review the set type, checking for typos, incorrect information, and formatting problems. Time pressure meant proofreading was sometimes rushed, allowing errors to slip through. When mistakes appeared in the published bulletin, corrections had to be issued the next day. The distribution network got bulletins to locations throughout the fairgrounds before opening. Delivery workers loaded bundles of bulletins onto carts and distributed them to information booths, vendors, and display stands. The logistics of getting thousands of bulletins distributed efficiently every morning required coordination and hustle. Late deliveries meant visitors couldn't get information they needed. The advertising sales for the bulletin generated revenue, but required a sales staff to solicit ads from vendors, exhibitors, and external businesses. The sales team had to convince potential advertisers that bulletin ads would reach their target customers. They negotiated rates, created ad contracts, and coordinated with advertisers on ad content and placement. The event calendar maintenance required constantly updating information about what was happening, when and where. Special events, state days, performances, and demonstrations all had to be tracked and publicized. Changes happened constantly. Events moved, canceled, or added, requiring frequent updates to published schedules. Keeping the calendar accurate was challenging but essential. The Press Relations Office managed relationships with newspapers and journalists covering the fair. Press releases were written and distributed, announcing significant events, attendance milestones, or newsworthy happenings. The press officers arranged interviews with fair officials, facilitated journalist access to exhibits, and tried to ensure positive media coverage. The press credential system controlled which journalists had access to restricted areas and special privileges. Legitimate journalists received credentials after verification of their affiliation with actual news organizations. The system tried to prevent non-journalists from claiming press status to get special access. Managing credentials meant checking applications, issuing passes, and monitoring for fraudulent use. The photography permissions required coordination because exhibitors sometimes didn't want their displays photographed for competitive reasons. The fair had to balance press freedom with exhibitor concerns.
Official fair photographers had broad access, but outside photographers needed permissions for certain areas. Managing these permissions created administrative work. The public information requests came from visitors, researchers, exhibitors, and random inquirers wanting information about the fair. The information staff answered questions by mail, telephone, and in person. Common questions about dates, admission prices, and attractions got standardized responses. Unusual questions required research to answer accurately. The internal communications kept staff informed about policies, procedures, and operational matters. Memos were typed and distributed to department heads who shared information with their teams. Important announcements were posted on employee bulletin boards. The communication flow was slower than modern methods, but functioned adequately for most purposes. The multilingual materials accommodated international visitors who didn't speak English. Maps, guidebooks, and basic information were translated into major languages: French, German, Spanish, and others. The translation work required finding competent translators and ensuring accuracy. Translations had to be printed and distributed to appropriate locations. The signage throughout the fairgrounds directed visitors to attractions, facilities, and services. Creating effective signage required clear language, logical placement, and durability to withstand weather and crowds. The signs had to be designed, manufactured, installed, and maintained. Damaged or weathered signs needed replacement throughout the fair's run. The wayfinding system helped visitors navigate the massive fairgrounds. The maps showed buildings, pathways, and landmarks. The challenge was creating maps that were detailed enough to be useful, but simple enough to understand. Different map versions served different purposes: simple overview maps for general navigation and detailed maps for serious exploration. The complaint response system handled grievances from visitors and others. Complaints came by mail, in person, or through comment cards. Each complaint had to be logged, investigated if necessary, and responded to. Common complaints about long lines or high prices got form responses. Serious complaints about safety or mistreatment required thorough investigation.
The statistics compilation tracked attendance, revenue, and various operational metrics. The data came from multiple sources and had to be consolidated into meaningful reports. Daily, weekly, and monthly statistical reports went to fair management for decision-making. The manual compilation of statistics was time-consuming and error-prone. The archive management preserved important documents, photographs, and records for future reference. The fair generated mountains of paperwork, and determining what to keep versus what to discard required judgment. The archives grew throughout the fair's operation, filling storage areas with boxes of files. Organization was probably inconsistent, making retrieval difficult. The official correspondence with government entities, exhibitors, and other organizations required professional letter writing and record keeping. Every significant letter sent or received was copied and filed. The volume of correspondence was substantial, requiring dedicated clerical staff to manage. Important letters sometimes got lost in the volume, causing problems. The telephone inquiries came constantly during operating hours. The switchboard operators answered incoming calls and directed them to appropriate offices. Common questions were answered directly. Complex inquiries were transferred to specialists. The operators had to be patient and professional despite handling hundreds of repetitive inquiries daily. The rumor management addressed false information that circulated about the fair. Rumors about accidents, crimes, or operational problems could damage the fair's reputation. The communication staff had to monitor for rumors and issue corrections when necessary. Sometimes correcting rumors actually amplified them by bringing them to wider attention. The VIP communications required special handling. Letters from government officials, foreign dignitaries, or prominent citizens received priority attention and carefully crafted responses. The protocol for VIP communications involved multiple reviews to ensure appropriate tone and content. Mistakes in VIP communications could create political or diplomatic problems. The emergency communications protocols established procedures for disseminating information during crises.
If there was a fire, a serious accident, or another emergency, specific communication channels activated. The protocols specified who should be notified, in what order, and by what means. Testing these protocols revealed gaps that had to be addressed. The closing announcements informed everyone about the end of the fair and what came next. As December approached, communications about closing procedures increased. Exhibitors needed information about packing and shipping. Employees needed information about final paychecks. Visitors needed to know about the closing ceremony and final opportunities to visit. The historical narrative development started during the fair as staff recognized the historical significance. Official historians documented events as they happened, conducting interviews and preserving materials. The goal was to create an accurate historical record, though the official narrative inevitably emphasized positive aspects and minimized problems. The souvenir program production created commemorative publications that visitors could purchase as keepsakes. These programs had articles about the fair, photographs, and information about exhibits and attractions. Producing these programs required writing, photography, layout, printing, and distribution. The souvenir programs became important historical documents. The feedback collection gathered visitor opinions through surveys, comment cards, and conversations. The fair wanted to understand visitor satisfaction and identify problems. The feedback was analyzed to identify patterns and priorities for improvement. Some feedback led to changes. Other feedback was noted but not acted upon. The lessons learned documentation captured operational knowledge that could inform future fairs and events. As problems were solved and successful practices identified, this knowledge was recorded. The documentation wasn't systematic, but experienced staff shared their expertise with those planning future events. The institutional knowledge accumulated during the fair was valuable. The final report compilation after the fair closed created a comprehensive document of operations, finances, and outcomes. This report took months to complete and required contributions from every department. The report served as an official record and as a reference for future fair organizers. The report painted the rosiest picture possible while technically being truthful. The legacy and communications practices influenced how future events handled information management. The systems developed for the 1904 fair, daily publications, press relations, multilingual materials became models for later events. The innovations and solutions developed at the fair contributed to the evolution of event communications. The preservation of communications materials created an archive that historians would later mine for information about the fair. Letters, bulletins, press releases, photographs, and other materials survived in various archives. These materials provided the raw material for understanding how the fair operated and what people thought about it at the time.
Let's drift into the labor relations side of things now, because managing thousands of workers in 1904 meant dealing with the complex labor politics of the early 20th century, and it wasn't always smooth. The labor landscape in 1904 was contentious. The labor movement was gaining strength, unions were organizing, and conflicts between workers and management were common. The fair existed in this environment and couldn't avoid the tensions that defined labor relations in that era. The management wanted to control costs and maintain authority. Workers wanted fair wages, reasonable hours, and decent treatment. The union presence at the fair construction site was significant. Skilled trades like carpenters, electricians, and plumbers had established unions with bargaining power. These unions negotiated for their members and weren't shy about striking if demands weren't met. The fair management had to deal with union representatives, something they probably resented but couldn't avoid. The construction strikes during the build-out phase disrupted progress toward opening. Workers would walk off the job demanding better wages or working conditions. Construction would halt until agreements were reached. These strikes created panic because delays threatened the opening date. Management would make concessions to get workers back, though they gave up as little as possible. The jurisdictional disputes between different trade unions created complications. Electricians claimed certain work belonged to them. Carpenters claimed other work.
When jurisdictions overlapped, conflicts arose about who should do what work. These disputes sometimes escalated into work stoppages while unions battled over turf. Fair management got caught in the middle trying to resolve disputes that were really about union politics. The non-union workers were hired for less skilled positions where unions had less power. General laborers, cleaners, and various service workers weren't unionized and had little bargaining power. They accepted whatever wages and conditions were offered because they had no alternative. The disparity between unionized skilled workers and ununion unskilled workers created a class divide within the workforce. The wage scales varied dramatically based on skill level and union status. Skilled union workers earned significantly more than unskilled ununion workers. The wage hierarchy was visible and created resentment among lower-paid workers who felt exploited. But in 1904, that's just how labor markets worked. Those with scarce skills and collective bargaining power got better compensation. The working conditions varied by position. Office workers had relatively comfortable indoor conditions, outdoor laborers worked in all weather, industrial workers dealt with dangerous equipment. The conditions reflected the nature of the work and the era's minimal safety standards. Workers accepted conditions that would be illegal today because they had no choice. The workweek standards in 1904 meant most workers worked 6 days a week with only Sunday off. 10 or 12-hour workdays were common. The concept of the weekend barely existed. Overtime pay wasn't standard. Workers simply worked until the job was done and felt lucky to have employment. The fair probably followed these prevailing standards. The hiring practices favored certain groups over others based on the prejudices of the era. White men had access to the best jobs. Women were limited to specific roles like secretaries, operators, or service positions. African Americans faced discrimination and were largely limited to menial labor. Immigrants had opportunities but faced suspicion and discrimination based on their origins. The firing practices were summary and often arbitrary. Workers could be dismissed without notice or explanation. There was no due process or appeal mechanism. Management had absolute authority to hire and fire. This power imbalance meant workers lived with constant job insecurity. Anyone could be fired for any reason or no reason at all. The safety concerns were recognized but given low priority compared to productivity. Workers were expected to be careful and avoid injuries. When accidents happened, blame usually fell on workers for being careless. The concept of employer responsibility for workplace safety was developing, but not well established. Injured workers might receive minimal compensation, but often just lost their jobs.
The worker organizing efforts continued during fair operations, despite management resistance. Workers who tried to organize faced retaliation, including firing. Union organizers weren't welcome on fairgrounds, but workers still shared grievances and occasionally acted collectively when situations became intolerable. The power to withhold labor was workers' only real leverage. The management strategies to prevent unionization included hiring practices that favored non-union workers, firing known union activists, and creating conditions that made organizing difficult. Management saw unions as threats to their authority and profitability. They used various tactics to keep workers divided and prevent collective action. The worker grievances covered wages, hours, working conditions, treatment by supervisors, and basic respect. Workers felt underpaid and overworked. They resented abusive supervisors. They wanted basic dignities like adequate breaks and access to drinking water. Most grievances went unaddressed because workers had no mechanism to force management to respond. The ethnic tensions among workers reflected the broader society's prejudices. Workers from different ethnic backgrounds sometimes clashed. Immigrants faced hostility from native-born workers who saw them as job competition. These tensions occasionally erupted into conflicts that management had to address. The workforce wasn't a harmonious community, but a collection of competing groups. The gender segregation in employment was complete and unchallenged. Women and men had entirely different jobs, with different pay scales. Women always earned less than men, even for similar work. This wasn't seen as unfair in 1904. It was just the natural order. Women who objected to unequal treatment had no recourse. The child labor restrictions were minimal in 1904. Children worked at the fair in various capacities, though probably not as extensively as in factories. The children who worked probably were helping their families financially. The concept that children should be in school rather than working was gaining acceptance, but not universally embraced. The accommodation for worker needs was minimal. Workers needing time off for illness or family emergencies often faced termination. There was no paid leave, no accommodation for disabilities. Workers were expected to show up and perform or be replaced. The lack of basic worker protections reflected the era's brutal labor standards. The informal worker networks provided mutual support that official channels didn't. Workers helped each other with rides to work, shared information about job openings, loaned each other money in emergencies. These informal networks were essential survival mechanisms in an era without social safety nets. The strike threats, even during operations, gave workers some leverage. Management knew a work stoppage during peak season would be disastrous. Workers understood this gave them timing leverage. The threat of strikes could sometimes extract concessions that wouldn't be granted otherwise. But striking was risky because workers forfeited wages and risked permanent replacement. The supervisory abuses of power happened because supervisors had authority without accountability. Some supervisors were fair and reasonable. Others were petty tyrants who bullied workers. Workers had to tolerate abuse because complaining could mean termination. The worst supervisors probably caused more labor problems than anything else. The favoritism in job assignments meant supervisors gave better jobs to preferred workers and worse jobs to those they disliked. This arbitrary treatment created resentment but was completely legal and normal. Workers who cultivated good relationships with supervisors got advantages. Those who didn't suffered consequences. The theft of wages happened when workers weren't paid everything they'd earned. Time worked might not be fully credited. Deductions might be taken for dubious reasons. Workers had little recourse against wage theft. Complaining could result in firing. Many workers probably lost wages they'd legitimately earned. The blacklisting of troublemakers meant workers who complained or organized could find themselves unable to get work elsewhere. Management shared information about problem workers. Getting labeled a troublemaker could destroy someone's employment prospects. This system kept workers compliant through fear. The company store dynamic didn't exist exactly at the fair, but workers often felt financially trapped. They needed income from fair employment, but felt exploited by low wages and poor conditions. Like company store systems that kept workers in debt, workers felt locked into unfair situations by economic necessity. The labor activism legacy from the fair contributed to broader labor movements. Workers who experienced unfair treatment at the fair might become more sympathetic to union organizing in their future work. The fair's labor relations became part of the larger story of American workers fighting for rights and dignity. The historical understanding of fair operations is incomplete without acknowledging worker experiences. The official histories emphasized management achievements and visitor experiences. Workers' stories were largely unrecorded, but their labor built and operated the fair. Understanding their reality provides a fuller, more honest picture of how the fair actually functioned.
Now, let's just drift through some of the really mundane, everyday operational stuff that nobody thought was interesting, but that had to happen constantly for the fair to function. This is the boring but essential work that kept everything running. The daily key management meant tracking hundreds or thousands of keys for different buildings, rooms, gates, and storage areas. Someone had to maintain a key control system, check keys out to authorized personnel, track who had what keys, and deal with lost keys. When keys went missing, locks had to be changed and new keys made. The administrative burden of key management was probably significant. The light bulb replacement was a never-ending task. Bulbs burned out constantly, and someone had to identify dead bulbs, obtain replacements, and install them. The workers doing this probably walked miles daily just checking lights. Carrying bulbs around without breaking them, climbing ladders to reach fixtures, and working at heights made this tedious work also somewhat dangerous. The trash can emptying happened multiple times daily in high-traffic areas. Workers would walk routes with carts, empty overflowing cans, replace liner bags if those existed, and haul trash to collection points. The smell, the mess, the physical labor of lifting heavy trash cans, this work was unglamorous, but absolutely necessary. Without constant trash collection, the fair would quickly become disgusting. The restroom supply restocking meant checking toilet paper, soap, and towel supplies constantly. Workers would carry supplies through the fairgrounds, check each restroom, refill what was needed, and report any maintenance issues. The amount of toilet paper required for thousands of daily visitors was probably staggering. Running out of supplies in restrooms created angry visitors and complaints. The floor mopping in buildings happened overnight or during slow periods. Workers with mops and buckets would clean floors that had been walked on by thousands of feet. The dirt, mud, and general grime accumulated constantly. Mopping was mindless physical labor that left workers with sore backs and hands. The floors never stayed clean for long. The window washing kept glass surfaces clean enough to see through. Between dust, rain spots, and handprints from visitors, windows got dirty quickly. Workers with cleaning solutions and rags would wash windows throughout the fairgrounds. Reaching high windows required ladders. Large expanses of glass required significant time to clean properly. The door maintenance involved checking the doors opened and closed properly, hinges were oiled, locks functioned, and handles were secure. With thousands of doors throughout the fairgrounds, systematic checking was necessary. Doors that stuck or wouldn't latch created access problems. Squeaky hinges were annoying. Someone had to make rounds oiling hinges and adjusting doors. The paint touch-ups concealed damage and wear. With crowds constantly bumping into walls and railings, paint got chipped and scuffed. Workers with paint and brushes would touch up damaged areas to maintain appearances. Matching paint colors exactly was probably difficult. The touched-up areas were probably visible if you looked closely. The bench repairs fixed broken seating throughout the fairgrounds. Wooden benches would crack, splinter, or collapse from heavy use and weather. Someone had to identify damaged benches, determine if they could be repaired or needed replacement, and make fixes. Benches that weren't fixed created liability risks when visitors got injured. The pathway repair addressed cracks, holes, and erosion in walking surfaces. High traffic wore down pathways. Rain created washouts. Freeze-thaw cycles in late season caused cracking. Workers would patch holes, spread gravel, and try to maintain safe walking surfaces. It was a constant battle against deterioration. The signage cleaning removed dirt and graffiti from signs. Dust, mud splatter, and occasional vandalism made signs hard to read. Workers would clean signs regularly to maintain visibility. Some signs probably needed repainting when cleaning wasn't enough. Clear signage was essential for wayfinding. The drinking fountain maintenance ensured water flowed properly and drains didn't clog. Fountains got clogged with debris, developed leaks, or had mechanical issues. Plumbers made regular rounds checking fountains and making repairs. In hot weather, fountains saw heavy use and broke down frequently. The landscaping debris removal meant constantly picking up fallen leaves, broken branches, dead flowers, and other plant material. Gardeners walked through landscaped areas with bags or carts, collecting debris. Keeping gardens looking manicured required persistent attention to detail. The handrail tightening checked that railings were securely attached. Railings loosened from people grabbing them constantly. Loose railings were safety hazards. Workers with wrenches would check connections and adjust bolts. This preventative maintenance hopefully caught problems before railings failed completely. The clock winding kept mechanical clocks running. Electric clocks didn't need winding, but mechanical clocks required someone to wind them regularly. Missing a scheduled winding meant clocks stopped, creating timekeeping problems. The clock winding schedule had to be maintained consistently. The lost and found sorting organized items that had been turned in. Workers would categorize items, create descriptions, log them into records, and file them for retrieval. Periodically, they'd go through items to dispose of those that weren't claimed. The variety of lost items was probably amusing and sometimes bizarre.
The uniform laundering kept staff looking presentable. Uniforms got dirty and had to be cleaned regularly. The fair either had laundry facilities or contracted with commercial laundries. Tracking which uniforms belonged to which workers and ensuring everyone had clean uniforms available required logistics. The bulletin board maintenance involved posting new notices, removing outdated ones, and keeping boards organized. Employee bulletin boards communicated important information, but only if they were maintained. Boards cluttered with old notices became useless. Someone had to curate bulletin board content regularly. The inventory counts verified that supplies matched records. Periodic counts of office supplies, cleaning materials, light bulbs, and other consumables ensured accuracy. Discrepancies had to be investigated. The counting was tedious but necessary for inventory control. The chair arranging in venues meant setting up seating for events and putting it away afterward. Workers would move hundreds of chairs based on venue needs. The physical labor of lifting and positioning chairs was demanding. Getting chair layouts exactly right required attention to spacing and alignment. The ice delivery to cooling stations and food vendors happened multiple times daily. Workers loaded ice onto carts, delivered it to various locations, and helped unload it. Ice was heavy and melted quickly, creating urgency. The ice delivery workers probably had chronically sore backs from lifting ice blocks. The fire extinguisher checks verified that extinguishers were present, accessible, and properly charged. Inspectors would check pressure gauges, ensure mounting brackets were secure, and document inspections. Finding missing or discharged extinguishers required obtaining replacements immediately. The lost item announcements over the public address system happened throughout the day. Someone at the broadcasting station would read descriptions of lost items, hoping owners would come claim them. The repetitive announcements probably became background noise that most people ignored. The hand cart maintenance kept the carts used for moving materials functional. Wheels needed lubrication and replacement. Handles needed tightening. The carts took a beating from constant use and rough handling. Keeping a fleet of carts operational required ongoing maintenance. The schedule board updates reflected changes to performance times and event schedules. Workers would change times on display boards throughout the fairgrounds when schedules shifted. Ensuring all boards showed consistent, accurate information required coordination and attention to detail. The first aid kit restocking maintained readiness for medical emergencies. Someone checked kits regularly, noted what had been used, and obtained replacement supplies. Running out of bandages or antiseptic during an emergency would be problematic, so maintaining stock levels was important. The telephone directory updates reflected staffing changes and new extension assignments. As personnel changed, the internal directory had to be updated. Distributing updated directories to departments ensured people could reach who they needed to contact. The suggestion box management involved collecting suggestions from employees and visitors, reading them, and routing them to appropriate departments. Most suggestions were probably impractical or complaints disguised as suggestions, but occasionally useful ideas emerged that led to improvements. The documentation of these mundane tasks rarely happened because they seemed too trivial to record. But these routine maintenance and operational activities were the foundation that allowed everything else to function. The fair could have impressive exhibits and entertainment only because armies of workers did boring, repetitive work keeping basic systems functioning.
Let's drift into how the fair dealt with unexpected problems and crises, because with an operation this complex running for 8 months, things went wrong constantly and someone had to figure out how to fix them.
The crisis response team structure probably wasn't formal like modern incident command systems, but certain people had responsibility for handling emergencies. Department heads, senior managers, and the executive director formed an informal network that activated when serious problems arose. Communication between these key people determined how effectively crises were managed. The decision-making authority during crises wasn't always clear. In emergencies, multiple people might try to take charge, creating confusion. Sometimes the right person wasn't available, forcing less qualified individuals to make critical decisions. The lack of clear authority structures probably led to delayed or poor decisions during some emergencies. The communication breakdowns during crises created additional problems. Information didn't flow quickly or accurately through available communication systems. By the time key people learned about a crisis, it might have worsened. Rumors and partial information led to confusion. Getting accurate information to decision-makers was consistently challenging. The resource allocation during emergencies required pulling workers and equipment from normal duties. When a major plumbing failure happened, every available plumber had to respond, leaving other work undone. When a building fire occurred, security and maintenance workers dropped everything to help. These resource shifts created cascading disruptions throughout operations. The weather crises from severe thunderstorms created multiple simultaneous problems. Lightning threatened electrical systems and people's safety, high winds damaged temporary structures, heavy rain flooded low areas, hail broke glass and damaged exhibits. Each weather event required coordinated responses across multiple departments while keeping visitors safe. The crowd emergencies from crushing or trampling risks required immediate action. When too many people concentrated in one area, the crowd density became dangerous. Security had to identify the problem, communicate with colleagues, and implement crowd dispersal strategies before people got injured. The challenge was acting quickly without creating panic that would make things worse. The medical mass casualty scenarios tested the medical system's capacity. If multiple serious injuries occurred simultaneously, the hospital and first aid stations could be overwhelmed. Triage became critical, determining who needed immediate treatment versus who could wait. These situations revealed gaps in medical preparedness that hopefully got addressed. The fire response coordination between fair fire crews and city fire departments required clear protocols. Small fires could be handled by fair crews. Large fires required calling city fire departments. Determining when to escalate and coordinating multiple responding agencies was complex. Communication breakdowns could delay effective response. The power outage responses tested backup systems and manual procedures. When electrical failures occurred, systems relying on power failed. The illumination went dark, pumps stopped, refrigeration failed. Restoring power quickly was critical, but sometimes repairs took hours or days. Operating without power in affected areas required improvisation. The water system failures from broken mains or pump failures created immediate crises. No water meant no drinking fountains, no restrooms, no fire suppression capability. Emergency repairs had to happen immediately. Temporary solutions like bringing in water tanks might bridge gaps until permanent repairs completed. These crises disrupted operations significantly. The structural failures from buildings or platforms collapsing created life-threatening situations. Temporary construction wasn't always adequate for the loads it experienced. When structures failed, people might be injured or trapped. Emergency response included rescue operations, medical treatment, and immediate engineering assessment of other potentially dangerous structures. The exhibit damage from accidents or vandalism required quick response. Valuable exhibits damaged or destroyed created financial and diplomatic problems. Securing damaged areas, assessing the extent of damage, and beginning restoration or replacement happened under time pressure. Insurance companies got involved, creating additional complexity. The food poisoning outbreaks from contaminated food created public health emergencies. When multiple people got sick from the same source, health authorities had to investigate and identify the cause. The implicated vendor might need to be shut down immediately. Managing public fear while conducting investigations required careful communication. The theft incidents involving high-value items created security crises. When expensive exhibits were stolen, massive searches began. Police were called, witnesses interviewed, and security procedures reviewed. The theft might be an inside job requiring investigation of employees. Recovery of stolen items was prioritized to avoid embarrassment and financial loss. The labor actions from work stoppages or strikes created operational crises. When critical workers walked off the job, operations could grind to a halt. Management had to decide whether to negotiate, bring in replacement workers, or somehow continue with reduced staff. The political and practical considerations were complex.
The VIP incident management required extreme care because problems involving important visitors could have lasting consequences. If a governor got injured or a foreign dignitary experienced mistreatment, it created international or political incidents. Preventing and managing VIP-related problems received disproportionate attention because of potential consequences. The public relations disasters from negative media coverage required damage control. When bad stories appeared in newspapers, fair management had to respond. They might issue corrections, offer explanations, or attempt to shift narratives. How effectively they managed PR crises affected public perception and attendance. The legal emergencies from lawsuits or regulatory violations required immediate legal response. When the fair got sued or received violation notices, lawyers had to respond quickly. These legal issues could threaten the fair's operation or create significant financial liability. Legal strategy had to be developed under time pressure. The financial crises from budget shortfalls or revenue problems created existential threats. If the fair ran low on money, payroll might not be met, vendors might not be paid, and operations could collapse. Financial emergencies required creative solutions, securing additional loans, cutting expenses, or finding new revenue sources. The technology failures when critical systems broke down tested technical staff capabilities. When the telephone system failed, coordination became extremely difficult. When the printing press broke, no bulletins could be produced. When any essential technology failed, workarounds had to be improvised while repairs were made. The diplomatic incidents involving foreign exhibitors required careful handling. If a foreign government complained about how its pavilion was treated or alleged discrimination, it created international relations problems. The U.S. State Department might get involved. Managing these situations required diplomacy and cultural sensitivity. The supply chain disruptions when critical supplies didn't arrive created operational problems. If coal for the power plant was delayed, electricity generation could stop. If food supplies didn't arrive, restaurants couldn't operate. Having contingency suppliers and maintaining buffer inventory helped, but disruptions still created crises. The personnel crises, when key employees quit, got injured, or were discovered to be incompetent, required quick action. Finding and training replacements for critical positions took time the fair might not have. Temporary solutions like promoting from within or redistributing responsibilities helped but created their own problems. The animal emergencies at exhibits with live animals required specialized response. If exotic animals escaped, got sick, or died, it created complex problems. Animal safety, public safety, and preserving expensive animals all had to be balanced. Veterinary care, containment procedures, and public communication were all critical. The transportation disasters, if the intramural railway derailed or had accidents, could injure dozens of people. Emergency response included medical treatment, mechanical repairs, and investigation of causes. Railroad accidents had legal implications and required notification of regulatory authorities. The contamination incidents, if water supplies became polluted or food was contaminated, created immediate health threats. Testing had to confirm contamination, sources had to be identified and eliminated, and affected people had to be notified and treated.
Public health authorities would investigate and might shut down operations. The end of crisis reviews analyzed what went wrong and how responses could improve. These after-action reviews hopefully led to better preparedness for future crises. Learning from mistakes was essential for improving crisis management capabilities over the fair's run. The crisis fatigue from constant problem-solving wore down staff. When crises happened frequently, people became exhausted from constantly responding to emergencies. The stress of crisis management without adequate recovery time affected performance and decision-making. The resilience development over time meant staff got better at handling crises. Early in the fair's run, novel problems created panic. By later months, staff had experienced most crisis types and responded more confidently. The organizational learning that occurred improved crisis management capabilities significantly.
All right, let's start drifting toward the end here and talk about what all these operations actually meant in the bigger picture. Because the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair's Daily Operations Manual wasn't just about running an event. It became a blueprint for how large-scale temporary operations could function. The scale achievement itself was remarkable for 1904, creating a temporary city of 1,200 acres that operated smoothly for 8 months was unprecedented. The logistics, coordination, and management required exceeded anything most people had attempted. That it worked at all, much less reasonably well, demonstrated what was possible with planning, resources, and determination. The operational innovations developed at the fair influenced future events. The systems created for managing crowds, coordinating vendors, handling emergencies, and maintaining infrastructure became models. Future World's Fairs, large exhibitions, and eventually things like theme parks drew on lessons learned in St. Louis. The institutional knowledge generated had lasting value. The workforce management at this scale taught lessons about labor coordination. Managing 15,000 to 20,000 employees across diverse roles required organizational structures that didn't really exist before. The hierarchies, communication systems, and coordination mechanisms developed to manage this workforce informed management practices beyond just fairs and exhibitions. The financial systems for tracking revenue and expenses at this scale were sophisticated for 1904. The accounting practices, budgeting systems, and financial controls developed influenced how large organizations managed money. The fair demonstrated that complex financial operations could be managed with adequate systems and personnel. The visitor services innovations created expectations about what large venues should provide. Information booths, lost and found services, first aid stations, accommodation assistance, these services became standard because the fair demonstrated their necessity. Future venues incorporated these services because the St. Louis Fair showed they were needed. The technology integration demonstrated how electrical systems, communications infrastructure, and mechanical systems could support large operations. The fair pushed technological boundaries and showed what was possible with 1904 technology fully deployed. The technical lessons informed future development of similar systems. The international coordination required for managing exhibits from dozens of countries created diplomatic and logistical precedents. The protocols developed for working with foreign governments and managing international pavilions influenced how future international events were organized. The cultural exchange facilitated demonstrated the value of bringing nations together. The public health management of millions of visitors in close proximity required sanitation systems and medical services that became standard. The fair showed how large gatherings could be made relatively safe with proper infrastructure and services. The public health lessons applied to future large gatherings and urban planning. The marketing and communications operations demonstrated how to build anticipation, manage media, and keep audiences informed. The publicity strategies, press relations, and daily communications became models for event marketing. The fair showed how to create and sustain public interest over an extended period. The documentation and record-keeping systems preserved information about operations in unprecedented detail. The archives created became valuable historical resources, but also demonstrated the importance of institutional memory. Organizations learned that documenting operations had value beyond immediate needs.
The problem-solving and adaptation that happened constantly showed organizational flexibility. The fair couldn't have succeeded by rigidly following initial plans. The ability to identify problems, develop solutions, and implement changes while operations continued was crucial. This adaptive management approach influenced how complex organizations thought about operations. The vendor and concessionaire management systems created business models that continued beyond the fair. The relationship structures, fee arrangements, and operational standards developed influenced commercial operations at future events. The fair demonstrated how to create mutually beneficial relationships between event organizers and independent businesses. The security operations at this scale required thinking systematically about crime prevention, crowd control, and emergency response. The security approaches developed influenced how large venues thought about safety. The integration of uniformed guards, plainclothes detectives, and coordination with local law enforcement became standard practice.
The maintenance and engineering operations showed how to keep complex temporary infrastructure functioning under heavy use. The preventive maintenance systems, repair prioritization, and technical coordination necessary informed how organizations managed physical assets. The engineering challenges overcome demonstrated what was possible. The employee welfare considerations, limited as they were by 1904 standards, at least acknowledged that worker well-being affected operations. The break rooms, meal provisions, and basic accommodations, inadequate as they were, represented recognition that employees needed support. This awareness, though primitive, was a step toward modern human resource practices. The mistakes and failures that occurred taught lessons as valuable as the successes. The things that didn't work well, inadequate restroom capacity, understaffed medical services at times, security gaps that allowed theft, showed what needed improvement. Learning what not to do was important institutional knowledge. The financial losses that resulted from the fair's operations, while disappointing to investors, taught lessons about realistic budgeting and revenue projections. The gap between optimistic financial projections and actual results demonstrated the importance of conservative planning. Future events could learn from the St. Louis Fair's financial difficulties. The labor relations challenges demonstrated the tensions inherent in managing large workforces in the early industrial age. The conflicts between management and workers, the role of unions, and the struggles over wages and conditions reflected broader societal issues. The fair's labor problems were microcosms of larger dynamics. The racial and cultural problems in how the fair portrayed and treated non-Western peoples reflected the prejudices and limitations of the era. The exploitated aspects of the ethnic exhibits and the discrimination in employment were shameful. Acknowledging these failures is important for honest historical understanding. The environmental impact of the fair, unconsidered at the time, was substantial. The resource consumption, waste generation, and temporary transformation of Forest Park had lasting effects. Modern understanding of sustainability makes clear that the fair's environmental footprint was enormous and problematic. The class divisions visible throughout fair operations reflected American social hierarchies. The differences in how wealthy versus working-class visitors experienced the fair, how management versus workers were treated, and how resources were distributed revealed inequality. The fair both reflected and reinforced social stratification. The gender limitations of the era were evident in employment patterns, visitor expectations, and cultural assumptions embedded in operations. Women's roles were limited and subordinate. The fair operated within patriarchal norms that seem oppressive by modern standards, but were unremarkable in 1904. The technological optimism that pervaded the fair reflected early 20th century faith in progress. The exhibits showcased technological advancement as unambiguously positive. This optimistic view of technology's role in society influenced American culture profoundly. The fair reinforced narratives about progress and modernity. The personal stories of thousands of workers, vendors, performers, and visitors became part of family histories and local lore. The fair was a major life event for many people, creating memories that lasted decades. These personal narratives, mostly unrecorded officially, were meaningful to the individuals and families involved. The physical remnants in Forest Park serve as reminders of what once stood there. The few surviving structures, modified landscape features, and historical markers connect modern St. Louis to its past. Walking through the park today, knowing what was there in 1904, creates a sense of temporal connection. The photographic record preserved images that allow modern viewers to see what the fair looked like. The thousands of photographs taken document architecture, crowds, exhibits, and daily life. These visual records bring the fair to life in ways written descriptions cannot. The influence on American culture extended beyond direct operational lessons. The fair popularized certain foods, introduced Americans to global cultures, and shaped attitudes about America's place in the world. These cultural impacts, while hard to quantify, were real and lasting. The St. Louis Fair's daily operations, mundane and extraordinary, boring and exciting, successful and failed, created a totality that was greater than the sum of its parts. The fair functioned because thousands of people did their jobs every day for 8 months. Some days were smooth, many days were chaotic, but the work continued. The operational achievement of the 1904 Louisiana Purchase Exposition represented human capability to organize, coordinate, and execute at scale. Despite all the problems, limitations, and failures, the fair happened. It opened, it ran, it closed. 20 million people visited and had experiences they remembered. And now, as we come to the end of this extremely long, very detailed, hopefully somewhat sleep-inducing journey through every operational aspect of the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair's daily operations, we can appreciate the mundane miracle of making something this complex actually work. The fair succeeded not because of grand vision alone, but because of countless small actions, boring tasks, and routine decisions made by thousands of people. The operational manual of the 1904 fair, if it had existed as a comprehensive document, would have been massive and extraordinarily boring. This tour through its daily realities has hopefully captured both the complexity and the tedium, the challenges and the routine, the failures and the successes. So, there you have it. The 1904 St. Louis World's Fair's daily operations, in probably more detail than anyone except operational historians would ever want to know. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere in history, people figured out how to manage light bulb replacements and trash collection and payroll processing for 8 months, while also somehow making it all seem magical to visitors. That's the real operational achievement, making the complex seem simple, making the temporary seem permanent, and making the mundane invisible. Thanks for sticking with this journey through operational minutia. If you're still awake, honestly, I'm impressed. But if you've drifted off to sleep somewhere in part 6 or part 14, that's completely understandable, and actually the whole point. Sweet dreams about turn-of-the-century event management logistics. Good night.